Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2501, Wedding Reactions. The marriage between Ves and Gloriana was a joyous occasion. From this moment onwards, the bride had truly become a part of the Larkinson clan. Gloriana Woden Larkinson smiled with pure bliss and ecstasy as the newly married couple finally ended their passionate kiss. I love you, Ves. I love you too, Gloriana. Meow. Meow. Their 2 cats were happy for their union as well. All of the pets watching from below felt the energy coursing through the Larkinson clan and expressed their jubilation in their own manner. The loud cacophony of cheers, howls, music, and fireworks blended together in an unforgettably grand moment to the lucky pair. Even Master Willix and Jovi, floating high above, got caught up in the energy. The Mech designers clapped when the lovers established their union. They deserve each other, Master Willix coyly remarked. Jovi couldn't maintain a straight face either. I know I shouldn't, but I feel kind of jealous at Ves. It's so rare for 2 compatible mech designers to click together to this degree. The matchmaking services sponsored by the MTA claimed to be able to ensure a perfect fit between 2 mech designers, but every mesher knew that this was an exaggeration. Love couldn't be calculated. Love wasn't predictable. Sometimes opposites attracted each other. Other times, couples broke apart in the ugliest fashion due to irreconcilable differences. Jovi simply couldn't figure out how 2 very different mech designers managed to get along with each other. Gloriana was a thoroughbred hexer while Ves possessed a much humbler background. Their ideals, design philosophies, and values diverged so much that they should have been repelled by each other. How could someone proud like Ves possibly overlook Gloriana's hexer tendencies? How could someone as exacting and precise as Gloriana tolerate V's chaotic way of life? Master Willix glanced knowingly at Jovi. Love is one of the few areas where it's best not to adhere too closely to logic. Besides, even if we set aside irrational feelings, there are still several compelling reasons why the 2 are a great fit with each other. Their different specialties complement each other perfectly. The synergy they have already achieved is but a taste of what is to come. Is that why you go out of your way to support them, ma'am? That and more. Many other people developed various thoughts about the union that had formed without a hitch. The projections of Benjamin and Ark Larkinson both looked happy without any other considerations. Though either of them particularly liked the hexers, they were glad that Ves finally got rid of his bachelor status. I hope I will live long enough to greet my great-grandchildren, Benjamin wistfully said. Don't be like that, father. The patriarch of the Larkinson family frowned at him. You still have some years left in your body. From the way Ves and Gloriana are barely holding themselves back from jumping at each other, it looks like we won't have to wait too long before we welcome some new relatives. The old man sighed and looked down. I know. I heard that most well-off hexers have a tradition of raising 6 children. I will last long enough to meet with the oldest of my great-grandchildren by remote, but I'm not sure whether I'll be able to see and talk to the entire set before my bones finally collapse. A melancholic mood swept over the 2 important figures of the family. They were not as young as Ves. They also weren't as wealthy as him. Though the family held some shares in the LMC, it invested most of the dividends in its more productive members. The family would only be able to grow stronger if its present and future generations gained the support they needed to develop themselves. Father, if we ask Ves, I'm sure he'll. Benjamin resolutely shook his head. No. The cost is too prohibitive. Whether you pay in credits or merits, the cost to prolong the life of a potentiate, especially one with brain injuries such as myself, is too much. The chance of failure is considerable, and we won't be able to get anything worth preserving even if the procedure is successful. My time has passed, my son. Don't let me become a burden. Though Benjamin's condition looked rather decent, that was mainly because of the increasingly more extensive treatments he received. His old war wounds had been acting up more and more as his body condition passed a certain stage. Over on the opposite side of the aisle, Constance Woden and her close family each felt mixed emotions. They were proud that one of their own managed to marry such a prominent and successful mech designer. They were also ashamed that the husband in question wasn't a proper Hexer boy, but an uncouth foreign man with a history of savagery. Colonel Calandra Woden curled her mouth into a frown. These animals running around below us have no place in this wedding. If we didn't add so many cleaning bots and air purification systems to this platform, we would have been drenched in the stench of the droppings these ignorant creatures are leaving behind. I think the presence of all of these pets adds some variety to the wedding ceremony. Tarkus Woden lightly spoke. Gloriana's husband is a clear lover of animals. If he takes care of his pets as well as our little sister, then I have no concerns. He should have married his cat instead. Calandra snorted. Please, sister. Let's not be so harsh on the boy. Amarantha Woden spoke up. Ves Larkinson is blessed by the superior mother. He may even be her child. The faces of every nearby Woden changed. This was a very contentious topic. Though Gloriana bragged multiple times that Ves was the literal son of the superior mother, the rest of her family didn't quite know how to take that. It was not that they thought that Gloriana was lying, but she may have misinterpreted the relationship between her husband and the Supreme. Still, from all of the signs the Wodens had witnessed so far, it was undeniable that Ves Larkinson possessed a definite relationship with the Superior. How a foreign boy of all people attained such an unprecedentedly close link with such an august Hexer figure mystifying. Gloriana's direct relatives held very diverging opinions on the matter. Matriarch Syaphna raised her wrinkled hand. The Woden siblings immediately fell silent. The will of the superior mother must be respected. She is the most exemplary mother of our people. For too long, we have lived without the guidance of the Supremes. Now that one of them has returned to us, it is no surprise that what we think is true is actually at odds with what the superior mother originally advocated. Time and ambitious matriarchs have twisted our interpretation of the Supreme's tenets. Now that we have regained access to the original source, we should feel thankful to the boy who has brought her back. Her wise words conveyed a considerable degree of authority. Minister Constance Woden, Colonel Calandra Woden, and many other important members of her dynasty all bowed to show respect. Now that the Woden matriarch offered her unequivocal support to Ves in the clearest fashion to date, people like Calandra had to watch her tone. While it was still possible for haters of Ves to voice their discontent, they had to have a good reason for doing so. Since the Woden dynasty was already effectively cooperating with the Larkinson clan to an extent, it was not wise to badmouth their partners. Of course, there were many other people who were not restrained in voicing their displeasure at the wedding. Ves! No! How could you? A loud shriek echoed across a compartment on the palace in Ter. I don't understand. That ugly woman practically ruined your life and forced you to consort with Hexers. Why are you playing along with your kidnapper? Are you afflicted by Stockholm Syndrome or something? If I knew how bad Gloriana hooked her claws into you, I would have forced you to undergo therapy when you fell into my hands. The celebratory wedding was like hell to Aisling Curver. The Friday man mech designer still yearned to capture V's heart, yet from the moment the lucky couple slipped the rings on each other's fingers, her dream finally broke. Ves belonged to Gloriana from now on. Even if they broke up in the future, the ideal man and partner in Aisling's mind would have been tainted by the poisonous influence of her Hexer rival. Unless she gained the ability to travel back in time, there was no way to undo this travesty. A mech pilot who shared a faint resemblance to the groom strode forward. His boots clanked against the deck of the ready room. Venerable Ves Larkinson burned with hatred as he stared at the live footage of the wedding. His force of will grew more intense. Each time his loathsome cousin accomplished another success, Ganso's rage grew more intense. It was as if he derived strength from his vendetta against the mech designer. As far as Ganso was concerned, his fellow Larkinsons increasingly fell under the sway of the devil tongue. The wedding was the most egregious instance yet, due to all of the pride the Larkinsons gained from holding such a grand event. "I told you he's no good," he growled. "You deserve to be with a better man, Lady Curver. Someone who is depraved enough to love a hexer is no good partner at all. The two of them deserve each other." Aisling angrily turned around and slapped the expert pilot's arm. "You don't understand, Brighter. His design philosophy is so magical. There are even signs that he has managed to imitate some of Master Huron's inventions. Do you know what that means? We would have been able to elevate neural networking technology to greater heights if I captured him first. Letting Gloriana make the first move is one of the greatest regrets in my life." Her heartache struck so deep that she began to cry on the spot. "My VS! My VS! My VS!" Venerable Ganso scowled in disgust. He never understood how a smart and successful mech designer like Aisling could become so smitten with his bastard of a cousin. What annoyed him even more was that VS didn't even reciprocate Aisling's affection. Though he did not approve of Aisling's devotion to his cousin, at the very least their relationship would have restrained the tumor of the Larkinsons. Now that VS married one of the insane women of the hegemony, there was no chance that he will hold back from ruining the Larkinson lineage. As Ganso and Aisling processed the outcome of the wedding in their own ways, an alarm suddenly sounded. "Alert! The Hexers are pressing US back. Their glow mechs have become much more active. As a result, the Hex army has been launching spontaneous offensives and counterattacks against our lines. Take exceeding care against any Valkyrie Redeemer, especially the new variants." "Damn! I bet VS is to blame for this again." Ganso soon received orders to board his mech. He left Aisling to her misery and marched to the lower decks. Many panicked or worried crewmen were heading to their stations. When he reached the hangar bay, the other expert pilot stationed aboard the Pallas Inter was already standing before her mech. "You Larkinsons are always sparking trouble." "Shut your trap, Venerable Foster. I won't let you insult my family. Most Larkinsons are decent. VS is an aberration, so don't lump him with the rest of us. Is that clear?" Venerable Foster stared aggressively at her colleague. "I don't take orders from you, Brighter. My opinions haven't changed. Our star sector would have been a better place if Larkinsons such as you didn't exist. VS is just the only one of you who doesn't bother to hide." Though Ganso wanted to punch Foster in the face, this was not the time. They could settle the score afterwards. Chapter 2502 Regrets. The wedding between VS and Gloriana continued to evoke strong reactions from people. Both up close and from afar, many people familiar with the couple were either happy at their joy, jealous of their accomplishments, or hated them for how their work impacted the Komodo War. One of the people who didn't know what to think about the joyous occasion was Tristan Wesseling. As the direct disciple of Master Katzenberg, he rooted for his own state. He cheered for the introduction of the Glow Crusher and the OK alloy that was integral to its power. When the mechs designed by the Miracle couple suddenly received an upgrade that effectively invalidated the Glow Crusher, Tristan should have been upset. The ease in which the blessed squire countered his master's work was humiliating. Yet, having met and briefly worked alongside VS for a time, Tristan couldn't bring himself to view him as an enemy. It was just unfortunate that they happened to be on opposite sides. Now that your relationship with the Hexers has reached this extent, I guess we won't be meeting each other again, the Friday Man journeyman mech designer stated. The only reason for them to keep in touch no longer mattered. Ves had his homegrown clan to the point where he could leave the Star Sector whenever he wished. He did not need Tristan or anyone else's help to escape retribution should the Friday Coalition win the Komodo War. If the Hexers happened to win, then Tristan would turn to other solutions rather than putting his safety in the hands of a close ally of the hegemony. Ves and Gloriana could have held a quiet wedding ceremony. For the Larkinsons and Wodens to hold the occasion with so much bombast meant that the former became permanently aligned to the Hexers. The Larkinsons may not be turning into Hexers, but the sharing of interests would make Ves even more at odds with the Friday men. What a pity! Tristan did not feel too much of a loss from this development. He and Ves always followed directed trajectories from the start. There wasn't a lot of intersection in their lives. Still, if Tristan knew that the third-rater he only paid scant attention turned into such a monstrous threat to the Friday Coalition, he would have spent more effort in befriending him. The fact that Ves managed to pass the trials organized by the Rim Guards should have been an obvious clue that he was destined for greatness. Maybe I could have prevented Ves from meeting with Gloriana. It was no secret how the two initially met. If Tristan took the initiative to spend time with Ves and possibly introduce him to some of the women he was acquainted with, it might be the Hexers against Glows instead of his own side. The realization that he could have changed the course of history weighed heavily on his shoulders. If he didn't become distracted by passing the trials, he may have been able to spare the Friday Coalition from suffering so much harm. Maybe I should reinforce my fleeting relationship with him instead. Even if he's an enemy, being able to speak to him might be crucial in the times to come. It was too bad that he was confined to a secret research station. While his status afforded him some privileges, he was not allowed to communicate with the outside galaxy. The most he could do was to call up information from the galactic net. Someone else who held mixed emotions towards the wedding was Carlos Shaw. Once he was one of these friends and companions. Now, his career was as bleak as his future. The apprentice mech designer in the service of the Mech Corps wasn't supposed to access the broadcast. However, a mech designer like Carlos was easily able to circumvent the ham-fisted information controls, especially when he was on leave. He currently resided in a rudimentary settlement built on the surface of a planet that used to belong to the former Coman Federation. Of course, Carlos still needed to be careful about the interest he showed towards his former classmate and boss. Suffice to say, anything surrounding Ves and the Larkinsons had become taboo to the diminished Bright Republic. Now that the Friday Coalition strengthened its control over the third-rate state, the once glorious presence of the LMC and its leader had become a faded memory to many people. Only the mech pilots of the Desolate Soldier and several other LMC mech models still reminisced about piloting the so-called living mechs. Every other mech they piloted after the state confiscated their LMC mech felt stale and lifeless to them. It just wasn't the same according to their words. "What makes your mech special, Ves?" Carlos idly asked. If he didn't let his jealousy and his trauma get the better of him, he could have stayed by V's side. As long as he kept playing the role of loyal soldier, he might have been able to learn some of the secrets that caused the products of the LMC to be so insanely attractive to mech pilots. All of that was for naught. Carlos felt as if he was one of the stupidest mech designers in the Bright Republic for throwing such a priceless opportunity away. He didn't think he was wrong for wanting to become as successful as Ves. His mistake was to be too impatient about it. If he listened more earnestly to Ves, he could have been among the lucky clansmen sitting in the audience. "I hate this!" He sharply waved his hand, causing the projection to shut down. Vs. I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive if we ever meet again. Carlos did not hold out his hope for that. Vs had already left the bright republic far behind. Why would someone who was about to step into the galactic state look back at the backwater that previously held him back? Not only was there nothing left to return to, the state had betrayed Vs. The government should be grateful that the famed Devil Tongue was too preoccupied with greater matters to take revenge on the people who betrayed his trust. Some of Carlos' jealousy flared up again. He slapped his head in order to stave off another outburst. I can't lose control. Hold yourself together. It was too hard for him to do so. He held too many regrets to keep himself calm. Just thinking back on his feeble attempt to start his own mech business after he left the LMC was enough to send him into a spiral of negativity. Why did I fail while he succeeded? How come he improved even faster than me? I'm smart as well. Yet regardless of his artificially boosted learning abilities, he remained stuck as a helper to more successful and qualified mech designers. He didn't even know how long it would take until he came within touching distance to journeyman. I deserve better, Carlos asserted. It was too bad that nobody believed him. Not even his colleagues in the Mech Corps took him seriously these days. Somewhere closer to home, the crowd of attending Larkinson clansmen each took pride in the grandness of the wedding. Each of them felt as if their clan had attained a greater status after today. The members of the Larkinson family who accepted the invitation to attend by projection looked envious. Unlike the clansmen, the members of the old family hardly felt worthy for the success of one of their original members. Though the Larkinson clan and Larkinson family still shared many relations with each other, they were distinctly separate groups. Half of the people who decided to follow Venerable Ark Larkinson and help him restore the old family felt as if they made the wrong choice. Why did they object to joining the Larkinson clan? Why did they throw away the opportunity to take part in so many glorious events? What caused them to miss the chance to rise to greatness in the Red Ocean? Though Ves Larkinson was a much more volatile patriarch than Venerable Ark, many family members began to think how their lives would be if they joined the clan instead. Certainly, Ves had a habit of driving his clansmen into risky ventures. Just hearing about the horrendous casualty figures of the Nixian Gap campaign was enough to cause everyone to shiver. Yet, Ves always found a way to make it worth it. His magnanimous promise buoyed many survivors of the campaign and helped take the sting off all of the traumas they suffered. Melinda Larkinson's projection had moved closer to Riella Larkinson. The two cousins shared a deep look with each other. You should have been with us, Melinda. I don't know. Melinda frowned. I don't regret sticking to the old family. It would have been great if certain people hadn't driven Ves out. He would have been able to help our family just like he is helping his clan. Riella shook her head. It's not the same. The Larkinson family belongs to the elders and the expert pilots. Ves doesn't like that. I think he's far better off today now that he's basically in charge of us. Expert pilots don't have the most say anymore. Isn't that bad? The expert pilots of our family have always formed a stabilizing influence. We don't need no stinking stability, Melinda. Remaining stagnant or playing it safe won't get us anywhere. Besides, our expert pilots are a bit different. Just trust me. Putting our expert pilots in charge will just tear our clan apart. The two watched the married couple begin to make their celebratory remarks. As Gloriana proudly addressed the public, the two Larkinson cousins ended their conversation. Melinda still hadn't solved her confusion. His cousin's wife looked so glorious. Would she ever be able to wear such a magnificent dress? There was no way her own wedding would ever match the splendor of what she witnessed today. Though she still believed in the leadership of her current patriarch, was it really worth it to pick virtue over ambition? While she considered herself to be a proper Larkinson, she was still human. The values and traditions the Larkinson family instilled to her clashed against the growing emotions boiling in the depths of her heart. She faintly suspected that her decision to leave Ves forever might have cut off her only opportunity for greatness. No! It was a mistake to think this way. Melinda furiously shook her head. She looked back at Ark and calmed again. Her current patriarch was strong and remarkable in his own right. Though she held some regrets, she did not feel too bothered by them anymore. Life was all about making choices. Perhaps some might not work out as well as she hoped, but there was little point in moping about what-ifs. One other person in the crowd held some regrets. Ves Larkinson sat next to her fellow sore maidens. While the warrior women were only mildly impressed by the pomp and circumstance, the only mech designer among them couldn't help but imagine herself in Gloriana's place. What if she was the one who wore the wedding dress? What if she was the one who allowed Ves to slip a ring on her finger? What if she was the one that Ves passionately kissed? She would be lying if she denied she was jealous of Gloriana. Before the Hexer ever entered V's life, Ves thought she had a chance. Unfortunately, despite spending so much time together, he never viewed her like he did his current wife. Why? What was she missing? Sure, she wasn't as feminine and charming as Gloriana, but Ves trusted just as much if not more. The two of them had grown very comfortable with each other starting from the Aeon Corona mission. Yet for some reason or another, she failed to win this crucial battle. She lowered her head in regret. I don't have a chance anymore, she acknowledged under her breath. Ves was someone who took his commitments very seriously. Ves respected Ves too much to take him away from Gloriana. I should look elsewhere. There were plenty of other cute boys in the Larkinson clan. Should she set his sights on one of the mech designers, or should he cast his gaze towards the mech pilots instead? Her eyes fell on the high-backed chair that belonged to Venerable Joshua. Chapter 2503 Blissful Life. A new era had begun for the Larkinson clan. The conclusion of the Nixian Gap campaign and the marriage between Ves Larkinson and Gloriana Woden permanently shifted the landscape for the clansmen. The clan founded by Ves permanently found its footing among the upper ranks of society. Though most of this clout would become invalid as soon as the Larkinson clan departed from the local region, some of it would still endure no matter where they traveled. The prestige of the Larkinson clan received a substantial boost by achieving feats that others could only dream about. From parading around captured warships such as the formidable pirate heavy cruiser called Gravata Narlax to convincing an MTA delegation to personally attend the marriage boosted the profile of the miracle couple to insane heights. As attention to their wedding increased, so did the sales of their mechs. The older models offered by the Living Mech Company experienced a resurgence in sales. Though the Komodo Star Sector's mech market had already reached saturation, sales in neighboring star sectors doubled or even tripled shortly after the wedding. Though it was hard to imagine the Larkinson clan being short on money these days, the endeavor it was about to embark upon demanded even greater investment. Several years after Ves conceived of it, the grand expedition he long dreamed about finally came within reach. By his reckoning, he and the rest of his clan could formally begin their long journey across star sectors, star clusters, and even galaxies in just a couple of months. Of course, a lot of preparation still had to be done before the Larkinsons got to that point. The Nixian Gap campaign not only killed many clansmen, but also destroyed a lot of ships and mechs. An even greater consequence of the continuous battles against the vicious Nixian pirates was that it exposed the inherent weaknesses of the fighting forces of the clan. the living sentinels led by Commander Magdalena Larkinson exposed the dangers of fielding third-class mechs and starships against enemies that wielded greater power. The Larkinson clan could no longer entrust its safety on the cheapest and weakest tier of war machines. In order to safely traverse the wider galaxies, the Larkinsons had to upgrade their entire fleet and mech roster. So far, the newly married couple of journeyman mech designers only designed a handful of second-class mechs at the moment. What was worse was that two of them were Hexer mech designs. There was no way for Ves to realize his dream of outfitting his mech forces with his own mech models in the short term. To prevent his grand expedition from stalling, he had no choice but to allow his clan to purchase commercial mechs from the market. This was a complicated matter, not only due to the prohibitive cost of purchasing second-class mechs, but also the selection of models. For obvious reasons, Ves could not buy his mechs from the two dominant second-rate states of his home star sector. The Friday Coalition would rather kill itself than sell a single mech to the Larkinsons. The Hexadric hegemony was more than willing to pass some of its mechs on to Gloriana's husband, but hardly any Larkinson relished the prospect of piloting mechs that discriminated by gender. The Larkinsons had no choice but to purchase their stopgap mechs outside of the Komodo star sector. In short, the problems of the Larkinson clan just kept piling up. Ves had a lot of long days ahead of him as his duties only piled up after the wedding. Ves opened his eyes and stretched his arms. After he exchanged vows with Gloriana the day before, the rest of the evening was filled with celebration. From giving speeches to receiving gifts, he and his new wife enjoyed the attention lavished upon them by their guests. After witnessing the arrival of Master Moira Willix of the MTA and experiencing the power of glows exuded by the Larkinson clan's two heirlooms, many guests acknowledged the miracle couple's incredible potential. Even if Ves and Gloriana were merely journeymen at the moment, they might become very influential masters 100 years later. To the far-sighted leaders of the region, befriending them and giving them some valuable gifts was a worthwhile investment. Receiving so much free stuff certainly brightened his day. What pleased him even more was enjoying his first night of honeymoon with his beloved. A silly smile appeared on his face as he recalled that special night. One of the benefits of possessing a cranial implant was that he could remember every single detail. Meow? Meow. The newly-wedded couple weren't alone. Aside from their bodyguards, their cats had also accompanied them all the way to the bedchamber. Though Ves used to feel disturbed about the lack of privacy he enjoyed, he eventually got used to the new status quo. He was too important of a person to be left unsupervised. The Larkinson clan depended so much on him that it would definitely fall into ruin should he and Gloriana ever disappear. Considering that their cats were secretly their strongest bodyguards, Ves had little choice but to tolerate their presence during their first honeymoon night. "Did the two of you enjoy the show?" Ves yawned and asked. The pair of felines lounging on the headboard paid little attention to him. The biological and mechanical pets weren't interested in human mating rituals. They were cats. Lucky had gotten rid of the little tuxedo but still retained his tail ribbon. Clixie retained both her head bow and her tail ribbon. It seemed she liked her new accessories very much. Naya. A third cat materialized into existence. Different from the other two cats, Goldie's glowing form emerged right in the middle between Ves and his beloved. A female voice murmured. "Oh, Goldie! You sweetie! Do you want some cuddles?" Gloriana satisfyingly opened her eyes and gazed at the half-physical form of the golden cat. Despite her identity as the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan, Goldie was really just a year-old kitty. Both cat and human pressed up and enjoyed each other's warmth. Once Goldie had her fill, she floated over to the other two cats who were arguably her parents. Now that she was deprived of her feline companion, Gloriana finally shifted her attention towards the husband of her dreams. Pure love filled her eyes as several of her dreams had finally come true. Her wedding may not have been absolutely perfect, but it was every bit as magical as she had hoped. Not only that, she finally bound her ideal husband and partner to herself. Pure satisfaction flowing through her body as she raised her arm and admired her new wedding band. Now that Ves became her man, there was no way he was ever going to leave her. The possibility that other women would be able to steal him away was gone. Hee hee hee! What are you laughing about, honey? She quickly composed herself. Oh, nothing. I'm just happy that we're finally together like this. I almost feared this day would never come when you experienced some trouble in the Nixian Gap. Don't ever put me in such a position again, okay? I promise. Don't worry, Gloriana. I've had my fill of adventure in the Nixian Gap. I don't have any urges to repeat the experience. I have too much work to catch up to anyway. One of the downsides of holding too many responsibilities was he couldn't enjoy a proper honeymoon with his wife. He would have loved to take a few weeks off and just forget about his burdens, but Ves couldn't stand wasting so much time. Fortunately, Gloriana was kind of a workaholic as well, so she didn't mind spending their first weeks as a married couple on work. Of course, not just any work would do. She attempted to pinch his skin, only to fail due to his toughened body. Now that we're married, we should take advantage of our good moods to fabricate some mechs. We've completed 6 design projects in the last month, but we haven't made any first production models as of yet. We've waited long enough to realize our mech designs. This is our best chance yet to make another masterwork mech. His first day as a married man, and already his wife was making demands. To be fair, she was already like this before they tied the knot. She was right though. Aside from the Valkyrie Redeemer, the other mech designs merely remained virtual existences despite completing them weeks ago. This effectively gave the pair 5 good opportunities to earn another masterwork certificate. With each and every successful attempt, their affinity for mechs increased a little bit further. This was incredibly valuable as they had already become better mech designers due to their initial successes. Alright, Gloriana, but not immediately. I still have to handle some matters. I have some meetings scheduled with Master Willix, the Cross Patriarch, and some of the wedding guests who will be departing soon. I also have to sort out the gifts we received. Some of them are quite valuable. She grinned impishly at him. I love the gift provided by my state. We have received permission to produce and make use of our own Hexer mech designs. This is such great news. Yes. Great news. To be fair, this was nothing more than restoring some of the original rights that Ves had given away in his initial contract with Diva. The 8 Hexer mech designs he promised to provide to the Hexadric hegemony incorporated a lot of exclusive design elements of the Hex army. For various reasons, it was not a good idea for states to spread out their military mech designs. The Hexers made an exception for the Larkinson clan. It made some sense now that Ves thought about it with a sober mind. First, he was one of the lead designers of the Blessed Squire and Valkyrie Redeemer. He was familiar with all of their secrets already. Second, the Larkinson clan became permanently associated with the Woden dynasty after yesterday. Marriages were one of the most solid methods to secure alliances, and this was no different. Before Ves joined with Gloriana, there was always the faint possibility that the Larkinsons could have turned their backs on the Hexers and reconciled with the Friday men. Now, that frightful possibility was completely ruled out. As far as the Hexadric hegemony was concerned, the Woden dynasty succeeded in ensnaring the Larkinson clan. Since the Larkinson clan effectively became attached to the Hexer state, it was no longer a big deal to release some Hexer-exclusive hardware. In fact, the Hexers probably hoped that adopting more Hexer hardware would make the Larkinsons more aligned to their state. Though VS recognized the ulterior motives behind this seemingly magnanimous gift, he really did not want to pass it over. Though VS had no stomach for the blessed squire, the Valkyrie Redeemer was far too powerful for him to pass over. Also, it just so happened that his clan recently absorbed a strong and cohesive group of former Hexer citizens. The penitent sisters will probably be happy to pilot our Valkyrie Redeemers. And so will my glory seekers. The gift also extended to the household troops of the Woden dynasty. There were no legal barriers anymore that prevented Gloriana's personal guardian force from making use of military hardware. VS yawned again. Let's get out of bed, honey. We have a long day ahead of us. Every second is precious. Okay, she smiled. But first, I have to do this. She leaned in to peck his cheek. Her lips briefly pressed against his fine stubble. I love you, VS. I love you too, Gloriana. Their marriage solidified their relationship. Their commitment to each other had grown stronger. All sorts of pleasant emotions rolled through their minds as they seemed to sync with each other. Both of them raised their hands. Their special wedding bands connected the two lovers in some way. Each ring was bound to a spiritual fragment taken from their minds and transplanted to each other. Aside from granting them limited access to the domain of their spouse, the rings also brought other benefits. Chapter 2504 Awake. The newly married couple spent their first honeymoon night aboard the Stellar Chaser. Though VS did not particularly enjoy spending time on Gloriana's personal ship, the Stellar Chaser was the closest substitute of home for her. Until the Larkinson clan finally received its long-awaited factory from the Hexer shipbuilders, there was no better ship to spend their first night. Once the pair left their bed and freshened themselves up, they moved to the dining room where they enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast. Both of them expended a lot of energy yesterday. The wedding stretched all day and all of the joys they experienced had drained their bodies extensively. Meow. Meow. Both Lucky and Clixie sat on the table and bent their heads in their respective bowls. Though Clixie looked small, it was very expensive to keep her fed. She only accepted a diet of high-energy foods such as extra-beast meat or high-class pet fare. She would starve to death if she just ate regular cat food. As for Lucky, he eschewed organic food entirely. His artificial digestion system only took in minerals and metals. VS had no idea how it worked, but Lucky could eat damn near anything as long as it was inorganic. As for Goldie, she had already dematerialized her physical avatar. It still cost too much energy to solidify her spiritual form. Besides, she did not need to sustain her existence through eating. The spiritual feedback of the clansmen connected to the Larkinson clan already took care of her essential needs. The married couple were just as content as their pets. As they sedately sated their hunger and thirst, their assistants stood by their side, ready to inform VS and Gloriana of the matters that required their attention. Matriarch Syaphna Woden and many other Wodens have already departed this star system. Your mother and your brothers and sisters intend to stay here a few days more, Melody Raft reported. What of the guests? Most of our guests will be leaving within the week if they haven't already. There are some who intend to stay in order to curry favor with us or expand their networks, but these people are not worth your attention. What of the Woden warriors? Most of the Woden warriors will be escorting our matriarch and much of our dynasty members back to the hegemony. A mech regiment or two will continue to remain here to protect the Larkinson clan and handle some of the remaining affairs. One of those developments was preserving the hexagonal platform where the wedding took place. It was a bit of a waste to break it down. Though many of the materials used in its construction were precious, neither the Woden dynasty nor Larkinson clan had any need to recycle so much bulk materials. Both Ves and Gloriana agreed to convert it into a public monument. Its existence commemorated their unforgettable union and could also serve other purposes. The idyllic garden environment and the various ornaments would surely turn into a tourist attraction, especially after Ves promised to craft a new statue that depicted the superior mother holding the Larkinson mandate. While Gloriana became engrossed in Hexer matters, Ves busied himself with affairs that directly related to the Larkinson clan. The Cross Patriarch wants to resume talks with you as soon as possible. He seems eager to partner with our clan. He has already informed us that he has slightly increased the amount of strategic materials he is willing to transfer to us in the event of a successful deal, Gavin Newman reported. Ves smirked as he sipped his syrupy caffeinated drink. The wedding must have dazzled him to the point where he finally realizes his weak negotiating position. I'm not quite sure whether it is best for us to join forces. We've received other offers to split the burden of obtaining passage to the Red Ocean, right, Benny? Yes, but don't rule out the Cross clan too soon, Gavin advised. The other offers come from organizations that are already established and successful. Since they are not in any danger, their proposals contain fewer benefits and more demands. In contrast, the Crossers are desperate and don't have as many options. As long as we drive a hard bargain, we can gain a lot of advantages. This was a very complicated matter. Pushing the Cross clan hard might give the Larkinson clan a lot of benefits in the short term, but would also weaken the foundation of their alliance. The Crossers needed to feel they benefited from banding together with the Larkinsons. If any of the two sides felt they were being exploited, then a premature breakup would happen sooner or later. The Red Ocean was a dangerous place. The news he heard spoke of many accidents and enormous blunders. Without sufficient power and wealth, the pioneers who ventured into the dwarf galaxy could collapse at any moment. Traveling together with the Cross clan for a time would definitely increase his sense of security. The biggest downside was that there was no way for him to exert too much control over his allies. Ves had to juggle all of these trade-offs. Fortunately, he didn't have to do all of the work alone. While the Larkinson clan lacked a stellar diplomat, his clan had beefed up hiring in this department. He had numerous negotiators who could hash out the finer details with their Crosser counterparts. While the Crossers don't bring as much MTA merits to the table as us, they're quite sincere now. I think it might be good to have a firm grip on a junior partner. It is absolutely unacceptable for us to be in the weaker position. If the Larkinson clan cooperated with two additional smaller partners, it would be able to maintain a prime position within the alliance. That was much more preferable to Ves than allying with equals. Once they finished their discussion on the Cross clan, Gavin moved on to another important point. Master Willix insists on meeting you as well. I'm not sure what she has in mind, but you should probably have a good idea. Ves nodded. Correct. Their discussion on his spiritually enhanced mechs wasn't over yet. They also needed to form a plan on the 5 expert mech projects that Master Willix agreed to collaborate on. Finally, their meeting would surely turn to the gift that she had personally presented to him yesterday. He was completely surprised by what she had given him. According to her, the value of the gift was 1 million MTA merits, or an astonishing amount of MTA credits. While it wasn't a problem for her to afford it, giving him such a valuable gift raised a lot of eyebrows from the guests. There was a deeper meaning behind the present. Ves hoped to gain some clarity when he met with Master Willix. Are there any other matters that I should know about, Benny? Yes. The Komodo War is experiencing another shift. The glows of the Blessed Squires and Valkyrie Redeemers had become a lot more active since yesterday. Many Hexers are questioning why, but some have begun to believe that the superior mother is celebrating your marriage. It was hard to miss the power boost of the two spiritual entities who were involved in the wedding. Both Goldie and the superior mother seemed to derive a lot of spiritual feedback from all of the emotions people felt about the wedding. Goldie's boost was fairly modest since the amount of Larkinsons she was connected to was still rather modest. The superior mother was different. She came in touch with an increasing number of Hexer citizens. Many of those citizens happened to tune in to the broadcast of the wedding. Even though any marriage to an inferior foreign boy was frowned upon, Ves had already transcended that category. As far as most average Hexers were concerned, he was a good boy. Regardless of how the matriarchs rationalized their increasing cooperation with the foreigner, they did not block people from watching the wedding. Instead, the hegemony's government actually encouraged its citizens to tune into the broadcast. Given all of the recent bad news trickling back from the front, the Hexers could use a distraction to lift up their morale. One of the reasons why Gloriana took part in a long list of Hexer rituals prior to exchanging vows was because it was a giant influencing operation. The broadcasts of the weddings targeted towards the Hexers were also slanted towards their sensibilities. The Hexer media outfits heavily alluded to the superior mother throughout the broadcast. All of this meant that many more Hexers than before became adherents of the resurgent Supreme. The glow radiated by the statue also succeeded in bleeding through the live broadcast to an extent, thereby reinforcing the superior mother's presence in the minds of trillions of Hexers. Though Ves had become too caught up in his devotion towards Gloriana and the festive activities last night, he definitely recalled the superior mother becoming more active all of a sudden. A faintly ominous possibility came to mind. How has the performance of the Blessed Squire and Valkyrie Redeemer changed exactly? Their glows are substantially stronger than before, both in intensity and range, Gavin answered. They're more resistant against the known Friday Men counters. The Hexer mech pilots that fall under the influence of the glows have also become more fervent. Words don't quite do justice to how extensively this power boost has affected the Hex army. We've requested battle footage to study the changes, but it will take a few days for us to receive some. Ves could already imagine why his Hexer mechs changed. This was because he became increasingly more certain what exactly happened. In order to verify his suspicion, he concentrated his mind and reached out to one of his more powerful design spirits. As he spiritually probed the powerful entity, Ves immediately received a response. Ouch! Ves abruptly felt a sting on his mind. What's the matter, boss? It's nothing. I'm fine. I just ate something wrong, maybe. Please tell the chefs to check their ingredients. Very well. Ves didn't pay much attention to the concerns of the people around him. In truth, he was in utter shock at the moment. His probe confirmed something incredibly important. She's awake, he muttered under his breath. Different from his other spiritual products, the superior mother had always been dormant as soon as she came into existence. Ves guessed that she possessed too much power at the start, thereby forcing her into immediate metamorphosis. This state lasted for many months. Ves speculated that the superior mother might have completed her transformation sooner if not for the escalating amounts of spiritual feedback pouring into her. She constantly had to extend her growth in order to process all of the power she was absorbing. Ves thought that the superior mother might take years to end her transformation, but somehow his theories were off. His probe earlier definitely proved that she was awake and cognizant. His heart beat faster as he realized how much his life might change as a result of this development. His wedding actually came with a buy one get one free promotion. In addition to obtaining a new wife, he also gained a new mother. The most important priority for him right now was ascertaining the personality of the awakened spirit. While the superior mother was supposed to be his mother's avatar, how much of Cynthia was present? Ves cautiously communicated with the entity he had just probed. This time, he behaved himself and approached her politely. The superior mother communicated by thoughts and emotions rather than words. This was not unusual among his design spirits. After a short exchange where he was able to gain a solid impression of the awakened spirit, he was finally able to put down his worries. For the moment, Cynthia Larkinson did not appear to be present. The superior mother was still a distinct entity who possessed her own personality and identity. Though Ves loved his birth mother, he did not relish her watching over his every move for the rest of his life. While the worst-case scenario hadn't happened, Ves overlooked an important detail. The superior mother was still a mother, and like every mother, she adored her child. Oof! Just as Ves relaxed, his head suddenly received a firm push out of nowhere. Did the superior mother just pat his head? Chapter 2505 Pylon. The awakening of the superior mother spelled both good and bad news to Ves. The good news was that her glow had become substantially more powerful. The difference between a dormant entity and an active entity was considerable. Aside from being able to channel more power, the superior mother was also able to exert more control over her influence. This meant that just like Kalangso, the superior mother could play favorites. Anyone who earned a favor might receive a helping hand. Ves already anticipated that the mech pilots of his Hexer products would start to receive several boons. Of course, the more immediate consequence of the superior mother waking up was that she was capable of interacting with him. The few invisible pushes he received were signs of his new mother's care and affection. Even though the superior mother possessed an independent personality, for some reason or another she considered him to be her son. This was ridiculous. He created her. He breathed life into her. If anything, he should be her father, just like he was a father to all of his other spiritual products. Ves grabbed the Larkinson mandate from Nita and directed his attention to Goldie. "I'm your daddy, right?" "Naya. Good girl." The golden cat may be tied to him through the Larkinson network, but she was sensible enough to recognize his primacy. Unfortunately, Ves sensed the opposite vibe in the superior mother. He was pretty certain that she considered herself above her progenitor. After all, what mother would take her son seriously? If Ves was being extra naughty, she might even spank him or something. "Ugh! I'm already an adult!" He groaned and palmed his face. If there was one consolation, it seemed that she wasn't paying close attention to him all the time. After she finished abusing his body by patting him with her invisible fingers, she retracted her presence. As Ves cautiously peeked at the superior mother from afar, he sensed an abundance of activity. The spiritual network that centered around her existence became a lot more vigorous. Ves could sense that she was already regulating the network by withdrawing power from some sources, reducing her output to some destinations while showering specific individuals with her favor. She was being a lot more proactive about this than his other design spirits. The Solemn Guardian and so on did not possess an enhanced connection to people through spiritual networks. This largely prevented them from exerting fine control over the users of the mechs they watched over. After all, they were connected to mechs, not people. Ves immediately realized that the Golden Cat, the Superior Mother, and Lufa were distinctly better than his other design spirits. Not even the newly evolved Illustrious One possessed a spiritual or battle network. Maybe he should add networks to his other spirits. Allowing them to establish direct connections to mech pilots could potentially make his mechs much more valuable. Of course, this was only the case if the mech pilots gained the design spirit's favor. If the opposite was the case, then it would become a bit harder to sell his mechs to a broader audience. Not everyone respected living mechs. Mech pilots were very diverse, and each of them learned from teachers who possessed different views on mechs. Some treated mechs as disposable goods. Others treated mechs as treasures. This was just one of the many differences that could affect a design spirit's attitude towards mech pilots. Perhaps it might be best if Ves held off on adding more spiritual networks to his design spirits. Right now, the Superior Mother was the first entity who utilized her ties to countless hexers on a wider scale. Ves was not surprised that she was too distracted to pay too much attention to him. As far as she was concerned, every hexer was her child. I'm her favorite, though. At least he had that. Ves carefully withdrew his perception in order to avoid drawing the Superior Mother's attention again. If she was paying active attention to him all the time, how could he perform his shameful acts in peace? Ves deliberately halted himself from speculating any further about what the Superior Mother had exactly observed last night. He quickly finished his breakfast and departed the Stellar Chaser with Lucky and Gavin. His shuttle crossed over through the void of space. Ves idly activated his comm and called up a projection of the local star system. A lot of ships had departed the star system. Many guests had already left. What Ves found noteworthy was that the captured pirate warships were nowhere to be seen. As soon as the Larkinson clan no longer needed to parade around the Gravata Narlax, the MTA immediately dragged her and her escorts back to Centerpoint. A shame. Fortunately, his clan already plundered plenty of valuables from the former Alidus Alliance ships. The unending alloy, the strategic materials stored in the vaults, and the stockpiles of other valuable exotics all fell into his hands. The MTA didn't seem to care about these loose materials. The measures only restricted the Larkinsons from ripping out the fixed components from the ships. They needed the ships to be as functionally intact as possible in order to ascertain the state of Nixian pirate shipbuilding development. Speaking about ships, we'll be getting a bunch of them as well. The Larkinsons already ordered a lot of second-hand combat carriers from the hegemony. Their factory ship was also scheduled to be delivered on schedule. Though Ves was thinking about acquiring additional capital ships, he wasn't sure if his clan had enough money to place a new order. The 5 upcoming expert mech projects would definitely eat a lot of money if he wanted to aim for the highest possible quality within his reach. There was no way that Ves was going to settle for average expert mechs for his demigods. He highly valued their long-term potential, but in order to realize that, he needed to invest considerably in the short term. How much disposable money do we have, Benny? How many hex credits can we spend without putting our clan or our mech company at risk? It's complicated, Gavin replied. There are many factors that are complicating our calculations. The LMC's monthly sales has spiked, but we aren't sure how long it will last. The profit we earn from selling a Doom Guard in the Komodo star sector is higher than the profit from selling the same mech in a distant star sector. In addition to all of this, our expansion in manpower and assets has caused our expenses to skyrocket. Also, don't forget about your promise of providing a basic set of second-class augmentations to all of the survivors of the Nixian Gap campaign. As Gavin continued to ramble about the many factors that affected their available cash reserves, Ves grew impatient. Just give me an estimate. Leaving out the money that we have already reserved for future investments, you can probably spend up to 1 trillion hex credits without too many repercussions. That's enough to order another capital ship. Gavin cautiously nodded. Correct. Then let's prepare to order some in the future. I'm thinking about acquiring several capital ships while we're at it. With the financial strength of our clan, I'm sure we can borrow a few trillion hex credits. While you're right, there are very few lenders who are willing to hand over that much money at once. We'll need to develop a good relationship with one before we can apply for such a giant loan. Then start laying the groundwork. The sooner we round out our expeditionary fleet, the sooner we can leave the Milky Way. While I don't mind spending a few more years in our home galaxy, I don't want to obtain our new capital ships right before we pass through the Beyonder Gate. We need to break in our new vessels and become accustomed to them before we are ready to begin our true adventure. Ships that big were rather temperamental and difficult to control. The sheer amount of parts and components practically guaranteed that some of them produced flaws. A critical error might disable an FTL drive in mid-transition. This would cause the ship to drop out of FTL travel at best, or cause the entire vessel to disappear from the known universe if her luck was worse. Schedule a meeting with its size. I need to secure the services of a good shipwright as soon as possible. Yes, boss. Also, prepare a detailed update on the current progress of our factory's ship. If we can add some convenient upgrades, I'd like to do that now when the ship is still under construction. Just like Mechs, it's a lot harder to improve a completed vessel. Even though Ves intended to spend a lot of money in the coming months, he believed he was capable of bearing the burden. The LMC already had a couple of excellent commercial designs in reserve. The Crystal Lord Mark II and the Ferocious Piranha possessed a lot of sales potential. Once the LMC rolled them out, he'll probably be raking in a lot more money. Before Ves could talk to Gavin any further, his shuttle finally arrived at the ubiquitous Force. Sometime later, Ves met with Master Willix. They met in a highly advanced mech workshop this time. Mr. Larkinson, you've arrived. Come over here, she called as she stood in front of a high-tech obelisk-like structure. He approached until he stood next to her and stared at her gift to him. Master Willix already introduced it to him yesterday evening. However, hearing about it was very different from seeing it in the flesh. The exterior of the obelisk consisted of advanced metallic alloys that Ves didn't recognize. Several electronic components were embedded throughout its structure. He didn't know what role they played. The obelisk was as tall as a light mech but considerably skinnier. If Ves ignored all of its remarkable properties, it pretty much resembled a giant, primitive antenna. It didn't take much effort for Ves to realize he was looking at a product of high technology. However, its actual function was a lot more remarkable than the tech that made it work. Different from every other tech in the hands of the MTA, the obelisk was actively radiating spiritual energy. The existence of this device confirmed his suspicion that the MTA succeeded in applying spirituality in some of its tech. Our profession is remarkable and unique in our society, the older woman began. From the moment we advanced to the rank of journeyman, we developed psionic power. This remarkable power system has several reality-defying effects, the most important of which is to bestow our mechs and mech designs with special, reality-bending qualities. Ves nodded. I'm aware of that, ma'am. Have you ever wondered why this effect is confined in a certain range? Journeymen can only psionically affect a range corresponding to a star sector at the start. As they develop their psionic power further, their range expands. Seniors are even more exaggerated in how many light years their reach extends, while masters such as myself can affect the entire galaxy and beyond. I hope to reach this level as well one day, Ves modestly said. Willix smiled. That will take a lot of time, and that assumes you won't fall along the way. In any case, until then, your range only stretches over a couple of star sectors for now. This is very problematic for your mech company once you begin your travels. If you head to the Red Ocean, how will your mech still retain their strength in your home star sector? I believe you have already witnessed the consequences of disappointing your customers. If Ves hadn't moved quickly and turned the situation around by introducing the Living Star Club, the LMC's reputation would have sunk into the ocean. However, Master Willix might not be entirely correct in this case. Ves had theorized a long time ago that the range she was talking about might not be affected by his design seed. This was because there were stronger spiritual entities with greater ranges connected to his mech designs. His collection of design spirits were more than capable of taking over his burden in his absence. However, this was a secret that he wasn't eager to expose. If there was a technological alternative to the range problem of a mech designer, then that would be much more convenient. The master mech designer gestured towards the obelisk. Your new PP will solve your lack of reach. PP? It is short for psionic pylon, she explained. For obvious reasons, you are not allowed to refer it by its actual name to others. PPs are very sensitive, and you should not reveal them to anyone unless we grant you permission. In most cases, mentors and masters provide them to journeymen who are traveling and need the capabilities of these devices the most. Otherwise, journeymen such as Mr. Armelon would be much more reluctant to go on tour. Carmen Olsen would have provided you with one if you were still her apprentice. I see. This pylon is worth 1 million MTA merits if you attempt to obtain one yourself. That much? Chapter 2506, Neutral Spiritual Energy. Ves became very intrigued by the PP that Master Willix gifted him. The tall obelisk-like device exuded a sense of mystery. Aside from his mechs, the PP was the first example of a device that interacted directly with spirituality that Ves had ever seen. Since the Mech Trade Association depended so heavily on specific applications of psionic power, it was a given that they would research how to leverage it outside of the minds of mech designers. However, the difficulty in observing and manipulating it severely hampered any research in this nebulous field. Yet that did not stop the best researchers of the galaxy. The MTA was one of the two apex organizations of humanity. If their scientists and mech designers failed to grasp psionic power directly, then there were many ways to manipulate it indirectly. The PP was probably one of the results of their painstaking research. Unlike the Darkbreak module, which was another exclusive MTA product, the PP was coated in white. As Ves tuned his senses towards the PP, he made a number of remarkable discoveries. First, much of the structure of the PP was purely technological. The only portion of the obelisk-like machine that directly harnessed psionic power was a small lump buried deep in the center of the pylon. What was the purpose of all of this tech? Ves refused to believe they were useless. The MTA was not the kind of organization that encouraged waste. The expensive, unknown parts each thrummed with power generated from an internal reactor. Yet as Ves peered deeper, it wasn't the technological components that stood out. The PP already radiated the presence of spirituality despite not being keyed into his design philosophy yet. Someone or something already filled it up with spiritual energy. As Ves studied the properties of what he felt, he discovered to his surprise that it was very neutral. Yes, neutral. He had never encountered spiritual energy with this property before. Every variety of spiritual energy he encountered came with defined attributes. This was because spiritual energy came from life, more specifically sentient life. The thoughts and emotions of intelligent creatures formed the basis of spirituality. How could any life who possessed emotions generate spiritual energy that was essentially devoid of flavor? Ves previously thought it was impossible. Generating neutral spiritual energy was not as simple as stripping spiritual energy of its attributes. This wasn't possible, as spirituality came in defined shapes for a lack of a better description. Each shape was slanted towards a specific attribute. For something to have no attribute, they shouldn't have a shape. Yet this was a logical trap, as something that didn't have a shape was non-existent. This was what he always thought, but now it turned out that his theories were wrong. As Ves partially tuned out Master Willix's explanation, he continued to look deeper into the special spiritual energy contained within the PP. He eventually found out that neutral spiritual energy actually possessed a shape as well. It just came in a form that he did not expect. It was difficult to describe what he sensed. Neutrality did not signify the absence of flavor. Instead, it was an attribute in itself. All he knew was that the MTA somehow developed a way to produce a unique variety of neutral spiritual energy. What was the purpose of its existence? Why would the MTA put this highly specific kind of spiritual energy into PPs? Its unnatural properties suggested to Ves that it was a lot harder to generate than normal attributes. Ves was pretty sure that no natural process could generate something that felt so artificial. The quality and purity of the spiritual energy locked inside the PP was also very high. Despite its small quantity, the neutral spiritual energy gave him the impression that it transcended the regular barriers of distance. That reminded him of something. His eyes shifted to Master Willix. Was she the source of this neutral spiritual energy? He did not dare to peer directly at her blindingly strong spirituality. Yet when he compared her strong presence to that of the PP, he believed he might be on the right track. The PP made a lot more sense if the two shared a relation. Either Master Willix or some other powerful mech designer supplied precious neutral spiritual energy to the device in order to activate its functionality. Through these clues, Ves quickly deduced how the PP was able to extend a mech designer's influence. According to his theory, the PP likely demanded a spiritual fragment from him. Yet holding his spiritual fragment wasn't enough to make his mechs retain their special qualities imparted by his design philosophy. The neutral spiritual energy probably served as a carrier or amplifier. Due to its completely inoffensive properties, it could easily blend in with his spiritual fragment. Once the two combined, his fragment probably received a lot of strengthening. The advantages of fusing these two elements were probably twofold. First, it increased his spiritual fragment's influencing range to the point it could act as a substitute for his design seed. Second, it added a sense of permanency and stability to his fragment. This prevented it from decaying or aging over time. Ves became increasingly more certain that neutral spiritual energy actually originated from master mech designers, and not just any of them. The only method of generating neutral spiritual energy that he could think of was trying to generate them from sentient, but unfeeling minds. This theory made a lot of sense. It added another reason why rational mech designers existed, and why the MTA valued them so much. Their ability to strip their minds of their emotions and rely on pure logic was probably the key to adding a neutral attribute to their domains. Master Willix had no idea that Ves might have figured out the essence of PPs. While all of the technological components signified that there was still more to them than he currently understood, they probably played auxiliary roles at best. The spiritual core of a PP was what truly mattered. Our association developed psionic pylon technology with great effort to solve the range problem of younger and developing mech designers. Before the existence of PPs, seniors and lower were largely confined to a specific region. As soon as they moved far enough away, their existing products in the hands of local users largely lost the qualities that gave them an edge. This is undesirable for both the mech designer and his customers. Can you explain why, Mr. Larkinson? Ves quickly turned back to the conversation. For one, the professional reputation of the mech designer who went away will be ruined. No one likes to buy a product for its strong defense or something, only for it to lose that advantage a few years later. Such incidents will stain the track records of the mech designers in question, thereby hampering their future endeavors. Correct, but there's more. If incidents like this take place too often, then the overall market for mechs will become a lot less attractive. Consumer confidence will dip as no one will know for sure whether a mech designer will commit to a specific star sector or star cluster. Master Willix nodded. In general, we encourage mech designers to remain confined in a single region. Journeymen should stay in their native star sectors while seniors should not travel beyond their star clusters. Ves frowned. Then why do people recommend that journeymen should travel around to widen their horizons? Traveling is okay as long as it stays within an acceptable range. Did you not go on such a tour yourself a few years ago? You have gained much from your travels, I am sure. This is usually sufficient to enrich most journeymen. Ves grew a bit suspicious about these circumstances. Are there any underlying reasons why it's better for mech designers to remain in their local haunts? She gave him an approving nod. Since you are observant enough to recognize it, I will not deny it. We have ulterior motives to keep mech designers in their respective regions. It is for their own good. If the mech market is truly borderless, then what do you think will happen from a competitive perspective? It didn't take much for Ves to imagine the consequences. Stronger competitors from the galactic center will probably be able to squeeze out the weaker ones from the less developed regions. The standard of mech design in the Komodo star sector is quite low. While the local mech designers are quite good at minimizing costs and making efficient use of local materials, we are much worse off in terms of maximizing performance or adding more sophisticated functionality to our mech designs. The association thinks so as well. Novices, apprentices, journeymen and seniors should be able to earn a comfortable living as long as they are able to design and sell decent mechs. Too many careers will be strangled if they are subject to a huge amount of unrestricted competition. The market for mechs designed by seniors and lower must be inherently divided in order to provide development opportunities to as many mech designers as possible. More successful mech designers translated to more realized design philosophies. The MTA did not want a small group of mech designers capturing the bulk of the galactic mech market. That went counter to their goal of improving the overall standard of mechs until they were able to supplant warships. What about masters? Ves asked. Are they confined from conducting business as well? No. She shook her head. Masters do not require protection anymore. We are proficient enough to compete in any market in any possible region. In actuality, few masters actually take the opportunity to expand their business to every corner of human space. Different markets have different preferences, and the availability of specific exotics can fluctuate very drastically from region to region. Therefore, in practice, masters will still focus primarily on marketing their products closer to home. What about the transgalactic mech companies? They are immensely wealthy and immensely powerful. These publicly traded megacorporations have invested an immense amount of sums in building up branches and subsidiaries in almost every star sector or star cluster. A sufficient local presence allows these huge mech companies to push their mainstream mech models to a wide variety of local mech markets by relying on the branch headquarters to translate standardized mech designs into localized variants. This was an enormous subject matter, and not something that Ves was qualified to be involved with at his current stage. Due to the sheer amount of stakeholders, mech designers and money involved, these mech corporations were almost always public rather than private. They were too big to be owned or controlled by a single entity. They turned back to the original topic. Does this PP only work for a single mech designer? Ves asked. Yes. Then what about my wife? I have already gifted Miss Woden with her own PP. Master Willix replied. She waved her hand, causing a projection of another PP to appear. Her model is a little more advanced than yours. Normally, you would have to exchange 1.2 million MTA merits to obtain this device. The projection of Gloriana's PP was noticeably bigger than his own. What? Why is her PP longer than mine? This is unfair. The master mech designer crossed her arms. Bigger isn't necessarily better, Mr. Larkinson. In truth, The effective range of PPs is partially dependent on the mech designer in question. Your design philosophy harnesses psionic power much more directly than that of your spouse. This means you need less of a boost than hers. Your partner's design philosophy is considerably more nuanced than yours, so she deserves a larger PP. Don't feel too bad about yourself. Size doesn't matter. It's how you use it. I have faith that you can make the most of your compact PP. Even if Ves accepted her rationale, why did he still feel inadequate? Chapter 2507 Expensive Instruments. The process of activating the PP was fairly simple. After Master Willix fiddled with the configuration, she commanded Ves to approach the device and put his arm through a slot that opened up at the base of the pylon. An energy clamp suddenly held him in place while some sort of force tugged at his mind and spirit. What the hell? The PP generated some kind of energy field that was very disturbing to Ves. Not only that, but some of the neutral spiritual energy stored within the depths of the obelisk flowed out and enveloped his body. Despite its neutral quality, the foreign spiritual energy was very high quality, and therefore quite painful to come in direct contact with. Ves felt as if he was submerging his head in a pot filled with boiling water. Endure, Mr. Larkinson. This binding process will fail if you put up too much resistance. This painful process lasted for up to half a minute. By that point, the neutral spiritual energy receded into the pylon, taking something extra in the process. The process ended quickly after that. The binding that held his arm in place disappeared, allowing him to pull it out. He quickly took a few steps back as he looked fearfully at his PP. What was that? That is the PP extracting some of your psionic power. It hurts because it is damaging to you. While you will recover in time, I advise you to avoid playing with other PPs until you have recovered from this experience. This may take months or years. As Ves recalled what took place at the end, he realized that the neutral spiritual energy somehow managed to siphon away some of his spiritual energy. Ves lost enough to constitute a small spiritual fragment. If he knew this would happen, he would have carved it out on his own accord and just handed it over to his PP without any fuss. He looked quite sour. Are PPs dangerous? He asked. They can be. If you bind just one of them, then there is no concern. It is when weaker mech designers become greedy and want more that will pose a problem. Mech designers who are in need of large amounts of funds think that using PPs is a convenient means of expanding their market presence. Reaching more customers means higher sales, which in turn leads to higher revenue. However, binding too many PPs consecutively will permanently damage their psionic power. For you and your partner, one should be enough. There is no need for your mech company to extend its effective market reach beyond the Yena star cluster. She was right. In the future, his design focus would be oriented around the Red Ocean's mech market. Ves only wanted to maintain a presence in the Komodo star sector and the surrounding region because the LMC was already rooted here. He also wanted to make sure that his father and the Larkinson family would be able to make use of his products at their prime. Ves cared little about selling his mechs to the rest of the galactic rim. While he was sure that his glows were desirable enough to be in high demand in many more star clusters, he doubted that the LMC would be able to control so many regionalized operations at once. Perhaps he might have a chance if he continued to reside in the galactic rim, but since he and his entire clan would be leaving for the Red Ocean, the distance was too great to do anything more. In a way, he agreed with Master Willix's underlying message. Journeymen such as him shouldn't be too eager to enter into markets he had no business touching in the first place. Instead, he should develop himself honestly and advance his design philosophy. Once he advanced to senior or master, a lot more markets opened up to him without messing with any PPs. According to Master Willix, only masters were truly qualified to compete against the entire mech industry. While Ves already tasted the benefits of selling his mechs to a large number of states, he knew he couldn't be too unbridled in his expansion. Already, the competition in other star sectors was pushing back hard against the encroachment of LMC mechs. His mech company didn't have the energy to fight back against too much organized opposition. He turned his attention back to his activated PP. Now that it took some essence from him, Ves perceived some mysterious transformation taking place inside its depths. Soon, the pylon's technological components started to activate. A powerful wave of spirituality spread from his newly bound PP. His PP spurted several times as it kicked into gear. Eventually, it achieved equilibrium, causing it to propagate weak but very familiar waves that extended across vast distances. The pylon copied his design seed's ability to extend its influence across a huge distance. Another way to look at it was that his PP turned into his surrogate. It turned into a serviceable substitute for his physical presence. Master Willix called up a console and studied the data supplied by the pylon. The binding process has succeeded. From now on, you can depart to the Red Ocean without the concern that your business empire in your native star cluster will collapse. Ves relaxed. He was glad it succeeded in one shot. He didn't want to repeat this experience. What happens to my PP? Will I need to take care of it myself? That won't be necessary. She shook her head. We will ship it to our cluster headquarters. Not centerpoint? No. Your PP is a cluster-wide model. It is not optimal to store your PP in this star sector due to its remote location. The Winged Serenade star sector sits in the center of the Yena star cluster. Placing your PP here will ensure your design philosophy affects the most territory that matters. You don't need to be concerned. The Komodo star sector will still fall under its range. Now that Ves completed the process, they withdrew from her mech workshop. They entered one of her offices in order to discuss other matters. Mr. Larkinson, I have extensively examined your lessons on your design philosophy. I have also analyzed the extensive footage, logs, and other data of your latest battle. I've developed numerous questions. Ask away. She proceeded to ask some tricky and insightful questions. Ves had to reach deep into his design philosophy in order to clarify her confusion. Even though she was still incapable of designing living mechs, her theoretical understanding of his design philosophy had caught up very fast. In some instances, her questions opened some angles to him that he hadn't even considered. This provided some useful avenues for future research. Once they finished the question and answer session, Master Willix moved on to her remaining obligation. Now that you have concluded your wedding and surrendered your captured warships to us, my presence isn't needed anymore. I will be returning to Centerpoint soon. That was both good and bad to Ves. On one hand, Master Willix was one of the most effective protective talismans that he possessed. She was one of the scariest guard dogs in the galaxy. As long as she was nearby, not a single pirate or enemy dared to launch an attack on him, especially when she showered him with so much favor. On the other hand, Ves continued to feel uncomfortable about doing anything when the MTA was close enough to look over his shoulders. No matter what deal they struck, their different identities ensured they would never be completely aligned. Does that mean that you will contribute to our planned expert mech design projects by remote? She nodded curtly. Your dark break module is secure enough to allow us to collaborate without concerns. Let's move on to the projects themselves. Have you developed any ideas on the mechs you ideally wish to realize? Well, I don't have any solid draft designs, but I have sounded out the expert pilots who will receive work and take stock of my available resources. Overall, I want to start with designing high-tier expert mechs right away. He elaborated on his expectations while he transferred some of the files and documents he prepared to Master Willix. It soon became clear that he intended to incorporate a lot of first-class materials. "These materials are very remarkable." She raised her eyebrow. "Do you know the value of what you hold?" Ves smiled at her. "There is little sense in hoarding them. I can think of no better use for them than this. At this time, my partner and I have to go through a lot of effort to design an expert mech. Since we are able to collaborate with you for a time, I don't want to waste this opportunity to design some basic models that will only serve their purpose for a couple of years. I want to invest in the development of our high-ranking mech pilots as much as possible, and providing them with high-performing expert mechs is a necessity." She understood his rationale, though she didn't entirely agree with him. High-performance expert mechs are very difficult to utilize effectively when their intended users are still just starting out as expert pilots. While you are correct if you only consider the long-term outcomes, in the short and medium term, your expert pilots must constantly struggle to channel the raw power of their extraordinary machines. The problem appeared to be greater than he initially thought. It was like handing over an extremely expensive musical instrument to a beginner artist. The individual in question wasn't proficient enough to make full use of such an extravagant device. Even so, Ves still believed his course was correct. He would rather deal with this problem than face the prospect of having to design a new set of expert mechs to replace the simpler machines down the line. It's not cost-effective to go for the traditional route. First, I am pretty sure that all of our expert pilots under our care will be able to progress faster and with fewer hindrances than others. Second, since we only employ journeymen at best, we have to find an external master to collaborate with, and that will cost me millions of MTA merits that I can't afford to spend. That last reason was the most important one to Ves. He may be swimming in MTA merits right now, but he earned every single merit through blood, sweat, and tears. He did not relish going on another dangerous campaign in order to harvest another batch of merits. She seemed to realize this as well, so she no longer attempted to discourage him. She just wanted to ensure that Ves became aware of the consequences of his decision. "Let's talk about the process of our collaboration." She moved on. "You told me that you wish to maintain as much creative control over your expert mech design as possible. Is that correct?" He nodded. "I want the expert mechs of our clan to reflect our unique strengths, not yours. The quality of your expert mechs will not be on par, then. You will be wasting a considerable amount of potential of the materials you put into your expert mechs. I am confident that Gloriana and I can continue to iterate on the designs over time." "Very well, then. Personally, I approve. While you may have been tempted to rely on my formidable design abilities to maximize the performance of your expert mechs as much as possible, you will not be able to gain as much from their development. Your choice also minimizes my time commitment, which is also a boon." Of course she would mention that. Ves also hadn't forgotten about the original reason why she agreed to collaborate with him. She wanted to witness him apply his design philosophy and proprietary methods to his mech designs up close. He wouldn't have much room to do so if she was doing most of the work. Chapter 2508 Resonance Matching. Master Willix provided him with a brief lesson on the most essential property of an expert mech. He had learned a bit more about what it took to design an expert mech. The choice and matching of resonating materials played an essential role in empowering them. Without resonating materials, expert mechs wouldn't be the powerful machines that everyone knew and admired. "While you have brought a surprising amount of interesting first-class materials to the table, none of them possess resonating properties," she explained. "While they are excellent in reinforcing the base performance of your envisioned mechs, you will need to source resonating materials as well in order to complete them. A mech doesn't need to incorporate a large quantity of resonating materials, but more is mostly better." This requirement added a considerable burden to his ambitions. Resonating materials were far scarcer and harder to obtain. The better ones were treated the same as high-grade exotics. They were solely in the hands of states. Fortunately, Master Willix understood his difficulties and offered him a reprieve. You do not need to source these materials yourself. I promise to take care of the aspects that you are unable to satisfy when it comes to the development of your expert mechs. It is not a problem to provide you with some materials taken from my own reserves. His eyes lit up. You would do that for me, ma'am? He loved getting free stuff. You shouldn't celebrate too soon, Mr. Larkinson. My generosity has limits. I will only provide you with the amount of materials I deem necessary. They will be enough to last for your expert pilots for some time. If you want to obtain more, you will have to pay for them. Mind you, be prepared to exchange a large amount of merits. His face soured. This is not exactly what I had in mind. You have received more than enough welfare from me. I am not your nanny. This is for your own good. If we incorporate too much resonating materials in the expert mechs, your expert pilots will exhaust themselves too quickly in battle due to the enormous strain in controlling them. It is easier to swing a data pad than a chair. Isn't there a way to cut off the resonating materials until the expert pilot is ready to handle the added power? Ves suspiciously asked. Such a solution indeed exists. It won't be necessary for us to employ it in any of your expert mech designs. What a bummer. Ves had no right to demand Master Willix cough up additional resonating materials. Though she wasn't willing to provide him with much, she assured him that she would be picking the most fitting resonating materials that she was readily able to provide. You may not know this, but resonating materials have varying degrees of fit with specific expert pilots. Some materials resonate fully with an expert pilot. Achieving 100% resonance is very rare. In practice, the chance of stumbling upon the most ideal resonating material is too small. Most expert mechs incorporate materials that resonate around 40 to 80% with the expert pilot in question. That sounds quite bad. Ves frowned. Why can't we go higher? The mech designers or the organizations they are working for only possess a finite collection of resonating materials. In the absence of a perfect resonating material, the mech designers must make do with alternatives that come close enough. In any case, 40% resonance is better than 0% resonance, which is the case for every other material. The chance of winning the jackpot was too small. Humanity discovered an endless variety of exotics in the galaxy. Only a small proportion of them possess resonating properties, but by far most of them did nothing to expert pilots who weren't compatible with them. Trying to match suitable resonating materials with unique expert pilots was quite a cumbersome effort. Is there a possibility that a resonating material will result in detrimental outcomes? There is. She nodded. This is one of the dangers of recklessly putting expert pilots in expert mechs that are designed for others. If the incompatibility is high enough, the mech or pilot might meet an unfortunate accident. He already suspected that this might be the case. Standard universal expert mechs did not exist. They were customized to a specific individual by definition. This meant that it was highly inappropriate for them to be piloted by someone other than their intended pilot. So, he said, I suppose you'll ensure that my expert pilots will receive the best possible resonating materials for their intended mechs? She smirked. Don't push your luck. While it is true that our association possesses the largest collection of resonating materials in the galaxy, even I cannot obtain every sample. Far from it. While I can try to obtain perfect resonating materials for each of your expert pilots, the expense is too great. This treatment is largely reserved for ace mechs and god mechs. You can forget about attaining perfection at this stage. Gloriana will be disappointed. She's a big girl. What did that make Ves then? Don't be such a cry-baby, Mr. Larkinson. You underestimate my reserves. I dare say that I have the largest collection of resonating materials in the Komodo star sector. I've obtained many of them while traveling through the galaxy. Attaining at least 80% resonance for all 5 expert mech design projects is assured. In fact, the ongoing matching process has already resulted in a number of positive hits. It turned out that when the expert pilots initially underwent a complete examination by the MTA, her personnel already recorded their unique resonance signatures. They could then subject this resonance signature to different materials in order to find out whether they reacted with each other. This was not something Ves needed to deal with. Master Willix only provided him with a brief explanation to keep him in the loop. He needed to take into account that he needed to incorporate some resonance materials in his designs. She determined the exact use and placement of those materials. Though Ves was a bit peeved about the lack of control in this matter, he had no choice but to surrender to her terms. If I want to obtain resonating materials without exchanging a huge amount of merits, what do you suggest? Resonating materials are mostly in the hands of states or very powerful organizations. You will have to approach them directly and convince them to provide you with some. Mind you, it is customary to trade one resonating material with another resonating material. Any state that reduces its stockpile of resonating materials will weaken the potential of its expert pilots. This is why this trade mostly takes place between states at the same level. In other words, private individuals such as Ves wouldn't be taken seriously unless he whipped up resonating materials himself. I believe the Friday Coalition is highly engaged in this type of trade at the moment, she added. The state has employed a large number of foreign expert pilots. Each of them require expert mechs that are up to standard. In order to make sure that the needs of every new expert pilot is met, the Friday men must acquire specific resonating materials that they hold in short supply. It makes sense for them to trade away the resonating materials they have in excess to obtain specific exotics that match well with individual expert pilots. This was an important strategic matter. If the Friday Coalition failed to make these trades, the expert mechs of the foreign guests wouldn't be as good. As it was, due to the haste in designing and fabricating so many expensive expert mechs, the Friday men had to make a lot of compromises. Whether it was in cost, fit, sophistication, or resonating materials, they were not as good as the Coalition's proper expert mechs. It didn't matter. Quantity was a quality of its own. Fielding 2 weaker expert mechs against a single stronger expert mech almost always resulted in the defeat of the latter. What about the hexadric hegemony? The hegemony has less trading partners. To be fair, the state is under less pressure to source materials elsewhere. The Hexers occupy the most prime territory of this star sector. They have access to richer deposits of exotics. Of course, they can't meet every possible need. The reason why the Coalition is much keener on trade is because it needs to expend more effort to achieve more parity with the hegemony. This case shows the importance of finding and holding on to a good starting position. If you ever intend to found your own state, then pick the right location. Ves brushed aside her advice. I don't have any intentions to anchor myself to a fixed location. I am much more in favor of the nomadic way of life. That elicited a heightened reaction from the master. I advise you to reconsider. Living in space for the rest of your life is not natural. The space-born clans are not good role models. Long-term living in confined spaces results in many detrimental behavior changes that will seriously affect the mental health of your entire clan. Do not forget how the collapse of the Age of Conquest initially came to pass. What does that have to do with living in space? She frowned. The admirals and naval officers who were in charge of the war fleets that guarded their space had all become detached from general humanity after too much separation. Their long service aboard their battleships and other warships has caused them to forget where they originally came from. At some point, the spacers developed a superiority complex. They considered themselves better than the humans living ignorantly on their planets. Once they no longer identified themselves with these lesser humans, it has become a lot easier for them to justify the act of slaughtering innocent civilians. Ves shrugged. I'm a mech designer, not a fleet admiral. What does this have to do with me? My fleet is nowhere near as powerful as a war fleet. There is no way that I'll follow in the footsteps of these arrogant spacers. I thought we all learned from the age of conquest and tempered our use of augmentation. You are not understanding my point, Mr. Larkinson. The evil that humans inherently possess has a greater chance of getting free in insular environments. The smaller the environment, the greater the problem. Not just ships, but other small communities such as isolated villages and small churches are subject to this rule. If you want to ensure the long-term health of your Larkinson clan, then you should strongly consider finding a good planet to settle. Humanity is simply not a race that is suitable to live in space. Of course, a representative of the MTA would say that. Ves was a bit skeptical about her advice. She was clearly biased against the CFA. The elite space-born clans that Ves admired seemed to be doing fine despite never ruling over any permanent territories. That was pure freedom. With the entirety of human space within their reach, the space-born clans could evade any danger and move to any star sector that held the greatest opportunities to them. Their lack of territory may deprive them of some very useful advantages, but the upside was that they weren't shackled to the fortunes and misfortunes of a specific region. This was an extremely relevant advantage to Ves, as he had to worry about some very powerful enemies such as the Five Scrolls Compact. He could never allow himself to be cornered if the worst came to pass. His meeting with Master Willix soon came to an end. Ves boarded his shuttle, which brought him to his next appointment. Ves fell into thought. While he was convinced that going nomadic was the best solution for him, was that really true? Though the CFA and the space-born clans embraced this way of life, they weren't exactly the most wholesome people that Ves had met. They're strong, though. That counts for something. Chapter 2509, Widening Scope. After Ves concluded his meeting with Master Willix, he decided to meet with Patriarch Reginald of the Cross clan at the seat of his power. Though discussing with someone at their home ground would put him at a disadvantage, Ves did not think too highly of the Crossers. They were brutes who mainly ruled with their fists. Even if they were helped by a comprehensive staff of professionals, as long as the head was a muscle-headed glory hound, the governance of the clan would always be dysfunctional. Ves just wanted to visit the flagship of the Cross clan in person, nothing more. Though the Larkinson clan still awaited the delivery of its first capital ship, Ves intended to obtain much more. With the amount of merits he possessed, a substantial proportion of the 20-ship quota that came with passage through the Red Ocean would fall into his hands. That was 7 to 8 ships if Ves succeeded in negotiating his fair share. He did not want to waste this quota. While he knew that a blooming shipbuilding industry had set up in the Red Ocean, right now demand far exceeded supply. Most industries in the Red Ocean were still in their infancy. What development humanity had set up on the other side of the intergalactic Beyonder Gate mostly belonged to the Big Two. As the MTA and CFA still had to complete the conquest of the dwarf galaxy, the output of those established industries all went towards supporting the frontline mech armies and war fleets. This meant that the pioneers essentially had to start from scratch in order to satisfy their own needs. It was quite hard to get the ball rolling. Without a lot of existing infrastructure, many settlements had to be built, and that took a lot of financial and material investment. The few organizations who managed to get their shipyards up and running were flooded with orders from eager and wealthy pioneers. Combined with the fact that the supply of high-quality materials necessary to build starships was still in very short supply, a factory ship like the one ordered by his clan might cost 20 times or even 50 times of what he ought to pay. This reality showed him that he would undoubtedly get ripped off if he wanted to acquire more capital ships once he reached the new dwarf galaxy. It would take at least another decade for prices to drop to reasonable levels. Fortunately, the pricing of subcapital ships shouldn't be so extreme. Capital ships were much harder and more cumbersome to build than smaller vessels. It was relatively easy for a shipbuilding company to set up a small or medium-sized orbital shipyard. The only reason why the prices of most smaller ships were inflated as well was because of the shortage of materials. This was not a critical problem to Ves. He would deal with the problem of acquiring combat carriers and logistical ships when he reached the new frontier. For now, his priorities mainly concerned the expert mechs and the capital ships of his clan. Their acquisition increased the actual strength of his expeditionary fleet. Ves was not blinded by the reputation and prestige he had accumulated in recent years. He also did not intend to put too much stock in Master Willix's overt support. Perhaps the yokels of the local star sector might respect the Larkinsons, but it would be a very different story once he crossed over. By nature, the pioneers who were able to afford a Beyonder ticket were all exceptional in their own right. There were too many whose strength and accomplishments completely crushed his little clan. With the mixing of so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons, an adorable cat like the Larkinson clan wouldn't scare anyone. The only way to earn their respect is for the cat to bare her claws. After all, even if a cat was not a threatening animal, she could inflict a lot of pain with her claws. Isn't that right, Goldie? The spiritual cat didn't manifest, but Ves stroked the emblem affixed on the cover of the Larkinson mandate regardless. The book had grown more vigorous and exceptional in recent times. The explosive growth of the golden cat also initiated some unknown transformations in the ancestral heirloom. To be honest, Ves actually didn't expect such a process to take place. While the book still remained the same from a physical standpoint, in his spiritual vision he observed the intrinsic spiritual foundation growing and transforming into something different. The book had to grow in order to accommodate the expanding strength of the golden cat. The two of them were tied to each other. While this bred a dangerous degree of interdependence, it also offered opportunities as well. It's kind of like the synergy between mechs and mech pilots. He suddenly realized that he could apply presumed specialization in a broader context than just mech and mech pilot. If he broadened the scope of his specialty, wasn't it just an instance of establishing symbiosis between an object and a living entity? This idea had potential. He was already capable of producing totems, which were simply objects that possessed a bit of life. While Ves wasn't able to impart as much spirituality into objects that weren't mechs, it was not impossible for him to achieve some results if he put in some effort. Could he expand this relation? Was it possible to strengthen this clan by widening the application of his design philosophy? He began to formulate several interesting possibilities. What if he turned the Larkinson regalia into his exclusive totem? What if he paired a Larkinson ship captain with his factory ship? What if he bound Venerable Joshua to a life-oriented totem? It can't be that simple. He shook his head. Though these ideas all held promise, he did not forget about the inherent danger of performing spiritual manipulation on living people. If anything went wrong, death was a very real possibility. If Ves somehow caused Venerable Joshua to blow up his own head, then his loss was incalculable. At the very least, Ves had to perform his experiments on more expendable test subjects. Should I import some captured pirates? Ever since he figured out that human civilization did not extend rights to pirates, he discovered that there was quite an active underground market for them. While it was a lurid and unsavory means of earning a living, there were still plenty of peacekeeper outfits and other organizations that eagerly wanted to supplement their income by extracting the most value out of their pirate captives. The only problem was that the documentation surrounding the merchandise could easily be forged or falsified. Sometimes, innocent spacers forced to crew the ships of their captors were lumped into the same groups as murderous pirates. Other times, the peacekeepers even snatched random civilians from nowhere and slapped the label of pirates on their heads. Therefore, this unregulated market was very murky. A proper, upright warrior clan such as the Larkinsons would never engage with such filth. Forget it. He shook his head. I'll solve this problem some other way. There's no hurry anyway. I have too much work on my plate to devote much time on this side project. That said, he did not intend to ignore the potential of this idea. He actually felt quite motivated to explore what he could do even if it wasn't directly related to mechs. It's as if I'm a star designer. Naturally, this was just a delusion. Compared to the real deal, Ves was just a baby trying out a new trick. Soon enough, his shuttle approached the fleet of the Cross clan. Ves studied the main fleet and the ship composition. The Crossers had done a fair amount of work in patching up the holes and fixing some of the damage to their battle-scarred vessels. However, more work had to be done to restore the vessels to their prime. Despite the shabby appearance of the fleet, its strength was still undeniable. With around 70 combat carriers and 200 support ships, the Cross clan could easily defeat a typical Friday men mech regiment. The 2 fleet carriers were even more impressive. The Antonio Cross was only 1.8 kilometers long, but she was quite a mobile capital ship that was perfectly suited for exploration. The Hemington Cross was a lot more unwieldy at 3 kilometers long. Not only that, but she possessed a considerably broader shape, making her look like an alligator. The internal volume of such a vessel was immense. At first, the Larkinsons thought the Hemington Cross held around 500 mechs. In actuality, she carried at least 1,000 mechs. Of course, packing so many mechs on a single ship, even a big one, came with a lot of trade-offs. The Hemington Cross didn't possess a lot of cargo capacity. She also lacked a sufficient number of mech workshops to service the vessels, and her mobility and defensive attributes were abysmal as well. To Ves, the Hemington Cross was nothing more than a giant transport for mechs. She served her basic function well, but her many shortcomings turned her into a liability in a frontier environment. If the Crossers had any sense, they would sell off this white elephant as soon as possible and invest the proceeds into acquiring some more sensible capital ships. Obtaining another fleet carrier similar to the Antonio Cross was ideal for a martial clan like the Crossers. Of course, the chance of someone as proud as Patriarch Reginald following his advice was minimal. Even if the Larkinsons partnered up with the Crossers, the influence they could exert on each other was not great. Both clans had their own ideas on how to run their affairs. Besides, the larger fleet carrier was named after the Cross clan's only ace pilot. The vicious mountaineers would rather die than letting anything happen to this precious ship. It didn't take long before the shuttle approached one of the hangar bays of the flagship. As the immense bulk of the Hemington Cross loomed larger, Ves had to admit that despite her many weaknesses, she still looked impressive on a primal level. Once the shuttle landed on a designated landing spot, Ves emerged along with Lucky and Nita. He briefly swept his gaze and spotted a lot of activity. The Cross clan may have lost most of its assets during its flight, but there was no way the Cross clansmen neglected the need for mechs. Each of the mech models employed by the Crossers were excellent products designed by competent seniors and masters. It was too bad that the clan failed to retain these precious mech designers. The mechs the Crossers currently utilized had no chance of being updated or upgraded in the future. They would have to be replaced entirely if the Crossers wanted to keep up with the times. Patriarch Larkinson, welcome aboard our flagship. A small but respectful greeting party stood in front of the arriving shuttle. VS calmly stepped forward and nodded. Thank you. Your fleet carrier is an impressive vessel. Is it possible for me to tour your fine flagship? The Cross officer beamed with pride. The Hemington Cross is our greatest home. However, I'm afraid I have to refuse your request. We cannot allow too many people to decipher the secrets of our flagship. I hope you understand. Understood. Please follow me, sir. Patriarch Reginald is already expecting you at one of our conference rooms. They traversed a substantial distance. They took some elevators that took them to the upper decks before boarding a small floater platform that rapidly zipped through the hallways. Once they arrived at an ornate hatch, VS had to leave Lucky and Nita behind while entering the opulent conference room by himself. Two people stood up at his arrival. Patriarch Reginald Cross looked exceptionally pleased at the moment. Patriarch Larkinson! You're just in time. I have just concluded an agreement with this fine gentleman. Please welcome the latest addition to our clan. I'm told he is quite a formidable senior mech designer. Now that we have regained some mech design capabilities of our own, I hope you will revise your expectations of us. Our new guest designer shall be in charge of designing my new expert mech. This was new. VS hadn't expected the Cross clan to make such a big move, but in hindsight, it made a lot of sense. Perhaps the Cross clan observed how well the Larkinsons were doing and wanted to join in on the action. As VS shifted his gaze to the man standing next to the Cross Patriarch, he frowned a bit. The middle-aged man looked a bit familiar. Mr. Larkinson! It has been some time. The senior strode forward with a strong and vigorous stride. Don't you remember me? We used to have business dealings. VS quickly accessed the databanks of his Archimedes Rebel implant and executed a face-matching program. His heart sank as soon as he saw the results. You! He uttered with shock. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? The Sand War ruined all of my industry. I might as well hitch a ride to the Red Ocean rather than wasting my time in this worthless region. The Cross clan has been generous enough to accept my terms. We might even become collaborators again. Isn't that good news? Yes, good news. Benedict Cortez smirked in satisfaction. I can already imagine what stellar mechs we can design now that you have grown so much. While Lord Reginald Cross looked happy that he managed to employ a senior, VS knew that this matter was not so simple. This was because VS was one of the few people who knew the actual identity of Benedict Cortez. In truth, the new guest designer of the Cross clan was actually Professor Reno Jimenez, who was more infamously known as the Skull Architect. VS was standing in front of a bigger war criminal than himself. Chapter 2510, Reformed. The Cross clan gained a new guest designer. Such a surprising change was quite a coup to the defeated and exiled Garlanders. VS abruptly had to change his entire approach towards his negotiation with the Crossers due to this development. A Cross clan without a high-ranking mech designer was just a homeless and sorry-looking collection of warriors. A Cross clan that was presided over by a genuine senior mech designer could easily reverse its declining trajectory. As long as the senior began to design some decent commercial mechs, the Crossers would no longer be bleeding money left and right. In a couple of years, the clan might even turn a profit again. VS would no longer hold much leverage over them when that happened. However, this was just the case if the Crossers partnered up with a normal senior. The problem right now was that the actual identity of the mech designer in question was wanted by the MTA. The Skull Architect was one of the most notorious mech designers of the Friday Coalition. In a fit of obsession, Professor Jimenez assassinated an expert pilot and attempted to integrate the demigod's bones into one of his mechs in order to achieve a breakthrough in the elusive X factor. Suffice to say, his insane experiment failed to yield the desired result. Once the authorities traced down the missing expert pilot and uncovered Professor Jimenez's heinous deeds, the so-called Skull Architect had no choice but to flee from civilized space and eke out a new living among the pirates of the frontier. As a second-class senior mech designer, the Skull Architect's products were in extremely high demand among his new if unsophisticated clientele. The man became even more ruthless, and even adopted some pirate traditions such as wearing clothes bearing the trophies of his kills on his person. When Ves initially met and spoke with the Skull Architect via projection, Professor Jimenez possessed an extremely intimidating demeanor. The fugitive mech designer was no stranger to violence and death. Even when the Skull Architect lost his entire foundation in the Friday Coalition, he continued his efforts to realize his design philosophy. Of course, the poor and underdeveloped Ferris Star region was not very conducive towards his progression. The Skull Architect barely made some accomplishments before the Sandman race went berserk. Like unstoppable locusts, the entire Sandman race swept towards the Komodo sector. Any planet, space station, or ship in their path soon became drowned in a tsunami of living sand. The Skull Architect lost everything for the second time. This unlucky senior had to pack up his bags and flee yet again. The only consolation was that he was able to sneak back into civilized space by mingling with the trillions of refugees who desperately departed the border states in panic. Due to the sheer chaos and confusion of this immense exodus, the frontier pirates were easily able to forge new identities for themselves. Calabas played a pivotal role in crafting a new identity for the Skull Architect. Now he was known as Professor Benedict Cortez, a third-class mech designer from a fallen border state. That was the extent of what Ves knew. He didn't bother to track the man's exploits. Therefore, it was a complete surprise for him to encounter the Skull Architect once again at this time. What was worse was that this meeting might not be the last time they met together. Ves began to sweat a bit. While Ves was not opposed to reuniting with old acquaintances, the Skull Architect was anything but simple. The fugitive mech designer was incredibly bold to enter the Synapse system where the ubiquitous force was still present. If Master Willix knew that a mech designer who had disgraced their entire profession was within arm's reach, she would definitely act with extreme prejudice. This was bad, because Ves was not an uninvolved bystander. He secretly exchanged with the Skull Architect. Much of what he knew about stealth technology originally came from the former pirate mech designer's hands. As long as the MTA captured Jimenez alive and read his memories, Ves might very well get implicated in the process. All of this meant was that Ves had to ensure that no one ever discovered the older man's actual identity. Mr. Larkinson, we have much to catch up to. Professor Benedict amiably smiled and spoke. Come, let us sit and discuss our future cooperation. Though Ves was caught off guard by the Skull Architect's surprise appearance, he quickly tried to regain his composure. He couldn't afford to let his shock affect the Larkinson clan's ongoing negotiations with the Cross clan. In the following half hour, Ves held a small back-and-forth with Patriarch Reginald. As the Skull Architect was still a new addition to the Cross clan, it was not appropriate for him to speak too much. However, the presence of a senior evidently emboldened Patriarch Reginald quite a lot. The Cross Patriarch became a lot more firmer in his demands. I don't agree with this change. Ves frowned. You promised 30% more strategic materials than before last time. We can make much better use of these exotics than you. After all, you are just a journeyman at most. Our clan has a senior now. That doesn't necessarily change the equation. With respect, while Professor Cortez is a competent senior, his foundation lies in third-class mechs. The senior in question coughed. In actuality, I have been studying second-class mech design for some time now. As a senior, it does not take much effort to master the basic principles of second-class mechs in a short amount of time. At the very least, I can design a better and more optimized second-class mech than you, Mr. Larkinson. In a decade, I will probably be able to catch up with the likes of actual second-class mech designers. Damn. Ves wanted to use the Skull Architect's cover story to diminish the guest designer's status, but the disguised mech designer did not play along. In truth, both of them knew that the Skull Architect was already very proficient at designing second-class mechs. Just because Jimenez had been slumming it in the frontier for some time did not cause him to lose the ability to design superior mechs. Now that he had become attached to the Cross clan, he might soon be able to return to designing the mechs he originally excelled at. Back when Professor Jimenez was still an honest mech designer, he was already a renowned and accomplished senior. Ves just hoped that the Skull Architect did not resume his other habit. After doing his best to preserve the Larkinson clan's negotiating position, the talks eventually stalled out again. I see that you and our new guest designer have a lot to catch up to, Patriarch Reginald noted with a tired expression. Sparring against a man known as the Devil Tongue was quite exhausting. I will leave you two mech nerds to yourselves. Professor Cortez. The Skull Architect tactfully nodded at the Cross Patriarch. You need not be concerned. My friendship with Patriarch Larkinson will not affect my loyalty. As an honorable mech designer, I take my pledges seriously. What the hell? Ves felt like puking blood as the Skull Architect hoodwinked Reginald. The Crossers had no idea who they were dealing with. Jimenez's mild and polite facade was nothing but a facade. Still, Ves had to admire his old acquaintance's acting skills. As the two older men interacted with each other, the disguised mech designer exposed none of the tendencies associated with the infamous Skull Architect. Once Patriarch Reginald departed the conference room, the new guest designer immediately pulled out and activated a signal jammer. We can talk safely now. The professor smiled. There is no need to concern yourself about the ubiquitous force. Just be careful about what you say. There is no need to refer directly to some of the shameful matters of the past. This still made Ves uncomfortable. You. Why are you here? Professor Cortez chuckled. Because of you, of course. What I said earlier is true. The Sand War destroyed everything that I have built. While I have been doing fairly well for myself in recent times, I am tired in some aspects. If I settle down in another state and rebuild my industry, who is to say it won't get knocked down yet again? I am tired of repeating this futile cycle. For this reason, I've been looking to make a new start. What better way to do so than to start over in the Red Ocean? His explanation made complete sense to Ves. If he was in the Skull Architect's shoes, he would make the same choice. The normal reasons that shackled mech designers to a region hardly applied to the fugitive. The man had no reputation or business to uphold. He didn't really have any family holding him back, and his loyalty to the Friday Coalition was pretty much zero. The only fact that made Ves a bit concerned was why the Skull Architect specifically chose to partner up with the Cross clan of all choices. As a very competent senior, many pioneers in the region would have accepted him in their ranks. The Cross clan was undoubtedly less desirable to more well-organized expeditions. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have wasted my time on the Crossers. The senior sneered for a moment before plastering an eager expression on his face. While we haven't collaborated on too many mech designs, I have become endlessly fascinated with your work. Together, we can design great mechs. In fact, I envy Miss Woden. She has managed to gain your permanent allegiance. If I was a woman, I would have moved to secure you right away. Perhaps I should have undergone a gender change procedure years ago. As the professor openly rambled about turning himself into a woman for the express purpose of seduction, Ves shuddered. Despite everything that happened lately, the skull architect was still the same. Professor, Ves coughed. Call me Benedict. Forget about who I was before. The skull architect snapped back to the present. I have completely left behind my past. There is nothing to go back to. I have made too many mistakes to count. With respect, sir, but what if you return to your old habits? I keep telling you, Mr. Larkinson, I am a changed man. There is no need for me to play my previous role anymore. I know what you are worried about. Please be reassured that I have substantially shifted my research approach. I was wrong back then. I was dabbling in matters that fell outside of my specialty. In the end, I fell victim to my own greed. Ves slightly narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Are you truly different? The senior sighed. Truly. You can't understand how desperate I was back then. It is the greatest dream of someone of my rank to advance to master. While I have made a lot of progress, I encountered a bottleneck. I have tried many solutions to break past this point, but none succeeded. Knowing that this is the most important obstacle to realizing my design philosophy, I drew on more and more spurious theories. A normal mech designer did not just randomly come up with the idea to integrate the skull of an expert pilot into mech. The professor definitely had problems before he performed this grievous crime. I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot bring myself to believe it is safe for me to be around you. I don't want to get implicated should you draw any trouble upon yourself. Ha! The skull architect laughed. There is no need for you to fear me. You're my best friend, Mr. Larkinson. It was only when you revised my mech designs that I realized what I had been doing wrong all this time. In order to push my mech designs to the next level, I shouldn't have tried to solve the problems I wasn't good at. Instead, I should have collaborated with the likes of you. I am already certain that working with you is the key to progress my design philosophy past the final hurdles. Joining the Cross clan is a convenient way to remain in your company. His underlying message was clear. The former pirate designer was determined to cling on to Ves. He was no different from Gloriana in this aspect. Chapter 25:11, The Greater Devil. Gloriana and the Skull Architect had a lot in common from a professional standpoint. They were second-class mech designers. They both pursued material perfection in mech design. Of course, there were slight differences. Gloriana pursued the perfect vessel. This caused her to develop a much stronger focus towards individually customized mechs. She did not want to make any compromises at all into achieving the greatest fit between her mechs and her clients. This meant that she wasn't able to design mass-market mechs by herself. From what Ves knew of the Skull Architect's work, the former Friday man nominally specialized in energy transmission. What this actually meant was that the senior actually obsessed over achieving the maximum possible efficiency. While the professor made steady gains in this field, eventually he approached the limits of what was possible with his abilities. In order to squeeze even more performance out of his mechs, he had to go through great extremes. How the Skull Architect turned to the X factor of all variables as the way to go was quite mystifying. What the professor just explained plainly explained why he attached himself to the Cross clan. It was nothing more than an attempt to take advantage of the Crossers to stay close to Ves, who he regarded as one of his best hopes of breaking past his current research huddle. Ves had to applaud the Skull Architect's decision. If Professor Cortez applied to join the Larkinson clan directly, then his application would have been rejected straight away. While the Larkinson clan eagerly recruited competent personnel, it mainly directed its focus towards younger talents rather than older professionals. Compared to the former, the latter were much more set in their ways. It was significantly harder for the Larkinson network to convert them into truly loyal clansmen. This was especially so for highly accomplished individuals such as senior mech designers and their equivalents in other professions. With the mental and spiritual strength of the Skull Architect, there was no possible way for Goldie to convert him into an honest Larkinson. In fact, Ves feared that the senior might corrupt the Golden Cat instead. "What are your intentions towards the Cross clan?" Ves carefully asked. "Isn't it the same as you?" the older man replied with a smirk. "The Crossers may be louts, but they are strong. If there is one lesson that I have learned in the frontier, it is that mech designers need protection. As long as I take care of their mechs and finances, I'll have these Garlanders eating from the palm of my hand in no time." "Are you trying to take control of the Cross clan?" "Not exactly." The senior shook his head. "What would I do with all of that power? I am different from you. It is enough to wield enough influence to satisfy my needs. Patriarch Reginald Cross can keep running this band of glory-obsessed idiots. To mech designers like myself, most forms of power are ephemeral. Only our knowledge is eternal. Advancing to master is the only goal that matters to me. As long as I can realize my ambitions, I can gain power over an organization that is 10 times as powerful as the Cross clan." In other words, the Skull Architect only used the Cross clan as a means to an end. This explained why the Cross Patriarch signed Professor Benedict Cortez as a guest designer rather than a new member of his clan. Not every organization adopted the model of the Larkinson clan. It was quite rare for a clan to adopt external members on a wide scale. After all, it was too hard to ensure the loyalty and commitment of those who joined in this fashion. The Larkinson clan was able to break this custom because of the existence of the Larkinson network. In any case, the Skull Architect wasn't the only guest the Crossers signed on. The Black Cats already observed a string of other people becoming enticed by the benefits offered by the Crossers. While the Larkinson clan also offered attractive conditions, it imposed very strict recruitment standards. Not only that, but not everyone wanted to abandon their family and allegiance and turn into full-time Larkinsons. The contracts offered by the Cross clan imposed considerably less demands. "I can break my relationship with the Cross clan at any time as long as I give them prior notice," Professor Cortez explained. "However, I do not intend to break away if I can help it. The Crossers may be rough, but they have potential. At the very least, Patriarch Reginald is truly a possible ace pilot candidate. If he ever succeeds in becoming a saint, then I'd be a fool to abandon such a powerful mech pilot." The previous ace pilot of the Cross clan went mad on power and provoked a lot of enemies, Ves pointedly pointed out. Professor Cortez waved his hand. "The vicious Mountainers have learned their lesson. If not, I will personally intervene to make sure the Patriarch remains a positive influence." And what if the new ace pilot remained obstinate? From his personal experiences with wrangling his own expert pilots, trying to persuade an ace pilot to change his mind should be a Herculean feat. He shuddered again. What if the professor decided the best way to solve an out-of-control ace pilot was to turn the latter into bones? Perhaps the Skull Architect might believe that his first attempt failed because the mech pilot was too weak. If the unhinged mech designer integrated the skull of an ace pilot into his mech instead, he might be able to succeed. Ves became less and less enthused about partnering up with the Cross clan. Compared to joining hands with such an unstable element, he could entertain offers instead. The Skull Architect was quite perceptive. He was someone who had to ally and work together with all manner of people throughout his eventful life. His plan could only work if the Cross clan succeeded in partnering with the Larkinson clan. If the negotiations collapsed for some reason, then his primary motivation to attach himself to the Cross clan became moot. Since securing this cooperation was vital to his interests, the Skull Architect immediately made assurances. Mr. Larkinson, the Cross clan can offer even more benefits to your clan now that I am here. Without my presence, the Crossers would have likely stagnated. Now that I am willing to lend my services to them, they will soon be able to return to their former glory. The Crossers will continue to keep up with the development of your clan as the years go by. With our combined strength, we will have more security in the Red Ocean. Ves frowned. While you are right, a strong partner will want more power and a greater share of the benefits. That is the nature of sharing power. It is a worthwhile trade-off. You may think that your Larkinson clan only requires a few years of development to get ready for the Red Ocean, but that is not enough. Partnering up with the Cross clan is a great way to tide you over in the first few decades of your stay in the Dwarf Galaxy. With my presence, I can keep the Crossers honest and ensure they will not drag your feet. Other potential partners can offer me these assurances as well, Ves responded. I am not hearing any reasons why I should choose the Cross clan over the alternatives. Come now, Mr. Larkinson. The Skull Architect confidently smiled. There is also me. You have long been flailing around without any form of guidance as a mech designer. With my guidance, I can assist your progression and prevent you from going astray. Don't underestimate my teaching qualifications. I mentored a number of frontier brats into decent mech designers. Myra of the Sword Maidens should be familiar to you. She came out all right, didn't she? Even though you have achieved immense success by yourself, you can advance to senior at least a decade sooner with appropriate guidance. This was a very compelling argument to Ves. Though the Skull Architect might be exaggerating the benefits of his guidance, the fact that he was good at teaching was not false. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to raise a frontier native like Myra into a journeyman under barren circumstances. Ves was still reluctant, however. I'm already a journeyman. At my stage of development, I can already figure out the way forward. Besides, I'm not alone. I have Gloriana as well. We frequently exchange with each other. The added value of having you as a sounding board is not great. Are you looking down on me because I'm just a single rank higher than you? The Skull Architect's smile grew a little strained. No. I told you, Mr. Larkinson. Don't underestimate my qualifications. There are differences between seniors as well. I am over 140 years old and have progressed enormously in my current rank. I am only a short distance away from realizing my design philosophy. Do you realize what this means? Befriending me means befriending a master in the waiting. As long as you can assist me in overcoming my final bottleneck, you will earn the eternal gratitude and support of a master. And unlike Moira Willix, I am not bound by any pesky rules of neutrality or other onerous bureaucratic rules. The Skull Architect raised a finger. Our design philosophies work well together. The collaborations we had before were too limited and indirect for you to recognize the benefits. However, believe me, we can design revolutionary mechs together. I already have Gloriana. Miss Woden cannot assist you in designing expert mechs. Your clan has acquired quite the number of expert pilots and expert candidates. Perhaps you have already made the arrangements for the expert mechs of the former, but what of the latter? While you can make deals with unfamiliar master mech designers, their time is costly. If any additional expert pilots emerge within your clan, are you willing to give up millions of MTA merits? That was indeed a very grave problem. There was no way the Hall of Heroes would have only 5 expert pilots. I am different, the professor generously said. No matter if I'm a senior or master, I will not demand any merits to help you realize your expert mech designs. Unlike other mech designers, I recognize the value of your design philosophy. Not only that, our separate approaches synergize well with each other. This will ensure that any expert mech we design together will perform more optimally. Ves had collaborated with seniors before. Ves enjoyed collaborating with Professor Ventag on designing the original Aurora Titan. If he was able to collaborate with an even better mech designer, then he might be able to realize some ambitious mech designs that he could only dream about otherwise. Perhaps this might not matter very much when it came to his normal mech designs, but it was different for his expert mech designs. Each expert mech design for the Larkinson clan had to be as good as possible. Yet the cost and merits, resonating materials, design expertise, and so on was quite burdensome. Compared to getting ripped off by others each time he approached a third party, it might be better to take advantage of the deal offered by the professor. The Skull Architect might be an unhinged war criminal, but he was a potential master who promised to offer his services for free. Thinking about all of the MTA merits he might save over the course of the next couple of decades, Ves became very tempted. It took too much time for him to advance to senior himself. While the system offered him a means to acquire the skills needed to design expert mechs himself, he wouldn't be able to explain how he was able to come up with them without the intervention of a senior or master. No matter how he looked at it, the generous concessions offered by Jimenez sounded incredibly attractive to him. This was especially the case if the professor succeeded in advancing to master. Enjoying the backing of a real master was very valuable, especially in a place like the Red Ocean. Maybe we can talk about this further. You have made the right decision, Mr. Larkinson. The Skull Architect grinned. Chapter 25:12 Altered Power Balance. The Cross clan had changed. Before, Ves and the Larkinsons looked down on the Crossers. The latter were a bunch of washed-up warriors who lost their foundation. Ves even concocted some plans to assimilate the refugees into the Larkinsons. No matter their deficiencies, the refugee fleet largely consisted of bona fide second-class soldiers. Their martial prowess exceeded that of the Hexers. This was because, unlike Hexadric hegemony, the Garland Empire constantly engaged in war. Even though the scale of wars in the vicious Mountain Star sector was not very large, the fact that many Garlanders fought in their lifetimes was undeniable. Only true war produced true warriors. Ves had already observed many deficiencies from both sides of the Komodo War. In particular, the insular Hexers made many assumptions that turned out to be different from reality. The tribes of the Garland Empire would never make so many fundamental mistakes. Their enthusiasm for battle meant they were very motivated in increasing their effective battle strength. Each time the Larkinsons saw the Crosser mechs performing live exercises, the disparity in martial tradition became very clear. The Cross clan were consummate soldiers and warriors. The precision of their formations, their controlled aggression, the versatility and utilization of their powerful second-class mechs and more completely transcended everything Ves had witnessed. Even if the Larkinson clan's mech forces possessed a strong core of battle-hardened veterans, their foundation was still too shallow. Surviving a few desperate battles in the Nixian Gap did not make the Larkinsons qualified to take part in proper conflicts between second-class powers. We still have much to go to complete our transition from a third-class to a second-class power. Ves sighed as his shuttle departed the grand flagship of the Cross clan. In terms of military development, the Cross clan possessed an undeniable edge. The reason why the Larkinson clan still kept its head high was because of its superior industrial and financial strength. This went beyond just having a pair of journeymen. The LMC was a rising mech company that had long exceeded the scale of other typical mech companies. The great attraction of glows caused its products to have a very wide appeal in many different markets. The revenue earned by the company was astronomical. Though the low value of third-class mechs and the large number of middlemen involved meant that the per-unit profit was fairly low, the quantity of sales was terrifying. Across the surrounding star sectors, LMC mechs became increasingly more ubiquitous. The current commercial mech models offered by the LMC all provided a lot of value, making them a good fit for many customers in almost every state. The Komodo War also showed the great promise of employing LMC mechs on a much greater scale. This meant that customers were ordering the LMC's products in greater batches than before. These trends showed no signs of abating. In fact, the LMC's growth jumped yet again as the publicity of the miracle couple's wedding enabled the LMC to reach out to even further markets. Money was the foundation of success in human space. The Larkinson clan only needed a little time to convert its earnings into additional battle power. "It's too bad I can't take advantage of the crossers anymore," Ves regretfully sighed. Now that the Cross clan gained the support of the Skull Architect, their industrial and financial prowess would likely surge again. It would take time, but the prospect of bankruptcy no longer loomed over their heads. The only advantage the Larkinson clan possessed was that its scale and foundation was hard to match by most competitors. The Skull Architect did not possess as great of a business foundation as the miracle couple. He essentially had to start from scratch, whether it was designing a set of suitable mechs for the crossers to acquiring the industrial capacity needed to produce his mechs. He did not possess the cluster-wide production, distribution and sales networks that the LMC painstakingly built. His current cover identity wasn't famous enough. Almost no one had heard of Professor Benedict Cortez. It would take years of hard work to build up a reputation that was somewhat comparable to recently advanced seniors. Without the brand recognition of an established mech company, the Skull Architect wouldn't be able to achieve a lot of sales at the start. It's doubtful whether he will even invest in a fixed industry. There wasn't enough time. The Red Ocean beckoned. The Larkinson clan was almost ready to embark on its grand expedition. Once it departed, the LMC operations it left behind wouldn't become abandoned goods. The LMC already made adequate preparations to keep its local operations going. With the help of prior accumulation, business alliances, government support, and the Larkinson loyalty medallions, it was no problem to maintain their current level of productivity and profitability. For at least a decade, the LMC's operations in the Yana Star sector would continue to supply a steady stream of cash to the Larkinson clan. This was vitally important because it was not easy for the Larkinson clan to earn a sufficient amount of money on the move. Its expanding fleet and mech roster meant that its expenses were ballooning rapidly. There was no choice. The current Larkinson clan had to invest enormous sums in almost every aspect. The current development for the clan called for the acquisition of lots of capital ships, sub-capital ships, mechs, supplies, and augmentations. Even with the astounding success of the LMC, VS still needed to work hard to expand its income. This was something the Cross clan and its new guest would never be able to accomplish in a short time. "It seems the problem is not as bad as I feared. The Larkinson clan should still possess a strong financial edge." It was just that the Cross clan was no longer in such a desperate position as before. Senior mech designers had many ways to earn money aside from running their own mech companies. Even without producing a single mech, Professor Cortez could leverage his formidable design skills to design excellent mechs and simply put them up for licensing or outright sell them like a design studio. He could even accept commissions from wealthy clients. Just like how VS initially accepted a commission from Diva, it was no problem for a senior to solve the problem of individual clients for a rich reward. Aside from that, there were other ways that the Skull Architect could earn money. He could tutor mech designers over the galactic net. He could leverage his formidable science and engineering knowledge to assist in the research and development of mech components. In short, seniors were never destitute. There are limits, though. Why did so many mech designers dream of running their own mech company? It was because selling mechs was the most lucrative choice out of all of their options. While the Skull Architect would doubtlessly work hard to earn money in his own way, Ves was pretty certain that he held an advantage in this area. There was only so much a single person could achieve. The time of a senior was very valuable, but without the backing of an entire mech company, Professor Cortez shouldn't be able to reverse the fortunes of the Cross clan single-handedly. The situation will only change once we reach the Red Ocean, Ves guessed. The Red Ocean would be their new base of operations. It was not unthinkable for the Cross clan to establish a fixed presence on some planets in order to get the Skull Architects mech company up and running. In fact, with his strength as a senior, Professor Cortez's business operations in the dwarf galaxy might surpass that of his own ventures. It depends on how I plan to conduct business in the new galaxy, Ves hummed. He held many discussions on this topic with the likes of Gavin and Raymond. Ves was inclined to rely primarily on his upcoming factory ship to produce high-end mechs, but most of the executives of his mech company wanted to establish a stronger presence at fixed settlements. Regardless of the choice, Ves believed that the Cross clan might rise up rapidly once it established a firm foundation in the Red Ocean. That did not spell good news to the Larkinsons. Once the Crossers grew stronger, they would definitely want more say in their partnership. How troublesome! Their partnership might dissolve or at least diminish to a lower level of cooperation. Ves shrugged. That won't happen for at least a decade. At that time, our Larkinson clan should have caught up to the military development of the Cross clan. Perhaps we don't need to rely on any close alliances to survive in the Red Ocean. Aside from sharing the cost of a Beyonder ticket, the principal motivation to band together was because the Red Ocean was too dangerous. In the first 10 years of their stay in the dwarf galaxy, none of the pioneers could guarantee their safety. As long as any of them stepped outside of the protected star system, it was open season. Partnering up with the Cross clan still made sense. Besides, the addition of the Skull Architect brought a lot of benefits in this critical early period. The offers he made showed that the former fugitive was not domineering and knew how to act according to his current position. Ves was no longer the weak apprentice mech designer of before, while the Skull Architect had long left behind his identity as one of the most formidable pirate mech designers of the Ferris Star region. Despite the gap in age, experience, and rank, the two of them were actually quite close in status. They also needed each other to complete their own goals, and this caused Ves to feel at ease. There were no inherent conflicts between them. There was no logical reason for the Skull Architect to go against the mech designer who might possibly play a key role in helping him advance to master. I should stop referring him to his old moniker. Professor Cortez seemed determined enough to leave his old life and habits behind. As long as he did not engage in any crazy experiments, he shouldn't be a liability. While his shuttle was still on its way to its next destination, Ves briefly conferred with Calabast, Major Verl, and some other people about the changes to the Cross clan. Our bargaining position has weakened. Calabast frowned. We haven't lost out that much. The Cross clan is able to provide more benefits now. Besides, the amount of MTA merits is the most important factor. Our superiority in this aspect will ensure we retain enough dominance. That is true, thankfully. Once Ves dealt with these matters, his shuttle finally arrived next to a civilian passenger ship. This was not a regular ship. She hailed from the Harmony Association of Majestic Teal. Ves passed through the hatch and stepped onto the deck of the foreign ship with Lucky and Nita. 2 people along with some perfunctory guards awaited his arrival. Patriarch Larkinson! Welcome aboard our ship, Arendertsai called. Ves shook hands with the senior shipwright. Thank you. Is this? This is my daughter, Vivian Tsai. A woman in her 30s with straight black hair and a professional outfit stepped forward and bowed. Hello? Ves sensed that the younger ship designer was feeling rather mixed. She never expected her father to recommend her to the Larkinson clan all of a sudden. She was doing fairly well in the Harmony Association. Why should she leave behind her friends and family and travel hundreds of thousands of light years away? Vivian didn't know what to make of her current situation. This was one of the reasons why Ves visited in person. He did not want to delay her recruitment and integration into the Larkinson clan. With the impending arrival of his factory ship, it became more important than ever to gain an expert who understood ship construction at a deeper level. If he waited, who knew whether she would leave? He needed to take matters into his own hands and convince this young but promising shipwright to work on his behalf. Chapter 25:13 Imaginative Shipwright. Projections of dozens of ship designs filled the work compartment. A dizzying variety of virtual starships flew around Ves as he tried to evaluate the vessels from a design and engineering standpoint. The ship designs weren't too detailed, but the drafts and broad strokes revealed plenty for Ves to develop an overall impression on their designer. As a fellow creator, he knew that every person possessed an individual touch. They developed their own habits, adopted their own preferences, and favored certain solutions. As long as Ves was good enough, he could recognize these touches and understand a different creator's style. While Ves was not too versed in ship design, starships were still machines. Even if their scale was on another level, much of the science and engineering was still the same whether he looked at mechs or spacefaring vessels. A few immediate properties stood out to Ves. Many of the ships projected in his view were distinct. They seemed to deviate from the norm. Their exterior and interior were not very comparable to other ships, particularly the standard ones adopted by the mainstream. These ships look artisanal. They are unique, individual designs, Ves remarked. Arundel nodded with a smile. Many capital ships are unique. Even vessels from the same series exhibit at least some variation due to updates in their design, the introduction of new technologies, changing specifications, and so on. It is customary in our industry to treat each capital ship as precious, valuable, and worthy of continued investment. That sounds similar to how my mech company aspires its customers to treat its mechs. We believe that mechs are alive and should be treated with respect. I am aware. I admire your outlook. In the shipbuilding industry, your views are not exotic. Some of it is due to their size. We small humans simply can't imagine that ships that are taller than many skyscrapers are dull. Another factor is the great expense needed to build a single capital ship. They are the opposite of disposable products. It is not uncommon to see capital ships in the galaxy that are over several centuries old. As long as their owners maintain them well and keep their parts up to date, it is not impossible for these aged ladies to eke out another century. Ves looked quite impressed. It's hard for anyone in the mech industry to hang on to an existing mech that long. In fact, mechs that are in use for over 20 years are already ancient in many people's eyes. Talking to an engineer who specialized in another field was always interesting to Ves. Comparing his experiences to that of Mr. Tsai's allowed both of them to look at their work from a different perspective. Sometimes, contrasts produced the most surprising insights. As Ves continued to exchange with the senior shipwright, he began to pick out and examine some of the more interesting-looking ship designs in greater detail. That's the cunning lizard, one of my draft designs. Vivian Tsai spoke out, breaking her long silence. I designed her for clients who intend to travel to the Red Ocean like you. The cunning lizard can best be described as a carrier and mobile base. This ship looks very complicated. I see she's made up of two distinct halves. The forward half of the cunning lizard is actually a subcapital ship. This section contains plenty of living space and production capacity. Vivian became more engaged as she presented her work to someone who might be able to realize her work. While that doesn't sound remarkable, The forward half exists to facilitate the operation of the rear half. The rear of the cunning lizard was a lot bigger in terms of volume. 20 identical sections lined the rear. They not only stretched far, but were also affixed to giant rails along the hull. Ves grew puzzled. What is the purpose of these? They are docking stations. Smaller subcapital ships are able to shelter in them. The cunning lizard can even engage in FTL travel in this configuration, allowing the crews of the smaller vessels to transfer to other ships or mingle with each other in the common areas of the cunning lizard. This way, the normally isolated crews and passengers of the subcapital ships won't be cooked up by themselves. Ves looked quite shocked at this elaborate arrangement. He couldn't imagine how much effort Vivian Tsai had to put into her studies of FTL drive technology to accomplish such a great feat. The concept is still incomplete. Arender Tsai couldn't help but inform Ves. Humanity has built ships like these before, but the technical challenges are immense. I can see the potential uses of this ship. It is a great solution to improve the livability of a fleet. However, is this the extent of the cunning lizard's role? There is more, Vivian said. The primary purpose of my ship design is to increase survivability, not comfort. Due to the extensive propulsion systems and FTL drives of the cunning lizard, which allows for consecutive jumps, she can easily help a large number of subcapital ships flee to safety. After performing 2 FTL transitions in quick succession, the rear section, which I call the lizard's tail, can be ejected from the cunning lizard. The latter possesses a smaller FTL drive that allows the most important half of the ship to immediately transition into FTL. The subcapital ships that were previously docked with my ship can engage in FTL as well. What about the lizard's tail? It's deadweight at this point. Vivian shrugged. While the lizard tail looks big, I deliberately designed this section to be expendable. As long as your crew take out her strained FTL drives, only pure structure is left. Any enemies who are chasing us won't earn much of a profit from capturing this unimportant tail. Once the chase is over, you can easily build another lizard tail. Ves had never come across a ship concept as unique and eccentric as the cunning lizard. Though the concept's logic was plausible, the practicality of this ship design left much to be desired. Although I'm not too familiar with second-class starships, the high requirements and sheer amount of variables involved is very considerable. Can this ship even work? He asked. Both father and daughter looked at each other. My daughter's work is more of a mental exercise than anything. While it is possible to construct a working version of the cunning lizard, we will have to invest an enormous amount of funding and years' worth of research to solve all of the technical challenges. Ves grimaced at this verdict. The amount of effort required to realize this concept is not worth it. Although I applaud the creativity and imagination of this ship concept, our Larkinson clan isn't in the market for impractical ships. We need ships that work. Vivian looked disappointed. I have better ship designs. I know. I just focused my attention on this cunning lizard because it is different from anything I've seen before. Can you show me your proudest work? I want to see your best. A competitive fire burned within Vivian. Over here! Ves smiled. It didn't take much effort to rouse Vivian's pride. As a mech designer, Ves was keenly aware of the thoughts and desires driving other creators. No matter if someone designed mechs or ships, they all wanted to gain other people's approval. Just like Ves, Vivian craved validation. By picking apart one of her most eccentric and impractical designs, Ves caused the woman to feel professionally challenged. She no longer became caught up in her doubts and reluctance about joining the Larkinson. Now, she just wanted to prove this outsider that she was a capable shipwright. Vivian quickly showed him a projection of a defensive capital ship. This is my concept for the graveyard. a scavenger vessel that can easily upgrade herself by incorporating the debris of fallen mechs and ships. She differs from other improvised ships by incorporating a deliberate layout and systems that allows for a strong, cohesive inner structure to bear a large amount of mixed and uneven materials that may or may not have been added to the ship in haste. There is also room for plenty of bunkers to further increase her defensive power. In order to facilitate this transformation, the graveyard possessed enough production and processing capacity to support a complete scavenging and recycling operation. Ves had to admit that the graveyard sounded like a much more practical design. Sure, this ship concept had its problem. The graveyard's mixed outer hull led to very difficult handling and traversal. It was probably going to be a pain to keep the graveyard on course when engaging in FTL travel. The graveyard was an inefficient ship design. Her biggest flaw was that she tried to incorporate both defensive and scavenging capabilities into a single hull. This unavoidably resulted in a lot of compromises that detracted from the ship's overall performance. As someone who highly prized specialization, Ves would rather obtain a dedicated defensive ship and a dedicated scavenging ship than a Frankenstein creation that attempted to be both. Yet, thinking about the ship quota made Ves pause his initial judgment. While it was true that obtaining two specialized ships was the better choice, the different functions of the graveyard ship concept just happened to complement each other. Not only that, a ship like this that did not need to rely on large and dedicated shipyards to perform comprehensive upgrades and repairs on her hull was ideal for traveling through a dangerous frontier. This was a highly self-sufficient ship. I like this design, Ves honestly admitted. Your work offers good value. While it is expensive to construct the graveyard, after she can easily become a lot tougher by relying on her own capabilities. Her purpose is clear. In battle, she functions as a shield. Out of battle, she can play a vital logistical role. While she can perform multiple functions, they are cohesive, not irrelevant or superfluous. Perhaps the most serious flaw of this ship design is that her structural integrity cannot match a standard defensive ship. However, considering how cost-efficient the graveyard might be, this is a forgivable flaw. His mostly positive evaluation provided a lot of validation to Vivian. She practically beamed with pride as Ves did not hold back in showering praise to her best work. Now that you have inspected my daughter's work closely, what do you think, Patriarch Larkinson? Are you willing to take her in and make use of her talents? That was not a simple matter. Ves looked thoughtfully at the two majestic tealers. Though Ves had not heard much good about the star sector they came from, most of the awful rumors centered around the rulers and those in charge. People like Arender and Vivian Tsai came across as normal enough, so there shouldn't be too many problems concerning their personalities. Ves looked around and briefly studied the projections of the other ship designs. Few of them looked normal. It seemed that Vivian was a very creative shipwright who wasn't satisfied with designing standard starships. Was there anything wrong with that? Not necessary. One of the main reasons why Ves wanted to hire a shipwright was because he wanted to acquire unique capital ships that added strong and unique benefits to his fleet. If he just wanted a plain old boring fleet carrier or mining ship, then he didn't have to go through so much trouble. He could just order a standardized or partially modular capital ship from a commercial shipbuilder. Ves wasn't happy with this solution. Ever since he specified his requirements for his factory's ship to the Hexers, he already planned to modify and upgrade her once he got his hands on his future flagship. Therefore, he would gladly accept people like Vivian. He smiled at the junior shipwright. If you are willing to help us expand our fleet, then we will be glad to take you in. I promise that your work will not be confined to tinkering with our existing vessels. You will have plenty of opportunities to design your own ships in our clan. So what do you say? Chapter 25:14 Fellow Creators. In the end, was there any doubt? Ves might be troubled if he tried to recruit someone who was absolutely unwilling to abandon everything and join a risky venture, but Vivian Tsai was not at that point. She merely didn't have enough time to weigh such a life-changing decision. Since that was the case, Ves directly preempted her normal decision-making process by challenging her. Once he ignited her passion, he lured her in by offering her an implicit promise to turn her ship designs into reality. This was enough to win her over. "Will you really make use of my ship designs?" "Yes," he said. "Of course, they will need to match my requirements and specifications. As long as your work conforms to what our Larkinson clan needs, then I will do my best to find a shipyard to realize your work." Of course, it was a lot more complicated than that. For one, Vivian simply couldn't design an entire capital ship from scratch by herself. She needed to hire an entire team of shipwrights, naval engineers, and other technical experts in order to design an immense vessel filled with countless interconnected parts. This was not something Ves had to worry about. He could leave these routine matters to Vivian. He just cared about acquiring the right principal shipwright to lead the Larkinson clan's naval design operation. As long as Vivian and her operation settled in, they could start designing unique starships that precisely fit the Larkinson clan's needs. Ves might finally be able to add some distinct but very useful capital ships to his fleet that would surely be useful in the times to come. Though he and the Tsais still needed to hash out a contract, as far as Ves was concerned, he could already consider Vivian a Larkinson. Once she entered the clan and formed a connection to the Larkinson network, she would no longer have any thoughts about going back to her old life. After explaining a bit more about what he expected from Vivian, Ves and her father stepped out of the workroom. Meow. Lucky curiously floated around while Nita silently covered V's back. Though there shouldn't be any threats on the passenger's ship, who knew if someone wanted to act on Ves? In fact, Nita thought it was foolish for the Holy Sun to step aboard a ship that wasn't under his control. "I am glad that Vivian has decided to become a part of your clan," Arundel spoke. He looked a lot more relieved than before. "She may not be very focused in her work sometimes, but she is earnest about designing starships that help people's lives." "I can understand that. I hold the same mindset when designing my mechs. Machines make people's lives better. It is only through greater application of technology that we are able to further separate humanity from its primitive biological roots." The majestic Teeler threw an odd glance at Ves. "That is surprising to hear from you. I never imagined you would hold such a noble sentiment." "Why is this surprising? We are both creators. We are both agents of order who work to provide solutions to people." Arundel awkwardly coughed. "Patriarch Larkinson, we create very different machines. The starships I design and build are purely civilian products. They pose no inherent threat to our fellow men once we deliver them to our customers. At best, you can argue that combat vessels such as fleet carriers can be used for destructive ends, but they are not engines of destruction. Mechs, on the other hand. I can understand why you would think that way, but I think you are discounting the role of mechs. Violence and war are an indispensable part of humanity. You cannot restrain our race's urge to fight. I think the Big Two has made the right decision to designate mechs as a reasonable alternative to warships as war-making tools. Ever since the Age of Mechs supplanted the Age of Conquest, our race has never engaged in mass slaughter on a galactic scale. Mechs are war machines. They are built for the express purpose to destroy. Even outside of battle, their mere existence inspires fear. I see that as good. It shows that mechs don't actually have to kill anyone or inflict any destruction to maintain order. Deterrence is essential to keep society running and to prevent our alien enemies from attacking our civilization. That does not make mechs righteous. While I respect your skill and efforts, I cannot disassociate mechs from death. The immensely prosperous mech industry is capable of supplying as many mechs that humanity wants. It is far too easy for people to get their hands on mechs. The ubiquity of mechs grants power to people who have no right to control dangerous weapons. Just look at Vicious Mountain. If their tribes and their glory-addled warlords aren't killing each other all the time, the Garland Empire would have grown into a behemoth at this time. They couldn't come to a consensus. Their life experiences and backgrounds were far too different. The teachings they received also instilled different values and principles into their minds. Shipwrights thought of themselves as the most important enablers of human advancement. After all, the fate of modern humanity was undeniably tied to space. Without any means of crossing the stars, how could their race possibly bloom across the galaxy? Of course, much of humanity's past and present success in its expansion rested on the destructive firepower of warships. Arundel conveniently left this special category of ships out of his consideration. He was just a civilian shipwright. Even if he designed a lot of ships, he had never touched warships before. In fact, seeing the Gravata Narlax was the closest that he could have ever gotten to a real warship. Therefore, Ves did not take much stock in the majestic Tealer's viewpoints. While it was correct to say that starships were indispensable to humanity, mechs served a purpose that was just as vital. The Age of Mechs was a blessing to human civilization. There were very few alternatives to mechs that could capture people's imagination and wean them off their dependence on warships. Despite their disagreements, Ves and Arundel still respected each other. They were both very accomplished in their respective industries. Just as Ves was about to enter his shuttle, the older man issued one last remark. As a parent, I am fearful of letting Vivian go. She will have to navigate life without my direct presence. Ves turned to the older man. You can still keep in touch with her through the galactic net. Though it's no substitute for hugs, she can still keep you in the loop. I know. It's just, family is difficult to part with. As a father, I know that every child must walk out of my shadow one day. It's just that I never anticipated doing so. Before I recognized the warning signs around the Harmony Association, I intended to keep her by my side until she learned everything she could from me. While I have changed my plans, I find it difficult to go through with them. The Red Ocean is too dangerous. Relax. Ves patted Arundel's back. Your daughter is in good hands. The Larkinson clan welcomes every newcomer, especially one as capable as her. We aren't traveling to the Red Ocean on a whim. We plan to aggressively expand our strength in the coming years. Your daughter's role is indispensable as we are bound to acquire some core capital ships that will form the nucleus of our expeditionary fleet. I am glad that you intend to make good use of her capabilities. Shipwrights like her are often employed to tweak ship designs or realize upgrades to existing vessels. It is actually quite rare for people of our profession to make full use of our skills and develop brand new ships and ship classes from scratch. Mech designers have to cope with similar circumstances. As long as Vivian is capable enough, I won't let her abilities go to waste. Arundel looked very pleased at that. It was a pleasure for shipbuilders like his daughter to become part of an organization that intended to acquire a lot of starships. The Larkinson clan made no secrets about aspiring to become a nomadic, spacefaring power. The Larkinsons would provide plenty of stimulating and meaningful work to his daughter and protégé. Once Ves left the passenger ship, he rode his shuttle back to the Stellar Chaser. He finally reunited with Gloriana in her mech workshop. You're back. She spoke. I'm back, honey. Ves smiled as he approached and embraced her in a hug. It's about time you returned. I've been waiting to fabricate the first production models of our mech designs for weeks. Don't worry. I'm looking forward to what we can accomplish as well. I've taken care of the most important issues. We shouldn't have much interruptions in the coming 3 weeks. He still needed to stay on top of a couple developments such as the ongoing talks between the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan. Still, as long as nothing abrupt took place, Ves was inclined to let his clansmen handle most of the wheeling and dealing. With someone as ambitious as the Skull Architect in the Cross clan, there was no way he would allow the talks to founder. It was only a matter of time before the two clans joined forces. Ves felt free to concentrate on his current priority. After completing 6 mech designs, he and his wife received 6 prime opportunities to make another masterwork mech. It was just that the recently married couple immediately stumbled upon their first problem. Due to our separation, the Valkyrie Redeemer we build out of our own hands won't strictly be the first production model anymore, Ves carefully noted. That predictably caused his new wife to scowl. That's your fault. If you didn't wander off into the Nixian Gap, we wouldn't have been separated from each other for half a year. The Hex Army truly couldn't wait to deploy our Valkyrie Redeemers after receiving the complete design. Now our chance is practically gone. At their level, there was no hope of making any masterwork mechs unless they embarked on something of special significance. So far, the two merely leaned on the fact that their fabrication attempts would produce the first true finished copy of a mech model. This sentiment was strong enough to bring them close to the required standard under optimal conditions. Yet now that the two were about to fabricate their first Valkyrie Redeemer together, Gloriana's mood was already ruined due to the reason she had just stated. Ves already knew this. He just didn't want to bring it up in order to remain positive. Oh well. We should make the attempt anyway. Who knows? Maybe our copy is special. 3 days went by without success. Gloriana's foul mood ruled out any possibility of either of them entering into an inspired state. Their cooperation was stilted, and the Valkyrie Redeemer mech they ended up with was one of the worst first attempts that Ves had ever made. Certainly, it was a powerful mech that radiated a strong death-oriented glow. Its quality wasn't quite up to par, though. There were too many disjointed areas which spoke of lack of concentration or lack of coordination. Suffice to say, Gloriana wasn't very pleased by the outcome. Compared to her usual work, the Valkyrie Redeemer was an outright disaster. You need to get your act together, Ves. I won't allow you to make something this bad again. It's been months since we last worked together, he defended himself. Both of us have progressed a lot during this time. It shouldn't be a surprise that we have to start over and learn how to work together again. Now that we know what to expect from each other, I think our next attempt will be better. She scowled at him. For your sake, I hope you will do better. Otherwise, our honeymoon ends early. What? You can't do that. Chapter 25:15 Philosophical Differences. Ves and Gloriana spent too much time apart. After Ves led Task Force Predator into the Nixian Gap, his collaboration with Gloriana mostly happened through remote. While that did not significantly impact the quality of their mech designs, they still grew rusty when it came to knowing each other's habits and preferences. It also didn't help that both of them progressed their design philosophy significantly. Ves not only made several breakthroughs in his specialty, but he had also evolved his design style further. The increasingly desperate circumstances of his task force forced him to develop new tricks and solutions to cope with the restrictions he faced. He put his life on the line for every change or modification he made to his mechs. He also became exposed to a lot of pirate mechs. Though their quality and maintenance left much to be desired, the pirates exhibited quite a lot of ingenuity when it came to keeping their mechs running even if they hadn't been properly serviced in years. Pirates were consumers of mechs as well. Just like regular customers, they had their own wants and needs. They abided by several familiar conditions such as limits on complexity, piloting difficulty, and budget. Though most pirate mech designers were as sloppy and awful as Johnny Blast, the mechs utilized by the more organized pirate groups such as the Dry Snakes and the Alidus Alliance were not inferior compared to his own work. Observing how his pirate counterparts solved or mitigated the challenges unique to the Nixian Gap provided Ves with a lot of inspiration. His design style shifted even further towards emphasizing robustness and reliability. This was an evolution of his design style. He became less hung up on maximizing performance because he had witnessed plenty of times in battle that making mechs last was a much greater priority. It didn't matter if he could squeeze 5 to 10% more performance out of a mech. Ves had to make a lot of trade-offs to achieve increasingly smaller gains. Just a tiny amount of extra performance could easily cause a mech to reach its limit 20% sooner. Different mech designers had different ideas about the balance they should set. While Ves increasingly leaned towards the side of stability, the problem was that Gloriana went in the opposite direction. Performance mattered. Many customers evaluated and bought mechs by comparing their prices and specs with each other. When mech designers developed their products, they had to make some very hard choices on how to configure their mechs. Should they pursue the limits of performance? How much reliability was acceptable to them? To what extent should they account for improper handling? Ves and his wife were on increasingly opposite ends with regards to these spectrums. Gloriana followed the direction of typical mech designers. While she knew that offering rugged mechs was important, she believed it was worthwhile to sacrifice a bit of longevity and reliability to increase the peak performance of her designs. To her, designing the strongest mechs gave her much more satisfaction. It's what customers want as well. She clarified her views to him. I feel bad if a mech degrades by 10 to 20% after several years of intensive use, but mechs aren't sustainable products to begin with. It's better to achieve the highest possible performance parameters so that if the mech does degrade over time, it starts to drop from a higher height. That makes little sense. We can easily lessen the performance drop over time by making our mechs more robust. Besides, in actual battles, other factors play a much greater role in determining victory or defeat than a measly 5% difference in performance. You idiot! This margin is enough to sway the outcome of duels. It shouldn't have been a surprise that they leaned towards opposite directions with regards to this profound issue. Ves was much more attuned to large-scale battles where the complex environment, large quantities of mechs, and the combination of different mech models often resulted in lots of chaos and confusion. Under these anything but ideal conditions, plenty of factors that seemed important actually didn't matter as much. Instead, Ves learned to set aside every variable except how long a mech was able to last and how much punishment it could take. Such an extremely basic and simplistic approach rubbed Gloriana the wrong way. If every mech designer adopted your perspective, the mech industry would have been a lot more boring, she yelled. Mechs are already designed to take hits and endure damage. You're getting overboard when it comes to maximizing reliability. How will our mechs ever stand out from the competition if they consistently underperform compared to their peers? Our mechs have other advantages that make them strong. That's not an excuse to let weaknesses slide. A mech that lasts longer always retains a good reputation. A mech that performed great at the start but falls off sooner won't sell as much after a decade. That's just because too many mech owners are too unwilling to invest in proper maintenance. If our customers serviced their mechs exactly according to manufacturer instructions, they wouldn't lose so much value in so little time. You can't expect perfection from your customers, Gloriana. Most people are inherently sloppy and don't understand the value of proper maintenance. Customers are also constrained by how much manpower, resources, and capacity they can allocate towards servicing and repairing their mechs. That's their fault. We gave them the conditions to maximize the value of their mechs. If they don't take our recommendations seriously, Then they are unworthy to pilot our mechs. Ves looked exasperated at his obstinate partner. Gloriana based her approach from an entirely different background. While Ves frequently spent time among the lowest class of consumers such as mercenaries and pirates, Gloriana mainly preferred to interact with the upper end of the mech market. In her formative years, Gloriana mainly designed custom mechs for rich and wealthy hexers who could easily afford to provide the best maintenance to their products. Hexers were very vain about their mechs. Their machines not only needed to perform well, but be in their best state as possible in order to show them off without feeling ashamed. Since actual conflict wasn't very frequent in the highly secure space of the hexadric hegemony, mech designers such as Gloriana had some very different ideas on what constituted the best mechs. The hexers placed much less emphasis on the problems that arose when their products were subject to wear and tear. Ves and Gloriana couldn't ignore their widening philosophical differences any longer. Along with other factors, their opposing beliefs caused their first attempt at fabricating the Valkyrie Redeemer to fall far short of their expectations. They clashed way too much against each other during the 3 days it took to produce a mediocre copy by their standards. "We need a reset," Ves stated to his wife. "We can't possibly go on to fabricate the next mech on the list with such a dark cloud hanging over our heads." Even Gloriana recognized the futility of proceeding further. The disgraceful result showed how urgently they needed to find a middle ground. While their assistants carted the completed Valkyrie Redeemer from the mech workshop, the two newlyweds sat on a bench while holding their cats. The impromptu pet therapy had a wonderful influence on the couple. Just a few minutes of taking comfort in the company of their pets already cleared up much of their tension. "Meow?" Lucky looked up at Gloriana as he settled in on her lap. "You've grown even closer to perfection than before, hi. To her, Lucky was a remarkable work of engineering. In her eyes, almost every aspect about him was refined, elegant, and sublime. Admiring his construction and trying to figure out how she could incorporate his exquisite form in her own work always aroused her interest. "Meow meow meow." Clixie's furry tail gently swayed back and forth as Ves ran his hands over her soft fur. Her physical warmth along with her emotional warmth caused his heart to ease and melt. There was just something about furry felines that brought him a lot of joy. As a cat person, he adored cats. While he also liked Lucky's company, he was not a traditional pet. As someone who was attuned to life, Ves found it much more relaxing to interact with Clixie. She wasn't as naughty as Lucky and was quite obedient. She also luxuriated in his love and attention. His ability to understand and communicate with animals easily allowed her to make her demands known. "Meow meow. I understand your frustrations, but I can't do that yet." He smiled adoringly at the Rebarthan sentinel cat. "Meow? You're asking for something that trillions of humans in the galaxy would kill to have. Let alone empowering a human. I don't even know how to grant this ability to a cat." "Meow!" Clixie cutely showed off her claws. Ves chuckled and rubbed her colorful head. "If you've been observing my work for a time, you know that it tends to get dangerous. I don't want to risk harming you, so you'll have to wait until I've solved all of the problems. I'll boost you right away once I've developed a viable solution." It seemed that Clixie had run out of patience with regards to her lack of capabilities. Compared to Lucky's frequent upgrades and Goldie's easy growth, the organic cat was getting very frustrated at being left behind. While Ves had never seen her in action, he knew that Rebarthan sentinel cats were actually quite formidable in battle. It was just that she had already reached her maturity, and couldn't grow any further. It was not a good idea to perform further genetic modifications on her. She was a precisely engineered designer cat developed by some of the best cat geneticists of the New Rebirth Empire. Let alone Dr. Rania, Not even the best cat specialists of Felixia would be able to add any improvements to her highly developed gene design. Perhaps it was possible to augment her with implants, but that was very precarious due to her complex internal physique. Ves saw no way to improve her aside from augmenting her spirit. Yet that was another challenge in itself because Clixie did not possess any spiritual potential. As he racked his head for ideas, he suddenly developed a novel idea. Why should I do everything myself? Don't I have other helpers? He wasn't talking about James. The obnoxious bastard may possess deep insights into the extraordinary, but he was completely useless when it came to developing specific solutions. Instead, he turned to the Larkinson mandate. After taking the book from Nita, he called up the spirit resting inside. Goldie! A glowing cat quickly materialized in the air and began to brush against his head. Nya! I have a little problem here that you might be able to help with. Can you figure out a way to solve Clixie's problem? As soon as he explained the issue to the golden cat, the two cats began to converse with each other. Nya? Meow meow. Nya nya. Meow. Goldie looked back at Ves in puzzlement. He sighed. I know it's not any easy problem to solve, but I think we can work together on this. Let's just take it slow while we come up with some good ideas. Moving too quickly will only lead to danger. Is that okay, Clixie? Meow. Clixie looked downcast, but Goldie soon swooped down to cheer her up. His lap became very busy as the two cats began to lick each other. Ves smiled at the sight. He hoped that pulling in Goldie might help with solving this critical issue. With how much Goldie cared about her mother, she had plenty of motivation to figure out a solution. Perhaps Ves might even be able to freeload off her hard work. Ves and Gloriana continued to relax with their pets for a couple more hours before retiring for sleep. They slept in the same bed. Chapter 25:16, Taking Turns. After a good rest and some mindless cuddling, Ves and Gloriana entered the new day with a fresher outlook. Though the shadow of their previous failure still loomed large over them, they no longer felt as burdened as before. A simple break and rest did wonders in cleansing their minds. It also helped that Gloriana didn't go through with her threat to suspend their honeymoon period. They both loved each other, and had just come off a wedding that was close to perfect. Overall, there were far more reasons for Gloriana to be happy with Ves than otherwise. Still, just because they had some fun didn't mean their problems magically went away. They merely faded in the background. Now that they were ready to fabricate their next mech, they had to confront the issue they were avoiding all this time. As their cats playfully prowled across the mech workshop, the couple sat down at a work table in order to hash out their differences. We need to compromise, Ves said. Neither of us can continue to work together if we aren't on the same page. Gloriana crossed her arms. Unlike his sturdy and utilitarian work overall, she preferred to do her work while looking at her best. Her white shirt, black skirt and high heels along with her jewelry and scarf made it seem she was his secretary rather than a proper mech designer. She was not subordinate to him, however. We can compromise by making one of us give in. In my opinion, you should be the one to give up. As far as I'm concerned, the first production copies of our mech designs are extra special. They are collector's items at worst and priceless heirlooms at best. Will anyone who obtains these valuable mechs ever mistreat them in any way? There is no way our customers will neglect or subject them to frequent abuse. The Quint has fought against battleships and dark gods just recently. Mechs are meant to be used for their intended purpose. While that has caused the Quint to have some close shaves, it's a much stronger mech. It played a key role in elevating Venerable Joshua. Before you call me stupid again or something, let me just say that as long as absolute perfection isn't attainable, there are different ways to get a good result. Whether we pick your approach or mine, they are both good in certain conditions. What we have to do is to adapt our mech to our current circumstances. You may have a point, she reluctantly admitted. Who do you design the mech for, Ves? Ves made a suggestion. If we want to make both of us happy, then maybe we should alternate between our preferences. Right now, we have expensive mechs that will likely benefit more if I follow your lead. We also have more affordable mechs where performance is important, but reliability is an even greater issue. She looked intrigued at his suggestion. While the solution he offered was not quite a definite compromise, it at least allowed them to reconcile their differences to an extent. We have 5 mechs to go. I get to dictate the direction of 3 of them while you can do what you want with the remaining 2. I promise not to complain too much. Ves scowled at her. Why do you get 3 while I get only 2? Because I'm a woman and because I need compensation for the suffering you've inflicted on me these past few days. That's nonsense. Ves had no patience to deal with Gloriana's selfishness right now. He forcibly calmed himself while trying to come up with a solution that did not amount to outright surrender. Look, let's just work on the next 4 mechs and leave the last one for later consideration, he suggested. Perhaps we might be able to improve our teamwork to the point where we can find a third approach. Okay. We'll do it your way, Ves. They still needed to fabricate a copy of the cat's paw, the Chiron, the ferocious piranha, the Sanctuary, and the Crystal Lord Mark II. Of the 5, only one of them was a solid second-class model. We should leave the cat's paw as last, Gloriana decided. I think it was a mistake for us to start with fabricating a second-class mech straight away. The Valkyrie Redeemer is much more intricate and features much greater considerations than lesser mechs. If we tackle the third-class mechs first, we can slowly ramp ourselves up and work out most of our kinks before we address our heavy artillery mech. Ves nodded in agreement. He completely agreed with her logic this time. The cat's paw is arguably the most important mech of this batch. It will definitely be one of the key mechs of our clan. It didn't take too long for them to determine which mech they wanted to take the lead on. Ves was very partial towards all 5 mechs, but if he had to pick favorites, it would have to be the Sanctuary and the Crystal Lord Mark II. The Sanctuary was his first anti-glow mech and was presided over by his newest spiritual product. As the mech that best conformed to Lufa's properties, Ves wanted to make sure the first production copy of the Sanctuary was spiritually strong. As for the Crystal Lord Mark II, it was a dramatic upgrade to one of his first original works. The story behind this product line and the effort that Ves had made into upgrading its original design spirit into the illustrious one caused him to develop a lot of special feelings about this upcoming attempt. Gloriana, on the other hand, had been highly involved in the design of the Chiron and the ferocious piranha. The Chiron incorporated a very sophisticated self-adjustment structure that she had largely devised from the ground up by herself. Though her attachment to the Larkinson clan wasn't as strong as his, she actually cared a lot about nurturing the next generation of Larkinson mech pilots. Each of them deserved a mech that closely fit their unique traits. As far as she was concerned, this was a rare way to apply her design philosophy to a standard mech model without offending her sensibilities too much. As for the ferocious piranha, her preference for the mech model was actually quite simple. The light skirmisher was a feminine mech model to her. In truth, the mech only appeared this way because it was slender in comparison to the other mechs. Now that they selected their mechs, they began to work while letting one of them take the lead. In previous attempts, they rarely let one or the other take over entirely. The only exception so far was when they created the little angel. Gloriana completely took over the show when she fabricated the masterwork copy of the Blessed Squire. Both of them agreed that whenever one of them entered into a similar state again, they should automatically take charge, ignoring any prior agreements they made. The importance of taking the lead paled into comparison to fabricating another masterwork mech. Let's begin. They decided to tackle the easiest model first. The Sanctuary undoubtedly won in this regard. Aside from its very special glow, it was a relatively plain Space Knight that stood out for its relatively high mobility. If not for the presence of Lufa, the Sanctuary might be able to moonlight as the space-borne version of the Black Beak. The Sanctuary's value and purpose on the battlefield largely centers around its glow. Ves explained to Gloriana as they were beginning to inspect the raw materials that a transport had just delivered to the stellar chaser. Just like the Blessed Squire, it's a force multiplier, and therefore a key strategic target. This is why I decided to package this mech into an offensive Space Knight type. It has to be fast enough to get in the range of enemy LMC mechs, and it has to be able to last against focused fire. I have no objections to your interpretation this time, Gloriana graciously said. Maximizing the defense of our first production copy is paramount, although we probably have different ideas on how to fortify our mech. Ves smirked. That's why I'll be the one that will have the most say for this attempt. They began to work on the mech. Despite its relative bulk, much of it was due to its thick and hefty armor plating. The Sanctuary's internals weren't very difficult to put together. Overall, the two regained much of their harmony during this fabrication run. They just needed 2 days to complete the first copy of their Sanctuary design. Meow. Lucky looked uneasy as the unnaturally pure and suppressive glow of the finished Sanctuary flooded the mech workshop. Meow. Unlike the gem cat, Clixie found the Sanctuary's glow to be rather pleasant. Naya! As an inherently spiritual cat, Goldie didn't fare too well in Lufa's influence. The only reason why she managed to maintain her materialized form was because she was stronger than Lufa. Of course, it also helped that Ves hard-coded some instructions in the mech design and its design spirit. There was no way Ves would allow Lufa to bully the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan. In the wrong circumstances, Lufa might even be able to suppress or destroy the Larkinson network. Making this realization midway into the fabrication run almost caused Ves to botch his current task. It dawned upon him that he hadn't added any specific strengthening or defenses around the spiritual networks he created. Wouldn't that make his clan critically vulnerable against spiritual attacks? I'll definitely add this to my to-do list. Fortunately, the brief distraction hadn't interrupted his rhythm. The white and sacred mech that emerged at the end had clearly reached a higher level of quality than their disastrous Valkyrie Redeemer. Both of them not only became accustomed to each other's changes, but also minimized their conflicts by letting one of them take the lead. It's a fine product, but it still falls short, Ves pronounced with a touch of disappointment. Gloriana also looked disappointed. That's because you were too conservative when you took the lead. You didn't go far enough when you could have. Let's just take some time off and reflect on how we can do better next time. Both of them rested and cuddled with their cats. Once they fully refreshed their mental states, they tackled the next mech. The ferocious piranha needs a proper name, Gloriana stated as they decided to tackle the light skirmisher mech next. I think its current name is fine. It needs a dignified name. Ves disagreed. There's nothing wrong with continuing to call it the ferocious piranha. The name is a good fit for how this mech is supposed to fight. It's already strong by itself, but as the Valkyrie Redeemer already showed, a mech like this would work far better when deployed alongside many identical mechs. A piranha is never depicted alone. While pricey for third-class standards, I believe that plenty of customers will see the value in deploying this mech en masse with the help of its current name. I've even programmed some awesome visual projections to reinforce this theme. He eventually got his way, largely because Gloriana's choices didn't sound any better. While this mild argument spoiled her mood a bit, she didn't let that affect her work. With her competitive and perfectionist mindset, she could not tolerate an outcome where her mech was inferior to his mech. She worked extra hard now that she held most of the responsibility. Ves did not work against her even if he didn't agree with her decisions. In the end, they took 2 days to fabricate a ferocious piranha that was hardly different in quality than the sanctuary mech they made before. Gloriana looked upset. I put in so much work in this mech. Why isn't it better? Maybe we are going at it the wrong way, Ves guessed. Have you ever noticed that when one of us takes the lead, we can't produce the synergy we achieved before? We need to work as equals if we truly wish to draw out our potential. Her anger faded as she processed this argument. You may be right. It's just that going back to how we tackled the Valkyrie Redeemer mech won't work. How can we solve this problem? Neither of them could come up with an answer. Chapter 25:17 Resolving Differences. The two had grown too far apart in order to work as equals. They both possessed opposing ideas on what constituted a good mech. If either of them took charge, they would just push against each other every step of the way, thereby cutting off the possibility of producing something remarkable at the end of their fabrication run. However, after trying to make one or the other take the lead, they only ended up with adequate mechs. Certainly, the quality of the sanctuary and the ferocious piranha they fabricated surpassed that of regular gold label mechs. Yet they were nowhere close to reaching masterwork quality. It was as if Ves and Gloriana lacked the magic they used to achieve when they worked together. This was a very frustrating outcome for Gloriana. At the start, they had 6 chances to attempt a masterwork. Now that they completed their 3rd attempt, the prospect of fulfilling her dream seemed even further away. No amount of rest and cuddling with Lucky, Clixie, and Goldie could pull her out of her malaise this time. Even Ves felt troubled by this adverse development. He couldn't have imagined that splitting up for half a year would generate so much discord between the two of them. If they weren't able to solve this impasse, the future of their collaborative efforts might go under. How will we tackle the Chiron and the Crystal Lord Mark II? Ves asked. Do you want to continue with our current approach or find another way to achieve a better outcome? Gloriana pressed her fingers against her temple. I don't want to go back to how we worked before. Every argument between us will only further detract us from our attempts to fabricate the best mech possible. I think we shouldn't be too quick to assume that our current approach is failing us. We just aren't too used to deferring all of the important decisions to one of us. Maybe we need to tweak our methods in order to do better. They brainstormed some ways to make their next attempts more harmonious. In the absence of one of them entering into a special state, the best way to produce a mech of exceptional quality was for them to get in sync with each other. This wasn't easy to accomplish if one of them was explicitly restrained from showing any initiative. We should cooperate more extensively in the areas where we can find common ground, Gloriana proposed. Despite our philosophical differences, there are still many aspects about our mechs where our opinions are close enough to get along with each other. We need to grasp these opportunities. That was actually a great idea. Their relationship was basically based around ignoring their differences while placing as much emphasis as possible on their similarities. Since this worked so well in their relationship, it stood to reason that it should have an effect in their next attempts. Let's do this then, Ves agreed. Now that they had regained some much-needed hope, they approached the Crystal Lord Mark II with higher expectations. Though Ves unquestionably took charge in producing the mech he had a special bond with, his wife gained more room to provide her input. With both of them actively trying to foster greater cooperation whenever possible, their moods remained positive throughout the fabrication run. Neither of them started any new arguments. Eager to break the previous pattern, Gloriana kept herself in check to a greater extent than before. Ves admired her forbearance. It was quite rare for her to be so patient. Yet after 2 days of hard work, the Crystal Lord Mark II they produced was only somewhat better than their previous mechs. Gloriana lost her good mood. "We failed!" "We made progress," Ves tried to reassure her. "Be glad we haven't regressed. Compared to where we stood after we made our first Valkyrie Redeemer mech, we have caught up to our old level. I'm already proud of what we've accomplished this time." Compared to the previous mechs, the Crystal Lord Mark II was much more dazzling. The illustrious one finally unleashed its glow through a mech without restraint, thereby causing Ves and Gloriana to be affected by a field that caused their sights to be a little blinded. It took a bit of time to get used to the complex glow of the illustrious one. Unlike many of his other design spirits, the illustrious one did not impose any judgmental values onto the people that fall under its influence. The illustrious one didn't care about duty or loyalty to the Larkinson clan. He did not attempt to terrorize a mech pilot. Instead, his glow mostly added a bright and sparkling quality to the Crystal Lord Mark II. The landbound rifleman mech looked like it was more at home in a mech exhibition hall than a muddy battlefield. "This proto-god is wasted on a third-class mech," Gloriana remarked with a frown. "It would have been so much if we could make him empower a second-class mech. In fact, it would also be best if you turned him into a woman." Ves did not even bother to engage in her last point. He did somewhat agree with her initial judgment. "I think we need to design a lot of second-class mechs in our second round of projects. Our Larkinson clan is lacking too many adequate mech models. We also need to boost the LMC's profit by at least 5 times in order to fulfill our ambitious plan to outfit our fleet with enough capital ships and expert mechs." She looked skeptical. "While I agree with you, right now we are the only ones who are qualified to design second-class mechs. Our assistants still need years to reach our standards. I've been thinking about this problem for a while now. I see 2 ways to achieve what I want. The first is to hire second-class mech designers as our assistants. Previously, no second-rater took us seriously. I think our recent accomplishments along with our grand wedding has permanently solved this issue." Gloriana frowned. "I don't know. Second-class mech designers are a lot more difficult to handle than the obedient boys and girls we have right now. While their design abilities are lacking, I like how much they defer to us. We won't be able to command the same level of respect from the talents who graduated from similar universities as mine. People like us are inherently proud and confident." She had a good point. Ves always had a headache whenever he had to manage strong personalities. "The second method is to collaborate with the Cross Clan's new senior mech designer. Professor Cortez is quite a good mech designer." "I heard about him," Gloriana replied. "I studied his work, what little he has published. He's actually quite average for a third-class senior. It's only recently that he changed his course and began to design some second-class mechs. I like his specialty. It's just that I'm not sure whether we can work well together." "Is there a conflict between your design philosophies?" "We'll have to meet and exchange with each other to be sure. Instinctively, I think that some of what he does encroached upon my specialization. The good news is that I think we can work out our conflicts." This was something to consider later. Though Ves only threw this option out as a possible choice, he was still very reluctant to work together with Professor Cortez on anything aside from expert mech designs. They reluctantly proceeded onwards with fabricating the Chiron. Now that Gloriana took back the lead, she tried her best to imitate Ves in opening herself to outside input. It was a lot harder for her to do so. She had to grit her teeth and act against her nature in order to give Ves sufficient room to express himself. The end result turned out to be no better than the Crystal Lord Mark II. The training mech they made was merely good, which meant it didn't possess any special qualities. "This isn't working," Gloriana complained. "Our approach is flawed from the start. No matter how much we try to accommodate each other, we haven't been able to achieve true synergy." They had only one attempt left. The last but most important mech was by far the most critical one. The formidable cat's paw was not only bigger and more complex than any mech they worked on, it was also a model that would play a key role in the defense of the Larkinson fleet. In order to give their exclusive second-class artillery mech the best possible start, Ves wanted to start off strong. Even if he couldn't turn the first production copy into a masterwork, he at least wanted its quality to exceed the usual norm. As Ves and Gloriana retired for a day in order to prepare for the big job, Ves began to think about a way to break their current deadlock. He agreed with his wife that their synergy was lacking. How could they regain the magic that they achieved during the early days of their collaboration? At some point, his eyes shifted to his wedding band. Wait a minute. Achieving synergy required great understanding. By getting in sync with Gloriana, he achieved some form of resonance with her, allowing them to focus their entire abilities on the same goals. Right now, their growing differences had made it harder for them to resonate with each other. The logical solution to resolve this issue was to find a way to narrow the gap between each other. The moment when Ves and Gloriana returned to the mech workshop again, Ves presented a radical idea. "You want to activate our wedding rings?" "Yes." Ves nodded. "Do you recall the shared moment we had right after we kissed during our wedding? Back then, we felt more close to each other than ever before. Part of that was due to our love. Another part of it was due to the moment. However, our rings played a role as well. To be more exact, it's the fragments connected to them that has played a significant role. Both of them possessed each other's spiritual fragments. Normally, this caused them to feel each other's presence even when they were alone. They also derived some other minor benefits. What Ves wanted to do now was to activate one of the functions he programmed into the fragments. Once the spiritual constructs built into the fragments became online, both of them should be able to gain a portion of each other's domain. Ves wasn't quite sure how this would affect their current work, but he theorized that it would definitely allow them to find more common ground. Though Ves had not tested this at all, Gloriana easily accepted his proposal. "Okay. If you think it will work, let's try it. Our cat's paw has to be better than the trash we made before." After instructing her for a bit, both of them took the time to calm and center themselves before activating their borrowed spiritual fragments. A hint of excellence and perfection unfolded into V's mind. The foreign presence was not inherently compatible with his domain. He had to put active effort into preventing his mind from pushing away the foreign influence. Gloriana had it easier. She already hosted his spiritual fragment for a few years. Her strong obsession towards Ves and her acclimatized design seed allowed her to embrace the growing influence of Ves in her mind. Their rings seemed to radiate energy. An invisible line seemed to form between them. Ves and Gloriana became too caught up in the changes to their moods, thoughts, preferences, and perception. "Wow!" She looked impressed. "This is new. I think I comprehend a little more how you view mechs. It's so chaotic. Somehow, it doesn't look so bad this time. I can see the charm in letting mechs grow. I'm experiencing the same phenomena as you. I didn't expect this to work so well." Theoretically, all kinds of compatibility problems should have taken place. Yet for some reason, the rejection he anticipated wasn't as strong as he thought. After adjusting to their altered states, they began their final fabrication attempt with greater confidence. Chapter 25:18 Dual Perspectives. The act of activating a foreign spiritual fragment in the mind was a novel process. Due to how close they were to each other, the fragments formed a stronger connection to their sources. This not only allowed them to gain a bit more strength, but also increased Ves and Gloriana's mutual understanding towards each other. This was a magical state, one shared by the both of them. As Ves analyzed what was happening to him, he realized that his current condition was similar to that of entering into an inspired state. How intriguing! He had experimented with activating Gloriana's fragment several times in the past, but that was when he was a fair distance away from her. Now that they were in the same room, the experience was substantially different. In those cases, the fragment itself was too weak to exert any significant power. It only granted him a taste of Gloriana's domain and allowed him to understand her work to an extent. This couldn't be helped. Ves was too afraid of harming her by harvesting too much of her essence at once. The fragment of him that Gloriana possessed was also rather small. In the past, she couldn't really do more than take comfort in her presence. The experience was different now. After activating the fragments, both Ves and his wife became a lot more attuned to each other's domains. However, this state did not come without a price. Ves could feel that the fragment in the mind of his wife was actively drawing strength from his spirit. The same must be the case for Gloriana as well. This small drain was not a great concern if it only lasted for an hour. But if it went on for days, Ves estimated that he and Gloriana would both be forced into a low state for weeks. This was quite a serious price to pay. However, when he considered the potential benefits of forming a greater degree of mutual understanding with his partner, it might be worth it if it yielded enough results. If they failed to make a masterwork mech or something close to it this time, then the gains might not be worth the price. After all, to passionate mech designers, entering into a low state significantly lowered their productivity. They wouldn't be as creative, they weren't able to channel their design philosophy as effectively, and their design results lacked passion. The couple would basically be unable to perform their jobs as effectively. He turned to Gloriana, who automatically met his gaze. Due to the faint connections to their minds, they had synced up to an extent. She already understood some of his thoughts. This must be an application of his life domain. Some of its properties complemented their current state well. Wow! Gloriana sounded impressed. Is this how you experience reality all the time? It's no wonder you're so good at manipulating people. Life is the real miracle to me. Everything extraordinary in reality is rooted in mysteries of life. Just as she became more attuned with life, Ves gained a deeper perception of perfection. Perhaps perfection was the wrong word to use here. Gloriana possessed an intuitive sense of quality. She was able to look at any object and judge how close to ideal they were. Now Ves gained the same ability in a weaker form. He looked around. Their chairs, their rings, the work table, the production equipment, and so on all provided him with a flood of additional data that he never paid attention to before. He was able to judge their overall quality as well as the factors that raised or lowered it. What annoyed him a bit was that every little flaw and imperfection stood out like a sore thumb. No wonder Gloriana was so irritable at times. She lived in a reality that was filled with flaws. Even when she worked hard to turn her own workshop into her own sanctum, she still couldn't eliminate every flaw. You must have built up quite a tolerance, he lightly quipped. She looked appreciative at Ves. Finally, someone else finally understood what it was like for her to live like this. It was not easy to bear this burden. To create the perfect vessel, I have to understand what makes them flawed. It is a necessity for me to learn everything that affects the quality of an object. I also have to develop a deeper sense on how an object fits to a person. Her domain went beyond observing flaws and judging quality. Gloriana's design philosophy also judged the fit or compatibility between objects and their users. For example, when Ves studied his current calm, he realized that the high-quality model fit his wrist fairly well. Its automatic adjustment function caused it to wrap around his skin as comfortably as possible, but it wasn't perfect. His skin and flesh did not conform to the baseline human standard anymore. They were harder and stiffer than his calm was designed to accommodate. I should buy a custom-fitted calm, Ves concluded. Better yet, you should build your own one. It's only when you take matters into your own hands that you will be able to ensure that everything goes right. No wonder Gloriana was such a control freak. She simply didn't trust other people to do their jobs properly. Just as his unique perception of life and spirituality shaped his behavior, his wife became enthralled by her exceptional vision and intuitive judgment. To put it in an uglier way, they were slaves to their own perspectives. Ves never thought about how the manner in which he sensed reality narrowed their minds and put them onto a narrow road. If he didn't gain a portion of Gloriana's perspective, he wouldn't have been able to understand how much his normal self was missing in his life. It was rather strange to view reality with two different lenses at once. Ves felt like he was wearing a mental monocle. Being able to compare one perspective to another was incredibly valuable. Both Ves and Gloriana gained so many new insights that they both fell silent as they became engrossed with what they learned. Not only did they deepen their understanding of the other, they also learned more about themselves. Some details blended so well into the background that neither Ves nor Gloriana were able to observe them under normal conditions. It was only when they were able to compare their perspective to another that a noticeable contrast emerged. He suspected that rational mech designers who were able to simulate the design philosophies of other mech designers also experienced something similar. Being able to make comparisons allowed rational mech designers to constantly understand their own strengths and shortcomings. This would definitely help them to polish their own design philosophy and prevent their progression from going astray. However, there was a downside as well. Aside from the spiritual drain, the mental strain was also considerable. His design seed possessed a very strong identity, and did not take kindly to Gloriana's spiritual fragment taking over its territory. Ves had to restrain his design seed from lashing out at the foreign fragment. He also had to keep his passion pure and prevent it from being contaminated by his partner's influence. If he let himself become contaminated, then his domain wouldn't be as pure anymore. In the worst cases, his design seed would become heterogenic, causing him to lose much of his specialty. The gains weren't worth the losses. The entire point of Ves and Gloriana collaborating with each other was to take advantage of each other's strengths. The better they were at their respective specialties, the more they gained from working together. If they let themselves be contaminated, then they wouldn't have any strong points anymore. They may have become more self-sufficient, but their work would suffer as their mixed passion would never be able to burn as hot as before. This is dangerous. Ves eventually snapped out of his fascination. He hadn't forgotten about his original goal. He lightly shook Gloriana's arm in order to return her to the present. Hey! We still have a mech to fabricate. We are straining and exhausting ourselves the longer we maintain this state. We can't waste our time on introspection. Also, don't get too caught up to what I can do. I'm very different from you. It's okay to take a peek, but I don't advise you to go too far. You'll just lose yourself in the process and push you further away from your ambition. Due to their enhanced communication, Ves didn't need to elaborate any further. He conveyed his theories, his concerns and his urgency to her by communicating on a spiritual level. This was quite convenient. All right. She nodded after adopting a serious expression. She became more focused on the task at hand. Before we begin, we should bestow a proper name to the result of the cat's paw project. Don't tell me to settle for this code name. It isn't serious enough and doesn't properly fit with the design. He agreed with her this time. The cat's paw was a second-class land-bound artillery mech that was mainly purposed for static deployment on land and bunker deployment aboard ships. Nothing about this was related to cats aside from the cat-themed bunkers of his upcoming flagship. Goldie didn't even preside over the design. Since VS wanted to design a heavy artillery mech version of his old Deliverer model, he chose Ylvain as its design spirit. He already came up with a suitable name. Its official name will be the Transcendent Punisher. Its supreme firepower and enhanced targeting allows it to exact punishment on any enemy that dares to enter its range. Gloriana looked oddly at VS. Even though she understood him, that didn't necessarily mean she agreed with him. She still retained her own perspective. It's a bit too direct for my tastes. That's on purpose. This is an expensive and powerful machine. One of its purposes is to deter anyone from attacking our expeditionary fleet. Once we are able to fill up every ship-based bunker with Transcendent Punishers, we'll be able to frighten off many people, particularly once our new artillery mechs have demonstrated their prowess. The Transcendent Punisher was their latest Ylvain mech. While it derived its spiritual abilities from the Deliverer, it was much more powerful than the third-class marksman mech that once played a key role in the Sand War. VS and Gloriana began to fabricate the mech. In order to help them become more attuned to Prophet Ylvain, VS took the liberty of channeling Transcendent Punisher's design spirit. While this added even further strain to his mind and spirit, it fit their current circumstances well. Neither of them possessed much love for the Ylvain faith. Yet now that VS channeled Ylvain and extended the design spirit to Gloriana, both of them knew exactly how to make an authentic Ylvain mech. The Prophet will bless this machine. The two proceeded to work together in a much more harmonious fashion than before. While they were still trying to experiment and get used to their special states, they already tasted the benefits. They spoke less and less to each other as they switched over to a more intuitive way of communicating with each other. At many times, they were of one mind. In the few cases where they conflicted, they easily hashed out their differences because their mutual understanding reduced their opposition to each other. Gloriana finally understood the twisted logic that drove VS to make decisions that didn't make sense to her before. VS realized how much certain elements were so glaringly wrong that she couldn't tolerate their existence. He became a lot more sympathetic towards her decisions even if it affected his own choices. Both of them worked harmoniously for 5 straight days. It took a lot more time to fabricate a heavy mech. The sheer amount of parts along with their greater mass slowed down everything. With each passing day, VS and Gloriana experienced more and more strain. Their minds became weary and their spiritual energy reserves slowly diminished. They had to take regular breaks in order to recover from the strain and to stave off contamination. All of these difficulties hampered their cooperation a bit, preventing them from achieving the best possible result. In the end, their most difficult fabrication run to date produced a Transcendent Punisher that both of its creators took pride in. Unlike the previous 5 mechs, the machine they made was of significant higher quality than before. It's a pity. Gloriana wearily sighed as she squeezed her ring, deactivating the fragment in her mind. VS was quite happy with the result. I don't think there is anything to complain about. We achieved a higher standard of quality through replicable means. As long as we get more used to our activatable states, we can keep working on it until we are fluent enough to reach the next level. To him, this experiment was a success. The potential of this new method lay in its consistency. Rather than praying for something as random as serendipity to bestow him or Gloriana with a special state, VS would rather develop one himself that he could apply whenever he wanted. Chapter 25:19 Completed Round. The Transcendent Punisher was arguably the biggest and most powerful mech that VS had ever designed. It was one thing to flesh out designs by completing its schematics. It was another thing to piece it together in person up close. The immense size and mass of the mech was already intimidating in itself, but its pure and sacred glow seemed to give people the impression that the machine was an embodiment of Ilvain's wrath. Just looking at the mech caused VS to gain the impression that it was ready to exact divine punishment on anything that affronted the prophet. Transcendent Punisher indeed, Gloriana remarked as she looked ready to go to bed. The marathon session had drained her a lot. Our artillery mech fits the prophet well. Only a boy could output so much threat and violence. VS was too tired to palm his face. Now that he deactivated the remote domain fragment in his mind, he no longer gained any sympathy for her hexer views. That was another side effect of his previous state. Understanding Gloriana meant gaining a very unwelcome glimpse on what she thought about boys. That was something that made VS even more determined to guard against contamination. Even if it's not a masterwork, its quality is remarkable enough to merit its own name. Do you have any suggestions? She shrugged. I'm not in a naming mood right now. I don't have any inspiration. Neither did VS for that matter. As he examined both of their conditions, he noticed that they had expended quite a lot of spiritual energy. The new technique, which he called remote domain sharing, was very useful but also very costly. If not for learning so much after activating it for the first time, VS would have considered this attempt to be a loss. As it was, VS and his partner gained so many new insights that they had a lot to think about for the next couple weeks. This was good because it would take up to a month for them to restore from their loss. VS hadn't lost as much spiritual energy, as he was a bit more efficient in its use. He also built up a modest reserve of excess spiritual energy which he could absorb right away. However, Gloriana was able to recover faster because she could rely on prayer to accelerate her spiritual energy production. His face scrunched a bit. Developing a replacement for his grand dynamo became a much higher priority than before. He squeezed his brain for a suitable name. What about the Prophet's Fist? It's not a melee mech. The name is figurative. Anyone who suffers from this mech's attack will feel as if the Great Prophet punched them in the gut. It's not a pleasant experience, that's for sure. Whatever. Gloriana accepted his stupid name without any further complaint. While she was somewhat proud of crafting a good mech, she did not care as much about the Transcendent Punisher design as her husband. Unlike her, VS had long looked forward to fielding the Larkinson clan's first true second-class mech. The Transcendent Messenger was but the first of many powerful Larkinson-exclusive mechs. Hopefully, VS would be able to replace 80 to 90% of the stopgap mechs with Larkinson mechs of the same caliber. The Ilvainian faction in our clan will welcome our Transcendent Punisher model. They won't feel neglected anymore. They can also look forward to playing a key role in defending our expeditionary fleet for a long time to come. With the sheer power of this model, it will take at least a few decades before it begins to show its age. Gloriana nodded. Even if its power falls off, we can easily upgrade its armament in the event we gain access to better weapon components in the Red Ocean. This was one of the key design features of the Transcendent Punisher. Mindful of how circumstances might change in different environments, the pair added a bit of modularity to its huge design. While it wasn't an actual modular or semi-modular design, a crew of mech technicians should be able to swap out its weapon components without needing to disassemble the entire machine. Of course, it would still take at least a day to perform such a comprehensive procedure. The weapon mounts were tightly affixed to the rest of the frame in order to prevent the Transcendent Punisher from wrecking itself with each weapon discharge. This was something to consider for the future. The Transcendent Punisher's current weapon loadout was more than sufficient to handle most threats in the surrounding star clusters. Hardly any second-class mech could withstand getting focused upon by Gauss cannons, positron beam cannons, and pulse cannons. Perhaps only expert mechs were able to withstand the barrage, but as long as hundreds of Transcendent Punishers accurately fired upon their positions, their resonance shields and energy shields wouldn't last very long. Ves grinned. He actually looked forward to testing out his latest mech model against some uppity enemies. The only downside was that it was very difficult to mass-produce his heavy artillery mech. In fact, Gloriana had to upgrade her mech workshop in order to fabricate such a huge machine. Once we gain our factory ship, we should focus on pumping out as many Transcendent Punishers as possible. I'll tell my staff to stockpile enough raw materials to produce hundreds of copies. That's a lot, you know. Our upgraded fleet can handle it. The factory ship and every combat carrier we're about to receive all possess bunkers that need to be filled. It's a waste to leave them empty in the event of battle. The couple wrapped up the session. Ves ordered the Prophet's Fist to be shipped off to somewhere else where Major Verl could decide on how to utilize this mech. Once Ves and Gloriana cleaned up the mech workshop, they left the compartment and dragged their weary bodies back to the latter's stateroom. Both of them crashed into beds right after they changed their clothes. Their cats looked bewildered at how much the mech designers exhausted themselves. Meow. Lucky pressed his paw against V's cheek. Meow meow. Clixie curled her body next to Gloriana's head. After a long night of rest, the newlyweds woke up again. After undergoing their morning routine, the pair discussed their next actions. I have a lot of matters to catch up to. Ves spoke. We've been preoccupied with fabricating our mechs for 2 straight weeks. A lot has changed. Many guests have left. Master Willix and the ubiquitous Force are already back in Centerpoint. Our talks with the Cross clan have almost reached their end. Some of the hardware that we've ordered are already being delivered as we speak. He did not look forward to handling all of these affairs, but he had no choice if he wanted to stay on top of the situation. He couldn't delegate everything. Gloriana looked a bit tired as well. I really hate it when you put me in this awful state. I don't feel as enthused about mechs as before. How can I perform any design work under these conditions? It seems I will be devoting my time on studying and handling the affairs of the Glory Seekers. Both of them wanted to remain productive. Neither of them were in a mood to resume their honeymoon, not that they did anything too special. Still, both of them were somewhat satisfied with their gains. The Prophet's Fist achieved a level of quality that gave both of them hope of reaching the peak again. Ves figured he just had to spend more effort into increasing his emotional attachment to a mech design. Previously, cared about the Transcendent Punisher design, but obviously he could have been more passionate. The pair discussed when and how to publish their completed mech designs. The Chiron and the Transcendent Punisher were meant for internal use. Ves did not need to announce them to the public. Neither did he need to present their designs to the MTA to undergo validation. The Transcendent Punisher can wait until we receive our factory ship, but the Chiron should start production straight away, Ves declared. Our clan has rebuilt its mech academy, so there are plenty of mech cadets who can make immediate use of our exclusive training mech. Ves looked forward to seeing how much of a difference the Chiron could make at the start. While the true potential of this self-adjusting training mech wouldn't become prominent until years later, it should already be considerably better than the bog-standard mechs the Academy were currently utilizing. What about the Crystal Lord Mark II and the Sanctuary? Gloriana questioned. There is no need to unveil the Sanctuary yet. Perhaps the only mech that has a lot of sales potential is the Crystal Lord Mark II, VS replied. Will you hold one of your amazing press conferences again? VS haplessly gestured to his tired face. Do I look like I am in a condition to hold a compelling presentation? I'll be stuck like this for several weeks. We can either wait to publish the Mark II or leave it up to someone else to announce it to the public. You can also settle for publishing a simple press statement. I'll just shove this question to Raymond. The LMC shouldn't have to rely on me all the time. His response made Gloriana pleased. Good. You don't have to step forward each time you accomplish something. While I know you like the Crystal Lord product line, it isn't impressive compared to our second-class mech designs. The Crystal Lord Mark II may possess a fraction of the power of the Transcendent Punisher, but it has the potential to become the LMC's latest cash cow. Do you really think that? No offense, VS, but the demand for premium rifleman mechs isn't great. That just means that even if the Mark II's sales fall short of reaching the level of the Desolate Soldier and the Doom Guard, the new model will still improve our financial position. He had a lot more faith in the success of the latest edition of the Crystal Lord now that it had been brought up to par with his other glow-oriented mechs. Once they decided on how to handle all of their finished mechs, they began to look to the future. We have a few weeks to think about our next round of design projects, he said. Even if we aren't in the most creative mood right now, we can figure out the roles we need to fulfill. You wanted to design a lot of second-class mechs this time, right? Yeah. We need to complete our commission with the Hexers as soon as possible. We also have to outfit most of our Larkinson mech pilots with living mechs. Ideally, I want to complete both of these objectives in 2 years. Gloriana looked a bit shocked. 2 years? That's too fast. We can do it as long as we work hard enough. Our assistants won't be able to keep up. Didn't we talk about this? We did. I also mentioned that we can find ways to circumvent this problem. In fact, don't underestimate how much our assistants can currently do. Each of them are working hard to get up to our level. We can always try. We'll just have to lengthen the time it takes to complete our second-class design projects by a couple of months. The first round of projects showed that 4 months was sufficient to complete a third-class mech design. However, second-class mech designs benefited a lot from extra development time. While both VS and Gloriana had already thought about some of the mechs they wanted to design next, they decided to wait until after they recovered from their exertion. As VS was ready to depart the Stellar Chaser, Gloriana brought up something important. My parents and my brothers and sisters are ready to bid farewell to us. Please come with me to Parma Imago. I know you don't like to be around my mother, but we both need to meet them at least one more time. I need to meet with the Cross Patriarch. Gloriana glared at him. You are meeting with your new mother-in-law. Okay. Chapter 2520, VS the Good Boy. VS hadn't met with Gloriana's immediate family very often. This was quite regretful as the imminent departure of the Woden warriors meant that this might very well be the last opportunity they would be able to speak with each other in person. When the newlyweds boarded a shuttle that brought to one of the fleet carriers of the Woden warriors, VS did his best not to get annoyed by how weird the Hexers decorated their ships. From their hexagon-shaped corridors to their hexagon-sided tables, the female supremacists found plenty of ways to express their love for the number 6. The Parma Imago was still an impressive ship regardless. Her modern technology along with her advanced materials meant she could play a very useful role once the Woden warriors took part in the Komodo War. As VS and his new wife boarded a floater platform that brought them to the upper deck of the fleet carrier, they passed by plenty of male and female crew. VS frowned even further as every Hexer male assigned to the Parma Imago was no taller than 1.66 meters. He was already familiar with this sight about the stellar chaser. The difference was that the Parma Imago boasted a much larger crew. While all of the women occupied important positions, the boys were responsible for all of the grunt work. Why do you Hexers even cap the growth of your male Hexers? Ves couldn't help but ask. That's because they're boys, silly. This is unnatural. That's the point, Ves. Nature is wrong. Nature is outdated. Ever since our civilization has developed to the point where boys aren't needed to defend their tribes anymore, their barbarism and propensity for violence aren't necessary anymore. Unfortunately, our civilization has developed too fast for our evolution to catch up. To prevent boys from deriving too much confidence in themselves, the matriarchs ordered their growth to be capped at a below-average height. And this actually worked? The hegemony considers this policy to be a massive success. There have been less rebellions ever since boys all have to look up to women all the time. Not every boy is cut short. Your siblings are just as tall as any other man in the galaxy. That's because they're good boys. Mother has raised them well. The hegemony offers to unlock the growth of any boy who is exemplary enough. This reward gives hope to every boy in the hegemony. Many of them work harder than ever in order to be recognized as a good boy. Ves could easily imagine why. He couldn't imagine the pain of being vertically challenged while living in a state where every woman was taller. Who exactly decides whether someone is a good boy? There are different panels or other institutions that are dedicated to monitoring, rewarding, and punishing boys. My mother happens to be in charge of one of them in the scimitar system. She has punished many boys and rewarded a few of them over her career. Don't worry, Ves. You're a good boy to her, so she won't punish you anytime soon. Ves twitched. Was that supposed to be a compliment, or an insult? I'm a man, Gloriana. Not a boy. She turned lovingly at him. Of course you are. You're not just a man, but you're my man. Well, at least she had her priorities straight. The floater platform finally delivered the pair to the entrance of an observation chamber. Once they passed through the hatch, they looked up to see an impressive view of the stars. The dome was oriented towards Synnax 6, so the pair also enjoyed an impressive view of the planet from above. After admiring the open view, they walked across the wide deck until they reached an open terrace. Constance and her brood were already present. Even Venerable Brutus sat next to his older brothers. Ves. We have been awaiting your arrival. The mother greeted him before turning to admonish her daughter. Youngest, you've been out of contact for 2 straight weeks. Melody keeps telling me you have locked yourself up in your mech workshop. We were busy, Mother. That's no excuse to cut yourself off from the rest of your family. The exchange lasted for a minute. After she finished rebuking her daughter, Constance turned her disapproval to her new son-in-law. I see that both of you have been very busy in the last 2 weeks. Both of you look very tired. Have you been exerting yourself too much these days? Fabricating mechs is intensive work, Ves modestly replied. This is especially the case when attempting to create new masterworks. It's through putting a lot of effort that we have already succeeded a couple of times despite our young ages. Very well. Did you succeed? We came close in our last attempt. We're quite happy with the result. Maybe next time we'll achieve our goal. His mother-in-law inquired a bit more about their work. She exhibited some interest in the mech designs he recently completed. These third-class mechs are a waste of your time. According to my daughter Calandra, your clan is more than capable enough of fielding second-class mechs. Your most important clients such as our state also urgently need more mechs from you. So far, a year has gone by, But you have only delivered 2 designs out of the 8 that you have promised. Ves nervously smiled. We were busy in our own affairs these past few months. It will be different now. I don't foresee any major distractions in the coming months and years, so I should have plenty of time to complete the commission. His commitment seemed to satisfy Gloriana's mother. Good. Work hard and deliver the remaining mechs in a timely manner. We will reward you for every success. In fact, the hegemony has recently approved a bonus for you, considering how much your Blessed Squire and Valkyrie Redeemer designs have helped us defeat more Friday men. The older woman elegantly waved her hand, causing a projection of a very familiar-looking capital ship to appear into view. This is my factory ship. Ves had already memorized the specific configuration of the Astrala Clavier-class vessel. As he studied the projected schematics, he immediately noticed some discrepancies. There were a few more additions to the ship design. Wait a minute. That wasn't there before. Constance tapped the schematic, causing the alterations and new additions to light up in red. In light of your great service to our great and righteous state, the Hexadric Hegemony has decided to reward you with an allotment of free upgrades. The schematic already contains some improvements recommended by the shipyard that is currently constructing your ship. You have the right to suggest other additions and alterations if you so wish. How much, ma'am? 800 billion hex credits. That was quite a lot. This amount completely soothed his regret for not being able to earn any money from the sales of his Blessed Squire and his Valkyrie Redeemer. Sure, he might have been able to earn even more money over the long run, but that would take way too much time. Considering the current needs of his clan, he would rather get a lump sum straight away when his factory ship was still under construction. While much of the structure was already built and fixed, there was still a lot of leeway to make some structural improvements that couldn't be done once the ship went active. This was a precious opportunity. Some of the suggested improvements already looked quite impressive. The factory ship already came with 2 heavy-duty FTL drives, but the Hexers added a third one for additional redundancy. The outer hull plating that had yet to be installed consisted of a better and tougher alloy without increasing the factory ship's mass. This was incredibly helpful, as even a modest boost to defense could save a lot of lives in the future. Due to the formidable size and surface area of the factory ship, neither Ves nor the Hexers could afford to incorporate materials comparable to mech armor. It was simply too expensive. This was why Ves was still diligently saving up on briar alloy in order to mount a fantastic prow on his new factory ship. The recommended upgrades all looked sensible to him. They improved the core parameters of his factory ship, particularly improving mobility and defense. Of course, the inherent DNA of the factory ship was still the same. Compared to other capital ships, she was relatively slow and couldn't be used to tank a lot of hits like some moving fortresses. The only downside was that these recommendations already ate into much of the budget of his factory ship. He only had a third of the bonus left to implement some additional improvements. Can we replace the supplied production equipment with better models? Ves asked. I'm particularly interested in obtaining a machine that can process ultra-hard first-class metallic materials. Though his factory ship already came with a second-class manufacturing complex's worth of production facilities, none of them were rated to handle materials as hard as unending alloy. I don't think we can afford such a machine yet, Gloriana answered. Even in the hegemony, such a powerful machine is unaffordable to all but the state and the most successful mech companies. A shame. He should have expected this answer. It seemed that Ves would either have to rely on Lucky or find some other means to process unending alloy. He couldn't borrow the ubiquitous Forces Mech Workshop now that Master Willix already returned to Centerpoint. Ves examined the ship design for any areas he wanted to add some extra modules or any aspects he wanted to improve. However, his low state did not help him with this regard. He simply couldn't come up with any good ideas. He suddenly remembered one of his latest hires. Didn't he recruit her to take on these matters? "Can you give us some time to submit our proposed modifications?" Ves asked. "Altering a ship design is way too complex for any single person to tackle. I'm not specialized in ship design, but I have staff that do. I'd like to bring these design schematics back to my team so that my people can puzzle out a solution that satisfies my goals. Also, can we expand the available budget by putting in our own money?" Constance nodded as if she already expected the answer. "I will get back to you on the budget matter. You have a week to submit your suggested changes. After that, the construction of your factory ship will reach a stage where major alterations cannot be implemented without tearing open the hull again." "I understand. How long will it take for the ship to arrive in our hands?" "I am told it will take less than 2 months to deliver your factory ship, even accounting for your suggested upgrades." "That's quite fast." Several institutions of our state are assisting in the construction. The fabrication of ship parts, the supply of materials, and the amount of personnel have all received substantial boosts. You can thank us for this change. Our dynasty has lobbied the state to accelerate the construction effort. Constance and every other Woden in the terrace looked expectantly at Ves. Thank you, Mother." Constance smiled warmly in response. "Anything for my son." Inwardly, Ves felt like puking. His mother-in-law didn't have to call him that. Why did he keep getting more mothers? Sometimes he just wanted to go back to the days where he didn't have any. At least he didn't have to worry about meddling women trying to keep him on his best behavior. With that done, they all proceeded to settle down and talk about other matters. Constance and many of her children were very curious about what Ves and Gloriana planned to do in the Red Ocean. In a matter of months, the Larkinson clan would finally depart from the Komodo star sector. Both Gloriana and Brutus would be accompanying Ves and his clan to an entire new region of space. It was a given that Constance was quite concerned about the Larkinson clan's plans. She wanted to make sure that Ves didn't lead her youngest son and daughter into another abyss. Chapter 25-21, Indigo Tremor. The Parma Imago's observation chamber served as a large and spacious venue for Ves and to interact with his in-laws. Since Ves and his new wife might not ever have the opportunity to meet with the Wodens, Constance insisted the newlyweds to accompany her for an entire day. Gloriana enjoyed spending time with her mother. She acted deferentially and listened to almost every word her mother said. She also grouped up with her older brothers and sisters who each wanted to pamper the youngest for one last time. As Gloriana giggled at the teasing of her sisters, Constance had brought Ves and Brutus to a quiet garden that featured a tranquil three-dimensional lake. Similar to what Ves had seen in the ubiquitous force, the Hexers installed sophisticated anti-grav modules that precisely kept several large bodies of water suspended in the air. Fish swam from one body to another by passing through moving tunnels. Luminescent exoplanets drifted lazily in the water, causing portions of the floating ponds to look like sparkling jewels. As the three sat down on some floating chairs, Constance gazed thoughtfully at her son-in-law and her youngest son. Her elegant dress made out of multi-layered black fabric featured moving purple hexagons of different sizes. Their moving patterns were a little distracting to Ves. Her status and stature made it difficult for him to look at her in the face. "Brutus, my boy, are the Glory Seekers prepared to accompany the Larkinson clan in its journey?" "We are ready, Mother," Brutus answered with a prim and proper voice. "Even if an emergency occurs that forces us to depart straight away, we have everything we need to sustain ourselves for years." "You will have to prepare some more. Matriarch Syaphna has approved the transfer of the Parma Imago to the Glory Seekers. In order to represent the might of our dynasty, we cannot have you and your fellow Glory Seekers limit yourselves to sub-capital ships. As the Larkinson clan acquires its own capital ships, our people must also possess a bulwark. Both Brutus and Ves looked shocked at her announcement. It was not a trivial matter to transfer an entire capital ship from one unit to another. Their great value and enormous costs meant that they had to be treated very carefully. Which vessel? Brutus asked. The Indigo Tremor. She is one of our newest fleet carriers. We are already in the process of refitting and resupplying her so that she can keep up with any long expeditions. Ves raised his hand. Can I see her specs? His mother-in-law obliged. She transmitted a single document that contained a summary of the fleet carrier's properties. The Indigo Tremor was indeed a fairly recent acquisition. Bought in preparation for the Komodo War, the Woden matriarch instead decided to transfer her to the Glory Seekers shortly after the wedding. With a length of 2.5 kilometers, her long and fairly broad hull was not as unwieldy as the Hemington Cross, nor as fast and nimble as the Antonio Cross. The Indigo Tremor possessed balanced properties and could carry up to 600 mechs, or even more in an emergency. This was not an exceptionally high amount considering the large internal volume of the fleet carrier, but Ves had recently learned that these capacity numbers were guidelines more than anything. For example, a 1.8 kilometer long vessel such as the Antonio Cross was nominally rated to carry 240 mechs, but she offered plenty of additional space in her hull. Normally, that space was taken up by cargo bays, fuel tanks, spare parts, ammunition, and even internal fabrication units. If Patriarch Reginald Cross wanted to stuff more mechs in the slender fleet carrier, then the crew could remove ship components, cargo goods, and supplies to make room for more than 100 mechs. They wouldn't be stowed as safely and securely as the standard complement of mechs, but at least they got in, which was better than nothing. However, under normal circumstances, the fleet carriers were designed to accommodate other functions related to supporting a fleet or mech force. The Indigo Tremor was a decent example of that, as she featured a good amount of cargo space for supplies and higher than usual mech workshops, and even some fabrication facilities to produce new parts. As Ves studied the schematics of the new flagship of the Glory Seekers, he realized that she was quite suited for frontier expeditions. She carried a good amount of mechs, and her rounded capabilities enabled her to service her mechs without relying on logistical ships. Overall, the Indigo Tremor formed a powerful addition to any fleet. If such a capable fleet carrier joined his expeditionary fleet, its safety and security would definitely receive a powerful boost. It was just. While I appreciate this kind gesture, the Beyonder Gate. Constance bored deeply into his eyes. I am sure that a lovely son as you would not object to our dynasty's kind gesture. With the addition of the Indigo Tremor, you can spare the cost of acquiring another capital ship, which will certainly help you in the long run. Though our Glory Seekers will run the Indigo Tremor, she is meant to safeguard my daughter, and by extension you and the rest of your clan. It is only proper for you to include her in the quota of any eventual Beyonder ticket. Though Ves appreciated the addition of a fleet carrier, especially at the earliest stage of his expedition where he could only count on a factory ship, the fact that he had to surrender one of his quotas was very upsetting. If he didn't earn any more MTA merits in the following years, he would only be able to count on a quota of 7 or 8 capital ships. Ves already formed some plans on how to allocate those slots. The surrender of one of them to welcome a fleet carrier that was not under his control meant he might have to scrap a fleet carrier of his own. He originally planned to obtain 2 or 3 of them, but in light of this development, he would have to settle for less. The only way to compensate for this loss was to try to earn more MTA merits in order to increase his clan's quota. Ves wasn't sure whether he would have the opportunity to do so. He had already learned how hard it was for journeymen to earn millions of MTA merits in a short amount of time. He had already sweared off performing any further high-risk missions such as the ones that lured him into the Nixian Gap. Without an easy way to make massive contributions to the MTA, Ves would likely have to accept that he wouldn't be able to bring more capital ships to the Red Ocean. Ma'am, thank you for the offer, but our Larkinson clan is already capable enough to build its own fleet. Constance peered at Ves in a familiar manner. Gloriana stared down at him like this as well when he was being obstinate. The Glory Seekers must have a strong base of operations in your fleet. Their combat carriers cannot adequately serve this role. After all, once you reach the intergalactic Beyonder Gate, it is not worth it to bring these sub-capital ships to the Red Ocean. Considering the difficulty of acquiring new ships in the new frontier, we cannot allow you to leave Gloriana's honor guard deprived of ships and mechs. Damn. That ruled out one possibility to neuter the Glory Seekers. Ves coughed. A high-quality fleet carrier such as the Indigo Tremor must be an expensive vessel to maintain. Our dynasty takes full responsibility over the Glory Seekers. You do not need to concern yourself over the funding and management of the Indigo Tremor. The crew we intend to provide for her is fully capable of running a Hexer fleet carrier. Constance shut down any opportunity for Ves to reject the Indigo Tremor's addition to the Glory Seekers. She verbally cornered Ves until he had no choice but to gift the Wodens one of his precious ship quotas. She smiled in satisfaction once she secured his commitment. You have made the right choice, my son. Make no mistake. Our two organizations are bound to each other. No matter how far you go, our dynasty will always support you. Each of us hope that my youngest daughter will be able to succeed alongside you and rise up to become a pillar for our dynasty in the new frontier. We don't need a lot of help, Ves replied in a feeble tone. We can take care of ourselves. We shall see. Know that you can always turn to us should you require funding, technical assistance, or any other help that we can supply to you from a distance. Thank you for the offer. I will keep your generosity in mind. Speaking of generosity, I hope that you will keep your second family in mind and give us some due consideration. Constance leaned forward. For example, your clan has developed some unique and exceptional products that cannot be obtained from any other source. We have produced a good amount of Valkyrie Redeemers and variants ever since we received the right to field them from the Hex Army. I hope those Valkyrie Redeemers will serve your dynasty well. They are great mechs. Gloriana and I made sure of that. Before you go, we would like you to pay a visit to this vessel's hangar bays and draw the Superior Mother's blessing upon them. Our new mechs could dearly use any support they can get before we deploy them to the front lines. Ves narrowed his eyes. As long as they are authentically made, every version of the Valkyrie Redeemers already carry the Superior Mother's blessing. That should be clear from the glows they project. We expect more out of them. Since our dynasty is allied to your clan, it is in poor taste to withhold your secrets from us. Gloriana has already told me that you have a tendency to leave your best innovation to yourself and your clansmen. There was no way Ves could deny that. That's true, but... Constance raised her palm to interrupt his excuse. As soon as Gloriana married you, she became a Larkinson in the truest sense. At the same time, your union with my precious daughter has made you a part of the Woden dynasty. Whether you acknowledge that or not, we deserve to be treated as your family as well. What kind of twisted logic was this? Didn't Ves agree with Gloriana that she was explicitly marrying into the Larkinson clan without requiring him to reciprocate? Even though this was legally the case, it was very hard for him to deny the existence of an invisible bond between him and the Woden dynasty. Gloriana will be sad if you do not help us in our time of need. Several of her cousins will be piloting your Valkyrie Redeemers in battle in the coming months. As you are the main reason why these mechs have glows, it is only right for you to maximize their performance and bring forth what you have withheld from the public. In the end, Ves acquiesced to Constance's request. Venerable Brutus brought him down to the hangar bays of the Parma Imago so that he could call upon the Superior Mother to enhance the spiritual foundations of the brand new Valkyrie mechs. This was a fairly quick process that did not need much effort on his part. In fact, he was able to do this procedure by remote if needed. The hardest part to him was to call the Superior Mother's attention and prompt her to donate some of her strength in order to empower the mechs in question. Surprisingly, the Superior Mother easily accepted his request. Love flowed through their spiritual connection, while the Superior Mother gently empowered every Valkyrie mech he designated. She even listened to his instructions and capped the strengthening to 25 Vs. In order to give the Wodens the impression that he was actually doing something, he boarded each and every mech and tinkered with some random settings in the operating system. "It's done," he said as the Superior Mother receded. Venerable Brutus appeared doubtful. Though he sensed some elevated activity in all of the mechs, he expected something more. "Is that it? You hardly did anything." Ves shrugged. "I didn't withhold much from the mechs. I just had to raise some limits. You Wodens will discover the difference in time." Hopefully, his new mother-in-law would be happy with this little contribution. Chapter 25-22, Tearful Farewell. Having met his obligation to his new in-laws, Ves returned to the observation chamber and rejoined Gloriana's side. Despite their ages, she and her fellow sisters were smiling and giggling like teenagers for some reason. "You're back again." Gloriana kissed him on the cheek. "Did you do what my mother asked you to? It's crucial to give our Woden warriors as many chances as possible to excel in the battlefield." He stared dourly at his wife. "What did you tell your mother exactly?" "Not much." Gloriana blinked. "I just told her it's not that much of a coincidence that your Larkinson clan obtained so many expert pilots and expert candidates. I didn't tell her how you were able to accomplish that. I know how to keep a secret." "Gloriana, don't be like that," she whined as she pressed against his side. Her intoxicating perfume filled his nose with pleasant floral scents. "I still care about my relatives. My mother and my dynasty raised me to become a master so that I can design the most suitable mechs for them. As it stands, I won't be able to fulfill this mission to the fullest extent because you'll be bringing me away. It's only fair for you to help my dynasty out every once in a while. Otherwise, our matriarch wouldn't have supported you so much." "I get that, but I don't like it when I'm being pushed in doing something. Even if it's your mother, I hope our cooperation won't proceed like this. If I want to help the Woden dynasty, then let me do it on my own terms." "I know." She placed her hand on his own. "I will make sure to tell my mother to respect your terms. She was just in a hurry today because she and the rest of the Woden warriors, barring a small guard force, will be making their way back to the hegemony very soon. Please don't ruin my final moment with my mother. I don't know if I'll ever be able to be with her in person again." Even though she had a lot of time to prepare herself, Gloriana still looked emotional. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she came closer to bidding farewell to her family. He felt sorry for her. While he was actually glad to distance himself from Gloriana's manipulative mother, he had to act like her dutiful husband and companion for the remainder of her last day with the people she grew up with in her youth. Once evening came, the entire family moved to the hangar bay where a shuttle already waited for the couple to depart from the Parma Imago. "My daughter!" Constance moved to hug her youngest. "I will miss you so much." "Mommy!" Gloriana cried. Despite her low state, her emotions were far too strong to let her mental exhaustion get in the way of pouring out her sadness. Ves felt a bit awkward as mother and daughter tearfully hugged each other for the last time. He could not offer any consolation to them. There was no way for him to predict that his Larkinson clan would ever return to the Milky Way if they managed to enter the Red Ocean. Even though most people predicted the price to pass through the Beyonder Gate would drop in a century or so, the Gate Consortium would definitely continue to charge a fortune to pass through. It simply wasn't worth it to pay millions of precious merits just to go back to a galaxy that was much more stagnant and solidified. Unless humanity resumed the great war against the aliens that occupied the other half of the galaxy, there wouldn't be many opportunities for his clan to rise to greatness. This was especially the case in the furthest reaches of the galactic rim. The Komodo star sector where the Hexadric hegemony and the Woden dynasty were based didn't even have a fraction of the wealth and potential of a phase-water-endowed zone in the Red Ocean. Even though Gloriana loved her birth family a lot, it was impossible for Ves and the rest of the Larkinson clan to acquiesce to her wishes and return to the old galaxy at great cost just so she could enjoy her reunion. Both of them would probably have to advance to the rank of Master Mech Designer before it became somewhat affordable for Gloriana to take a trip back, but that wouldn't happen for a very long time. "Don't let anything happen to my baby sister, you hear me?" Calandra walked up to Ves. "I don't care how many Beyonder Gates or light years away you are. As long as something happens to her, I promise to do everything possible to travel to you so that I can squeeze your neck and snap it in half with my very hands." Ves raised his hands. "Hey! I love her as well, you know. I won't let her come to harm. You can trust me. The moment I married her is the moment I will cherish her life and happiness for the rest of my life." Constance's second daughter did not think much of his promise. "I don't expect you to take care of her. Your only job is to allow the glory seekers to continue to guard my baby sisters. If and when your Larkinson clan eventually drops the ball, I hope the soldiers arranged by our dynasty can succeed where you have failed and bring her safety. Is that understood?" Amarithna Woden walked up as well to stare Ves down in an eerily similar fashion to her mother and her younger sisters. "I don't trust boys, but you're apparently different. As the much-hailed son of the superior mother, I hope you can continue to pass on her blessing to our adorable sister." The two oldest Woden siblings instructed Ves on what he should do for a couple of minutes. While he wanted to leave right away, it wasn't polite for him to turn away from the two older women. As Gloriana was done with her emotional farewell, Constance turned to Brutus. Their goodbye was significantly shorter. The two merely exchanged some words before the woman patted her son on his shoulder. "You know what you must do." Constance stood firm against the expert pilot. No matter how much Brutus had grown, she was still his mother. "Protect Gloriana with your life. Do not let her fall into the hands of those who seek to exploit her. Be prepared to throw away your life if need be. If you ever survive while your sister perishes, then your life has no meaning." Venerable Brutus looked back at his mother with a solemn expression. He pressed his fist against his chest. "If such a tragedy ever takes place, I will avenge her as best as possible before sacrificing my life. This I swear." "Good boy. Never forget your roots as a hexer. The Milky Way and the Red Ocean is filled with misguided people who do not recognize the superiority of our culture. Make sure not to take too much after the Larkinsons and other foreigners. The glory seekers shall be your true home from this day forward." "I understand, Mother. In my heart, I am always a hexer." With these farewells, Ves along with Gloriana and Brutus finally departed from the Parma Imago. Hours later, much of the Woden warrior fleet, including the light fleet carrier that bore Gloriana's closest family, left the Synnax system. The star system became a lot less oppressive now that hundreds of hexer vessels and thousands of hexer mechs embarked on their journey home. Ves felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Even though he knew that the Glory Seekers would soon receive a huge new ship in the form of the Indigo Tremor, 1,000 Hexer Mechs did not equal the oppression of Gloriana's mother in his eyes. At least Gloriana was able to share one last intimate moment with her family. She didn't have too many regrets that would weigh her down in the future. That was worth every discomfort that Ves had just experienced. As Gloriana spent some time by herself to process the separation, Ves met with the Larkinson clan's new shipwright the next morning. While Vivian Tsai was just starting to set herself up under Major Vrol's auspices, she had already recruited or transferred a few lesser shipwrights, naval engineers, and other technical experts. The Larkinson clan already has a number of relevant talents hanging around. Now that the Larkinsons were finally getting serious about systematically developing their fleet, the new naval design department served as the main authority with regards to its management. It was still a skeleton so far. Ophelia Cronin and Vivian Tsai had a lot of work to do before the Larkinson bulked up their staff. The amount of attention the clan had devoted to its ships was quite paltry. Hopefully, that would change. The Larkinson should no longer be centered around mechs all the time. Vivian, congratulations on becoming the chief ship designer of the Larkinson clan. Ves greeted the woman as he entered her office. Lucky was already floating around while sniffing for interesting curiosities. The woman in question looked rather overwhelmed. My title isn't as impressive as it sounds. I am just starting to organize my department. It will take a long time to hire enough experts that meet my standards. Take your time. Ves spoke as he sat down in front of her desk. We can't be too careful when it comes to recruiting new people. I take it you did not visit to check up how well I am adapting to my new job. You're right. There are 2 new developments that require your attention. First, the Glory Seekers will be receiving a fleet carrier from the Woden dynasty. I'd like to hear your take on their new vessel. He transferred over the files that he received from Madame Constance. Vivian didn't even need to project the data as she was fully capable of processing it through her cranial implant. As a prominent shipwright, she already possessed substantial augments. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reach this level at her relatively young age. She smiled. Hexer ship design is quite distinct from the regional norm. That said, the Indigo Tremor is truly a good fleet carrier. She is not any worse than the fleet carriers that my father has designed and built. Her capabilities are on par, and the Hexers have even updated some of her tech. She is a ship that can easily roam the stars for at least 3 decades without requiring any overhauls or deep maintenance. Is that impressive? Certainly. Part of it is due to her design. The Indigo Tremor is a fairly rugged fleet carrier. She was actually designed to be in the thick of action against formidable enemies. She can offer a lot of defense, though her mobility is lower than average. She carries a good amount of mechs for her size, though she can always accommodate a couple of hundred more. Much of her judgment matched with his own, but she also started to mention some insights specific to her area of expertise. The Indigo Tremor can actually serve as the base of a fixed colony. What? Ves raised his eyebrow. Look here. Vivian projected a diagram of the Indigo Tremor and began to move some of her exterior sections. If you strip off the outer layers, detach some of her outer modules, and install some specific components, she becomes capable of making a safe and controlled landing on any planet with standard gravity. That's remarkable for a ship this big. Most capital ships will break apart if they get sucked into the gravity well of a planet. Vivian nodded. The Indigo Tremor is only capable of doing this after stripping most of her heavy hull plating. Anyway, once the fleet carrier makes her landing, she won't be able to lift herself up under her own power, but it shouldn't be necessary. Once the crew anchors her to the ground and repurposes her separated hull plating and other sections, she can essentially turn into a solid fortress that can support the formation of an entire settlement. This was remarkable. It turned out that the Wodens may have built the indigo tremor with this purpose in mind from the start. Chapter 25-23 Juicy Upgrades. Ves did not know whether the Woden dynasty intended to found a colony in the Red Ocean. If they ever wanted to do so, then they already had a ready-made colony ship at hand in the form of the indigo tremor. There are better colony ships that can serve as the administrative and industrial center of a new colony, but the defenses of a headquarters based around the indigo tremor's hull is hard to surpass. Vivian explained. While that's true, once she is anchored on the ground, she's a sitting duck. As long as the Hexers lose orbital supremacy, it's hard to withstand sustained bombardment. You'd be surprised. There are surface-to-orbit weapons that can threaten any enemy ship that hovers too closely to a planet, and there are other defensive measures that can stall an enemy attack. Besides, the main purpose of this defensive center isn't to resist major invasions. The landed fleet carrier mainly has to cover the growing settlement in its weakest period against raids and other opportunistic attacks. What happens to the indigo tremor once the colony doesn't need her anymore? It depends, Vivian responded. While it is very difficult to do so, it is possible to reconfigure her into a starship and bring her back into space. She's too heavy to lift herself up, but a fleet of specialized tugboats can provide sufficient assistance in this regard. If this solution is not available, then her owners can always disassemble her entire hull, move the parts into space, and reassemble the indigo tremor without requiring to fabricate all of her expensive parts from scratch. Though these measures sounded quite troublesome, it was better than acquiring a brand new fleet carrier from scratch. Aside from this extra purpose, the indigo tremor didn't possess any remarkable functions. Mind you, these schematics are not complete, Vivian warned. I am missing plenty of details as the ship diagram does not point out how the Hexer plan to fill their compartments. Still, from my understanding of fleet carriers, the indigo tremor is mostly a dedicated fleet carrier with a modest emphasis towards defense. I see. She has 2 FTL drives, right? Correct, but it puts an immense strain on them to engage in FTL travel one after another without any extensive breaks in between. She's a bit worse than our upcoming factory ship in this regard. Just because a starship was theoretically capable of activating one FTL drive after another on an alternating basis to avoid real space did not mean it could continue forever. FTL drives were complicated, finicky devices. The larger the ship, the more complicated they were. While they were built to exacting and robust standards, there were too many elements that could go wrong, especially when the engineers only had a few days to service these enormous beasts. This was one of the reasons why Ves prized the addition of a third heavy-duty FTL drive to his factory ship. By alternating between 3 FTL drives, the inactive ones received enough downtime to ensure they remained in good condition. Even if one of them fizzed out and required a month-long reconstruction, the factory ship could still rely on the remaining drives to remain elusive to any enemies waiting in real space. After Vivian finished giving her opinion on the indigo tremor, Ves brought up the new changes and upgrades to his upcoming factory ship. These upgrades are quite generous, she noted with surprise. How so? Ves looked puzzled. The Hexers gave us an additional budget of 800 billion Hex credits, but a significant portion of it is already spent if we accept the recommended upgrades. Much of these upgrades consist of proprietary hardware and materials. We're talking about military-grade solutions. The Hexers are offering you some of the best of what they have to offer. While they are probably withholding plenty of sophisticated tech that they do not want to leak to their enemies, their list of choices contain many powerful functions that are even better than what my father has used back in our home state. The Hexers were quite sincere if they made so much tech available to them. Vivian pointed out some very useful functions such as specialized anti-stealth detectors and advanced autonomous repair bots. Of course, all of this tech did not come for free. The Hexers charged a pretty penny for all of these goodies. The hegemony was waging a war, after all. The state couldn't afford to waste too much money. VS looked at Vivian with an expectant expression. Please help me upgrade the design of the factory ship. Aside from the 800 billion hex credits that the Hexers have rewarded us with, I'm willing to throw in 400 billion hex credits out of our own pockets. That is a lot of money. Is the Larkinson clan able to spend that much? I recall that you plan to acquire at least 6 more capital ships. If you commit this much money, we might have to delay our other acquisitions. VS did not look concerned. It's fine. The finances of our Larkinson clan will be a little tight after spending so much money, but we will soon release a bunch of mech models that will relieve this pressure. Besides, I don't think we will have to delay too much. The Woden dynasty has promised to extend favorable loans to us so that we can hurry up with ordering other capital ships. This was quite a useful favor. While the Larkinson clan could apply for loans elsewhere, its supposed ally would probably offer the most favorable terms. Even if the Woden dynasty wasn't capable of lending him trillions of credits on short notice, his in-laws could act as a middleman to other Hexer institutions that were more than capable of transferring so much funds. As long as the Wodens abided by their promise, VS should be able to borrow enough money to fund the construction of several capital ships at a time. That was a topic for another day. For now, he cared more about investing in his factory ship. Having observed several different capital ships, he became a bit worried about the size of his future flagship. Is 2 kilometers too short? Not necessarily. Vivian shook her head. Your factory ship is rather long and narrow, but she features plenty of decks. Her mobility and defensive capabilities are above average compared to a more traditional industrial vessel of this type, and she possesses ample production capacity. If you wish to increase the productivity of this vessel, then I highly advise you to upgrade her fabrication facilities. Of course, we will also have to upgrade her power reactors. The two began to discuss how to spend their entire budget. While it would take at least several days for Vivian and her staff to revise the factory ship in conjunction with the Hexer shipwrights who were in charge of building the vessel, VS only needed to convey his preferences. It would be up to the ship designers to incorporate as many of them in the ship design as possible given the financial and technical constraints. VS was often at the other end of this relationship. He found it quite nice to play the role of a client for once. As he possessed a related engineering background, he was well versed in how far he could go. From the moment Constance informed him that he could add something extra to his factory ship, he was already considering several possibilities. After exchanging some of his ideas with Vivian, they eventually settled on a specific plan. Since your highest priority is upgrading the industrial capacity of your factory ship, then acquiring higher-end production equipment and upgrading her power reactors is of utmost importance. Of course, there are also many related systems that need to be upgraded in order to cope with the higher stresses. Spending hundreds of billions of hex credits on these areas was extremely costly, but it was the only way to increase the factory ship's efficiency without expanding her size. VS wanted to expand the factory ship's production capacity because it played an important role in equipping his clan with Larkinson-exclusive mechs. It was also one of his strongest means of earning money in the Red Ocean. This way, if his business empire in the Yena star cluster ever collapsed for some reason, his clan would still be able to pay the bills by relying on selling mechs produced within the fleet. When it came to upgrading the production facilities of his flagship, VS split them up into 2 categories. First, VS wanted to expand his ship's mass production capabilities. His ship should be able to output sophisticated and complicated second-class mechs at a faster pace than before. This meant that it should be much less of a burden for his factory ship to churn out difficult mechs such as the monstrous Transcendent Punishers. In order to increase the output of his factory ship even further, Ves also opted to invest in more compact machines that took up less overall space. After Vivian rearranged the interior of the production halls, they managed to squeeze in a bit more hardware. 20 production lines is the limit, Vivian eventually spoke after she drafted a new layout. While there is still some room to spare, it is not wise to occupy more space. It's enough, Ves replied. Each additional production line will add more burdens to the rest of our fleet. We need additional cargo vessels to carry the raw materials needed to produce the mechs, and we also have to reserve more space to store the finished products. Increasing his factory ship's mass production capabilities wasn't his only focus. He also wanted to increase his vessel's high-end fabrication capabilities. For this reason, he invested billions of credits to acquire some of Hegemony's best production equipment to outfit not one, but two luxurious mech workshops. Though they weren't as extravagantly outfitted as Master Olsen's personal mech workshop back on Limar, Ves was pretty confident he could rely on them to fabricate his expert mechs. Aside from the inability to process materials that were as hard as unending alloy, the 3D printers, forging machines, alloy compressor and other machines were very capable. Plenty of Hexer seniors and masters utilized the same models that he had chosen. Ves wouldn't have to upgrade the equipment for a very long time. Vivian frowned at the extravagant expenditures. Ves could have spent his money on many other useful upgrades. I don't quite understand why you insist on upgrading both mech workshops. If you need to fabricate an expert mech, then upgrading a single mech workshop is enough. It is unlikely that you will end up in the situation where you are required to fabricate multiple expert mechs in a hurry. You're right. It may be a bit overkill when you consider our current state. Only Gloriana and myself are able to make full use of such a powerful workshop, and we are often working closely together. However, I'm looking towards the future. 10 or 20 years from now, our clan will definitely welcome some new journeymen. All of these emerging talents might wish to engage in their own projects. What he didn't mention was that Ves was sick and tired of working with Gloriana's production equipment all of the time. While the two mech workshops both contained identical Hexer hardware, Ves wanted to claim one of them for himself so that he could personalize it to his own tastes. He could precisely tweak the configuration of all of the production machines so that they were completely tuned to his methods. As for Gloriana, she could add as many hexagons as she wanted in her own workshop as long as she left his man cave alone. Though Vivian disapproved of his decision, she tried to work with it. He was the boss, and she was his subordinate. Since our factory ship possesses so many upgraded power reactors, we should make good use of it, she said, changing the topic. We can add some heavy-duty shield generators to add some active defenses to the factory ship. In battle, those 20 production lines will have to be locked down. Since they aren't consuming any power, your factory ship will have a lot of excess to spare. Diverting this idle power into shield generators makes a lot of sense. That sounds like a good idea, though these shield generators aren't cheap. He agreed with her recommendation anyway. Increasing the defense of his factory ship was always worthwhile. Chapter 25-24 Shuffling Personnel. The Larkinson clan entered into a calm period of time. With all of the excitement surrounding the wedding over now, the Larkinsons all readied themselves for the most important event of their lives. The Grand Expedition. The dream started by Ves had become an obsession for the entire clan. Hardly any clansman did not look forward to escaping the corner of the galactic rim and venture out to explore what the rest of the multiverse had to offer. Reaching the Red Ocean was a dream to many, but the Larkinson clan already possessed enough confidence to reach it. With the enormous amount of MTA merits in the Patriarch's pocket, there was no way they were missing this ride. As Ves busied himself with managing the upcoming deliveries of second-class ships, mechs and other assets, many other Larkinsons got busy as well. For example, ever since the Larkinsons set up the Hall of Heroes, every expert pilot became occupied with establishing themselves as a semi-autonomous unit. This was quite rough for a number of expert pilots. Commander Rosa Orphan and Commander Dice were no longer allowed to lead the flagrant vandals and sword maidens. It took quite a lot of placating to make them accept the new reality. Lieutenant Commander ABI's Firelight took over as the new leader of the flagrant vandals. He already ran the vandals for the most part, as Venerable Orphan wasn't known for being a diligent administrator. In the meantime, Venerable Orphan set up an elite spearman squad within the Hall of Heroes. She recruited some of her closest vandals and a few other Larkinson mech pilots who excelled in piloting spear-wielding mechs to join her radiant hoplites. Lieutenant Sendra took over for Venerable Dice as the new commander of the Sword Maidens. Despite her promotion, everyone knew that she was merely a stand-in for the true leader in the hearts of many Sword Maidens. Venerable Dice's prestige was secondary to the legendary founder of their mech force. As the spiritual leader of the Sword Maidens, Venerable Dice still favored her sisterhood very much. To fill up her new Blade Mistress's squad, she handpicked a handful of younger Sword Maiden mech pilots, and also snatched up some other promising swordsman mech pilots from the avatars of myth. She initially didn't want to, but the Hall of Heroes awarded plenty of Larkinson merits should she succeed in mentoring more mech pilots into powerful warriors. Venerable Devia Stark was a rather odd existence within the Hall of Heroes. She had emphatically refused to join the Larkinson clan, yet she promised to fight on behalf of the Larkinsons. Clansman or not, Venerable Devia was not only a powerful expert pilot, but also one of the few within the Hall of Heroes who excelled in piloting ranged mechs. Under Commandant Christoph Larkinson's urging, she reluctantly set up the Lost Soldiers to mentor other Larkinson mech pilots in improving their marksmanship. Unlike the other expert pilots who either sought companions among their own circle or from the elites, Venerable Devia solely recruited living sentinels. Perhaps she took pity on them or thought they shared something in common with her, but the sentinels were highly enthused that such a powerful figure was willing to shower them with attention. The sentinels experienced a lot of changes lately. Commander Magdalena resigned her leadership position within the beaten and demoralized mech force and moved on to work directly under Major Vol. Unlike the other mech forces that went through a leadership change, the Sentinels did not have a strong and proven officer at hand who were immediately suited to become the next commander. Whoever took over the Sentinels had to clean house and right the ship. No average leader would be able to infuse some vitality in a mech force that had just lost a horrendous amount of mech pilots in the Nixian Gap. Some people even suggested that the Sentinels needed to look outward in order to find their new commander. Various suggestions circulated within the Larkinson clan. After being led by an old and grizzled war veteran, many Sentinels actually favored being led by someone younger. They wanted to be led by someone with a fresh perspective, and who wasn't rigid. The Sentinels considered various options ranging from Commander Melker to Lieutenant Dietrich Krotz. Neither of those choices were suitable. Melker had been with the Avatars from the start, and would be like a fish out of water if he suddenly took charge of the Sentinels. Lieutenant Dietrich Krotz had only just received a promotion and was too unproven to lead thousands of mech pilots. As Major Vol became increasingly more distressed about finding a suitable leader, a surprising figure volunteered to turn the Sentinels around. Captain Casella Ingvar of the Avatars of Myth applied to take over as commander. As soon as this news became known, everyone was floored. She led the second space-borne mech company of the Avatars. Not only that, she had just advanced to expert candidate, and was expected to dedicate herself to training in order to become an expert pilot as fast as possible. For her to take on the difficult and time-consuming work of leading the largest mech force of the Larkinson clan made little sense. The hopeful new commander met with Ves and Major Verl in order to explain her decision in person. 2 people along with 2 pets entered the conference room of the Scarlet Rose. Ves was already familiar with the Ingvar siblings. He paid more attention to the pets they decided to adopt. Captain Casella opted to adopt a small goldfinch. The little bird rested happily on the female expert candidate's shoulder. However, as soon as the little bird spotted the 2 cats in the compartment, she flapped her wings in a warning manner. Meow? Chirp! Sorry about that, sir. Miri isn't used to all of the cats in the Larkinson clan. It's okay. Ves waved away the issue. Being surrounded by so many natural predators can make any bird nervous. Nothing would come to harm to Casella's pet. Every pet in the Larkinson clan was sentient, so they shouldn't go out of control. Woof! An eager-looking hound padded forward. Ayman Ingvar had come as well along with his wagging dog. You are not invited to this conversation, Major Vole remarked. As one of the senior Larkinsons within the clan, he too sought to adopt a pet as soon as he returned from the Nixian Gap. Meow. A cat that resembled a traditional British Shorthair lazily laid on the desk next to Major Vole's data pad. Hayden was a rather docile cat. Just like almost every other cat adopted by the Larkinson, he was a high-end designer cat who originated from Felixia. Ves clapped his hands. As lovely as it is to bring your pets to work, let's get to business. Each of the animals behaved and restrained themselves. Just because the Larkinsons allowed people to bring their pets to work didn't mean they were allowed to run wild. Once Casella and Ayman sat down, Major Verl went straight to the point. Captain Ingvar, I admit that I am surprised at your request. You have fought well in the Nixian Gap and managed to become an expert candidate along with your brother. Most people in your place would choose to lessen their burdens so that they can devote more time towards training. Why do you want to become the commander of the living sentinels? I am a leader, the Avatar captain replied. Her confidence and aristocratic bearing conveyed a lot of certainty. Before all of this, I have led the household troops of my former house. I have to admit that I was not the best at leading my troops back then. With the collapse of House Ingvar, my own subordinates rebelled and took over everything. Her failure caused her and her brother to become stranded in Kinner space. They were in their lowest moments at the time. I know what it is like to fail. I am very grateful to our patriarch for giving my brother and I a chance to pick ourselves up. I worked tirelessly to learn from my lessons and relearn how to lead a unit when Commander Melker entrusted a mech company to me. While leading 40 mech pilots is incomparable to taking charge of every living sentinel, my prior experience as a mech officer of House Ingvar is still helpful for me. The sentinels may be larger than anything I have ever touched, but I am confident that I can inspire them to regain their battle spirit. Both Ves and Major Vole sensed determination from Captain Casella. She was serious. She did not think about taking over the sentinels on a whim, that was for sure. Ves turned to her brother. Mr. Ayman Ingvar, what do you think about your sister's choice? To be honest, I think she's stupid for running off the sentinels. She's too good for them, Ayman bluntly said. Brother! We talked about this. This is what I'm meant to do. I need to prove that I can lead. You just want to make up for the fact our old household troops mutinied on us. Damn it, Casella, haven't you gotten over this old wound yet? We aren't nobles anymore. Major interrupted their argument. Please be honest. While I agree that the Sentinels will doubtlessly welcome an expert candidate as their new commander, your brother's remarks are concerning. Is this personal to you, Captain? The female Ingvar nodded. It is, sir. I won't hide this from you. I feel I need to make up for my regrets. My past as a failed leader is haunting me. No matter how much I try to move on, I am still weighed down by my memories. I don't think I can achieve apotheosis with so many doubts. Venerable Janzi told me that expert pilots must have absolute certainty in their purpose and life. I have decided that taking on this challenge is the best way for me to move on from my past and prove once and for all that I am meant to lead mech pilots into battle. Ves and Major Vril looked at each other. Both of them possessed some understanding of expert candidates and expert pilots. Though the Major still looked doubtful, Ves was more optimistic. I think most expert pilots such as Venerable Dice or Venerable Orphan aren't suited to run a large mech force, he said. However, there are a few exceptions among high-ranking mech pilots who are driven by responsibility. My uncle, Venerable Larkinson, is a good example. I see something in you, Captain. Let me be clear. The Larkinson clan doesn't want you to sacrifice your chance of reaching the rank of expert pilot. We can find more Larkinsons to lead the living sentinels, but we don't have as much choice when it comes to nurturing new expert pilots. Captain Casella remained confident. I share your concerns, but I won't slow down because of this. In fact, I will be better off once I succeed. After a lengthy discussion, Ves and Major Vril finally decided to approve her application. From now on, Commander Casella Ingvar became the new head of the Living Sentinels. Though Ayman was regretful that his sister would be moving out of the avatars of myth, Casella exuded a sense of purpose once Major Vril formally promoted her to her new position. The Living Sentinels will turn around. I will make sure of that, sir. Don't be too eager yet, Vril carefully warned the mech commander. You have a lot of problems on your hands. Don't move too quickly. While I am willing to put my trust in your decisions, it is best if you sound out your ideas to me first. Understood, Commander Casella replied with a serious expression. I will keep you in the loop. I may need to draw upon additional resources in order to transform the Sentinels. You will have all of the support you need. We will try to oblige your requests as long as you produce results. Chapter 25 Life of Joshua. The entire clan was truly shocked when Casella Ingvar won the contest to become the next Sentinel commander. No one actually expected that Ves and Major Vril would put an expert candidate in charge. Wasn't that counter to the Larkinson clan's policy that expert candidates and expert pilots should shed their distractions? Regardless, the announcement had immediate effect. While most clansmen were bewildered, the Living Sentinels were all ecstatic. We finally have a commander who understands our plight. Casella is so good. Will her brother be coming over as well? Damn, I look up to every mech pilot that managed to break through in the last battle. We're the only mech force that is still led by a hero. I'm looking forward to her first actions. She has lived through the same horrors as we did in the Nixian Gap. I would trust her over any outside officer who thinks he can turn us around just because he used to lead a mech regiment in the past. Even though Casella Ingvar used to be Avatar before she took up her new position, the Sentinels largely overlooked this detail. They immediately embraced the new Sentinel commander as one of their own on the very first day. This was the power of an expert candidate. Though not as prestigious as an expert pilot, the admiration the clansmen held towards these exceptional mech pilots was quite considerable. Confidence and morale in the Living Sentinel immediately doubled. Even though Commander Casella hadn't even passed any reforms as of yet, the expectations of her subordinates were so high that they already took it for granted that she would become their true savior. For her part, the new Sentinel commander wasn't shy about taking advantage of her reputation. Deserved or not, she aimed to do her best in restoring the Sentinels as a proud and strong band of soldiers within the Larkinson clan. While it was too early to tell, she was doing quite well for herself in the first few days. She regularly consulted with Major. Not only that, she secretly corresponded with her predecessor in order to grasp the requirements and responsibilities of her enormous position as soon as possible. With Commander Magdalena bringing Commander Casella up to speed, Ves had no further concerns about the new changes. He had never lost confidence in the former in the first place. With a younger and stronger face as a conduit, Magdalena should still be able to exert some influence without upsetting her former subordinates. Of course, this was only acceptable in the short term. Once Commander Casella no longer needed any assistance, she needed to make her mark as a leader and exercise her own judgment. Otherwise, she would become perpetually dependent on other people to make any decisions. This was not conducive to her goal of overcoming the demons of her past. With Commander Casella taking up her new responsibilities, other Larkinsons changed their routines as well. Ever since Joshua Larkinson entered the Hall of Heroes, he tried to get used to all of the autonomy he obtained. Perhaps others might think that being able to make your own decisions was nice, but Joshua was overwhelmed by how many matters he needed to take care of. Back in the Avatars, Commander Melker and the staff officers arranged almost everything on his behalf. Since Joshua had no stomach to take care of all of these tedious matters, he began to expand his staff and recruited another bright companion with administrative and command ability to act as his secondary. "Lieutenant Chet, thank you for coming aboard," the expert pilot greeted. "It is an honor to be selected by you," Chet Larkinson replied. The Trueblood Larkinson had come a long way since the Larkinson family initially transferred him to Ves. Riella had moved on while Janzi explosively progressed to expert pilot. Meanwhile, Chet steadily matured himself and even managed to pass an officer course. Though some of the original Larkinsons still found it strange to take orders from outsiders who only became Larkinsons later on, Chet did not harbor these thoughts. Even if Joshua Larkinson wasn't an expert pilot, Chet was still willing to respect his superiors no matter the blood that flowed through their veins. This was what the Larkinson clan was all about. Every single Larkinson was a fellow brother and sister. Joshua placed his hand on Chet's shoulder. "I'm not good at all of this commanding stuff, so I will leave it up to you to manage the bright companions. Are you up to the task?" "I am. I wouldn't have accepted your offer otherwise." The two young Larkinson mech pilots discussed what needed to be done. Chet may not be taking over a force as large as the living Sentinels, but he needed to solve many problems in order to establish the Bright Companions as a strong group of elites under Venerable Joshua. Not only that, Chet was also expected to keep up with his training and fight alongside the expert pilot in battle. He would never be able to enjoy a free moment of time in the coming years. Nonetheless, as long as Chet overcame these challenges and proved he could handle the pressure, he would become a very desirable mech officer in the future. This was one of the goals that Ves and Major Vrl had in mind when setting up the Hall of Heroes. Every mech pilot who had the privilege to serve under an expert pilot would be shaped by their experiences. As Chet went off to take charge of Joshua administration, a surprising guest sought out the expert pilot. A lot of clansmen wanted to get close to the expert pilots. However, letting everyone take up their time would only distract the demigods from their true purpose. For this reason, every person had to have a very good reason to meet with one of the heroes of the Larkinson clan. Kedis happened to have no problems getting through these checks. She not only offered the gatekeepers a plausible excuse, but also enjoyed a high status within the Larkinson clan. As a favored student of Ves and someone who was rumored to be close to advancing to journeyman, many Larkinsons respected her, especially those who served in the armed forces. "Miss Kedis! What brings you here?" Joshua turned to the mech designer. Did the patriarch send you here to tweak the quint? No, she spoke. I'm here to instruct your swordsmanship. You may have learned how to wield a blade in that fancy mech academy of yours, but your teachers have never had to rely on their swords as much as the sword maidens. What? No one told me about this. I don't need your help, Kedis. I'm an expert pilot. I'm beyond human. While I fight at my best when I'm piloting a mech, don't underestimate me. I'm better in every aspect. Kedis snorted contemptuously at Venerable Joshua. She took no notice of his lively force of will. I've beaten people who were beyond human before. There is more to swordsmanship than skill and superhuman reflexes. Come! Accept my challenge! Though Venerable Joshua did his best to send her off, she wasn't having any of it. She practically dragged the expert pilot to the nearest sparring ring in the temporary base. Piss off! She shouted to the other mech pilots and soldiers in the training hall. Expert pilot, coming through! Give him some privacy! The other Larkinsons quickly vacated the hall in order to give Venerable Joshua all the space he needed. After changing their clothes and wearing some high-tech protective equipment, the two faced each other in a sparring ring. Both of them wielded sword-shaped rods made out of composite materials. Their weight and balance was identical to that of a real sword. The only difference was that they instantly softened whenever it hit somewhere. No matter how much force their wielders employed, they wouldn't even be able to crack an egg so long as the practice weapons did their jobs. However, upon Keddy's urging, the two sparrers switched the safety setting of their faux swords to a harsher level. The rods held their stiffness longer before softening up, ensuring that anyone who got struck would receive a painful lesson. Keddies, I know you're a sore maiden, but isn't this too harsh? I don't want to hurt a fellow Larkinson. Shut your mouth! I fought exabeasts and crazy mutants with nothing but my body and my sword. I can break measly expert pilots like you with a hand tied behind my back. Before Venerable Joshua could continue his pleas, Keddy swept over as if she was at the forefront of a storm. She lifted her weapon over her head and struck down with a swift and powerful chop that was too fast for Joshua to dodge. To his credit, Joshua reacted appropriately and blocked Keddy's strike in a way that caused her weapon to slide to the side. Yet before Joshua could take advantage of the apparent opening, Keddy rapidly threw out a punch that hit Joshua's thinly padded stomach. Oof! Not expecting such a furious assault from a mech designer, Joshua failed to defend himself against Keddy's next attack. She brutally kicked out at his crotch. Ah! That's a foul! There are no rules in combat. Besides, you're wearing a codpiece. Every standard sparring uniform provided comprehensive protection against attacks from every direction. The thin but sturdy smart clothing normally remained soft to provide maximum flexibility to their wearers, but stiffened up to the point of being able to withstand considerable force. Though these training clothes weren't cheap, the Larkinson clan could easily afford these suits. When Venerable Joshua finally realized that Keddy was being very serious about beating him, he adjusted his mentality and began to fight back. He employed his transcendent nature and began to react faster while employing more strength. He took advantage of his greater battle instincts and his uncanny intuition. However, Keddy still kept up. She turned into a wildcat as she went on the offensive and unleashed continuous slashes. Even if Joshua was able to keep up with the attacks, he could barely do anything except to block the incoming strikes. He couldn't overpower her with his strength. While he was a demigod, he was also a baseline human. He possessed no physical augmentations, while Keddy had gone through multiple rounds of genetic modification that were mainly geared towards strengthening her physique. While Joshua was quite good at swordsmanship, Ketty's amazingly showed more technical skill. She performed the same moves as he did with much better fluency. She was able to string her attacks with as little wasted movements as possible, and she was able to muster up an appropriate response whenever Joshua threatened to turn the tide. The only advantage he enjoyed was his noticeably faster reaction speed. Their reflexes might be similarly as good, but he possessed an edge in how fast he could think. Expert pilots didn't need to be strong in body. They only had to improve their minds, because their expert mechs were supposed to be their true bodies. Yet even if Joshua was able to outthink Ketty's, she never fell for his ploys. Ouch! One of his gambits failed, causing her to whack her rod against the side of his head. While his collar rapidly extended upwards in order to cushion the force, the expert pilot still experienced a hefty tap that caused him to release more sweat. She was unstoppable. "Can't you ease me in a bit? You're too good." Ketty's gripped her weapon with both of her hands and overpowered his block. Before her could back off, she slammed her horned head against his own noggin. Though their sparring uniforms shielded both of their heads, Joshua became so overwhelmed that he fell onto his back. Ketty's fell with him, causing her to land on top of his body. Their padding didn't engage, causing both of them to feel each other's body warmth without too many barriers. Could you get off?" Joshua asked as he huffed his breath. "No." "Why not?" "Do you know how to wrestle?"